For those of you tuning in from the quiet corners of your abodes, perhaps with a mug of chamomile or the soft hum of a white noise machine, welcome to Hollow Midnight. If you haven't already, consider subscribing to our peculiar collection of nocturnal narratives, where we delve into the delightfully dreary and the strangely soporific. Tonight, we unfurl a tale concerning a certain lupine individual, plagued not by silver bullets or an angry mob, but by the relentless tyranny of wakefulness. This, dear listeners, is Chapter 1, The Insomniac's Curse. Silas Blackwood existed in a perpetual state of twilight, not the gentle, painterly kind that softened the edges of the city at dusk, but a harsh clinical grayness that coated his every waking moment. His eyes, perpetually bloodshot and underlined by shadows the color of bruised plums, rarely met the gaze of others. They tended instead to drift towards the middle distance, focusing on some unseen speck of dust, or perhaps the faint, lingering echo of a dream he could never quite catch. Silas was, by all accounts, a man profoundly, exquisitely, and quite dangerously sleep-deprived. This was not the common human variety of insomnia, born of late-night anxieties or too much caffeine. No, Silas's affliction was an ancestral weight, a genetic predisposition woven into his very being, exacerbated by a lunar inconvenience that complicated his nights beyond comprehension. He worked at the municipal archive, a sprawling stone edifice that smelled perpetually of old paper, dust mites, and forgotten civic triumphs. His official title was Assistant Conservator of Obscure Records, which primarily involved carefully unrolling brittle parchment, cataloging fading photographs of long-dead aldermen, and occasionally, with the utmost delicacy, reattaching a corner torn from a 17th-century land deed. It was a job perfectly suited to a man who lived outside the conventional rhythm of day and night. The archive was quiet, often deserted in the small hours when Silas preferred to conduct his most detailed work, the hushed rustle of ancient documents, a strangely soothing counterpoint to the insistent clamor of his own wide-awake brain. He often found himself staring at the intricate script of a colonial-era ledger, not truly absorbing the details of timber exports or tax receipts, but rather admiring the steady hand of a clerk who, he imagined, must have enjoyed the blessing of a good night's rest. Silas' apartment, a cramped two-room affair above a perpetually disgruntled bakery, was a monument to his exhaustion. Books on sleep hygiene lay scattered across his coffee table, their pages dog-eared at passages he had never quite finished absorbing. A forlorn collection of herbal teas, some promising deep, restorative slumber, and others gentle nocturnal calm, filled a cabinet, each tin opened once, sampled, and then abandoned. The windows were draped with industrial-strength blackout curtains, so thick they could withstand a solar flare, yet even these offered no true sanctuary. Moonlight, even the sliver of a crescent, seemed to penetrate the fabric of his reality, humming a subtle, unsettling frequency that kept his nerves humming just as persistently. He'd tried everything: warm baths with lavender oil, chilled eye masks, progressive muscle relaxation, meditation apps with soothing rain, sounds that inevitably morphed into the sound of 1,000 tiny, irritating hammers inside his skull. Nothing worked. His body simply refused to shut down. His mornings, when the rest of the city stirred, were a disorienting blur of minor mishaps. A forgotten wallet, milk poured into the cereal box instead of the bowl, the bewildered stare of the barista at the corner coffee shop as Silas, mid-order, simply trailed off, his mind momentarily blanked by the sheer effort of staying upright. He'd navigate the crowded streets like a phantom, his movements a touch too slow, his reactions a fraction too delayed. The vibrant hues of street art and the incessant honking of taxis blended into a chaotic symphony that grated on his hyper-alert senses. He could hear the low thrum of the city's ancient plumbing, the distant whine of a police siren 3 blocks away, the rustle of a mouse in an alleyway drain. All of it, every tiny auditory detail, was amplified, assaulting his ears with an unbearable clarity that sleep might have mercifully dulled. It was a torment for a being whose very nature craved the quiet of the wild, a silence that urban sprawl had long since devoured. The irony was not lost on Silas. Here he was, a creature of primal instinct and raw power, reduced to a shuffling, yawning parody of a human, battling the existential dread of a perpetually unmade bed. His wolfish instincts, usually a source of predatory grace and keen awareness, were now repurposed for the mundane, an almost supernatural ability to spot the last available seat on a crowded bus, or to detect the faint, encouraging aroma of freshly baked bread from 2 streets over. But even these small victories were overshadowed by the monumental fatigue that clung to him like a second skin. He often wondered if the moon, that celestial mistress of his curse, found his struggle amusing. Did she gaze down upon his bleary-eyed attempts to function and chuckle softly to herself, a cosmic jest at his expense? Sometimes, late in the afternoon when the archive emptied out and the last of the daytime staff had departed, leaving him alone with his stacks of brittle history, a profound wave of weariness would wash over him. His eyelids would grow heavy, his head would loll, and for a glorious fleeting moment he would feel the sweet beckoning pull of oblivion. He'd slump forward onto his desk, face pressed against the cool, smooth surface of an antique map, inhaling the scent of aged paper and dry ink. The world would swim, colors blurring, sounds softening, and for a precious few seconds, Silas would be on the precipice of slumber. But then, an almost imperceptible tremor, a phantom itch in his bones, or perhaps the subtle shift of the moon's nascent pull, would snap him back. His eyes would fly open, wider than before, the exhaustion magnified by the tantalizing glimpse of rest he had been denied. It was akin to a thirsty man being offered a single drop of water, only for it to evaporate before it touched his lips. His social life, predictably, was a barren landscape. Casual acquaintances found his perpetual tiredness unnerving, his distracted answers off-putting. Dates rarely progressed beyond the first awkward coffee, as Silas found himself fighting the urge to rest his head on the table. His mind fixated not on conversation, but on the strategic placement of his hands to hide the involuntary twitches of his eyelids. He often retreated to the anonymity of his apartment, where the only company was the insistent ticking of an old grandfather clock he'd inherited, each tick a tiny, mocking reminder of time passing without sleep. He'd tried counting sheep, of course. Thousands of them. White ones, black ones. Sheep with tiny hats, sheep on unicycles. His mind, however, would inevitably divert to the logistical challenges of managing such a flock, or the precise trajectory of a sheep mid-jump, thus defeating the entire purpose. The chronic nature of his sleep deficit had begun to blur the edges of his memory, particularly concerning the less urgent details of his unique condition. Dates, especially those pertaining to the lunar cycle, had a tendency to slip through the sieve of his tired brain. Calendars, even those meticulously marked by his own hand in moments of slightly less profound fatigue, often lay unconsulted for days. He was aware, intellectually, of the moon's waxing and waning, of its cyclical nature, but the precise timing, the exact hour of its fullness, had become an administrative burden he simply couldn't prioritize. He had other, more pressing concerns, whether he had remembered to pay his electricity bill, if the local grocer still had that particular brand of unsalted crackers he inexplicably craved at 3 a.m., or if the archive's ancient heating system was finally going to give up the ghost. These were the mundane anchors of his chaotic urban existence. The small, irritating realities that demanded his limited attention far more than the ethereal glow of a distant orb. The full moon, for all its profound significance to his very being, had, over the years, become just another appointment he might very well forget. And as the nights drew on, with the moon slowly, inevitably swelling towards its zenith, Silas Blackwood remained oblivious, lost in the monotonous torment of his waking nightmare. Adrift in a city that never truly slept, much like himself. Cantani, Chapter 2. Lunar Amnesia, the realization, when it finally crept upon Silas Blackwood, was less an epiphany and more akin to the slow, unwelcome dawn of a Tuesday morning. It began not with a sudden jolt of memory, but with a subtle disquietude, a peculiar hum beneath his skin that was distinct from the familiar thrum of chronic fatigue. He was, as was often the case in the municipal archive, a vast chamber of forgotten history, meticulously recataloguing a collection of city council minutes from the late 19th century. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and a faint persistent aroma of beeswax polish, a smell that usually offered a measure of somnolent comfort. But today, the quiet was oppressive, the stillness brittle. His fingers, usually nimble and precise, fumbled with a delicate, yellowed ribbon that bound a particularly verbose mayor's annual address. He felt an unprecedented twitch in his left ear, a phantom itch followed by a peculiar sensitivity to the distant rumble of the subway beneath the building, a vibration that resonated not just in his feet, but deep in his very bones. It was a sensation he hadn't paid true heed to in years, a half-forgotten chord in the symphony of his existence. Then, a small, mundane detail pierced through the haze of his exhaustion. A colleague, Mrs. Henderson, a woman whose life revolved around the rhythmic clack of her knitting needles and the predictable cycle of her garden's hydrangeas, shuffled past his desk, humming a tuneless melody. She paused, peered over her spectacles, and remarked, "Lovely clear night out there, Mr. Blackwood. Full moon's making quite a show. My roses are practically glowing." Her voice was soft, barely a whisper. Yet it struck Silas like a gong. Until he booked full moon. The words echoed in the cavernous expanse of his sleep-deprived mind, at first meaningless, then slowly, terrifyingly crystallizing into a single horrifying truth. Yet not full moon. Yet he hadn't checked his calendar. He hadn't noted the date. He hadn't prepared. A wave of something akin to panic, though muted by the sheer weight of his weariness, washed over him. It wasn't the kind of heart-pounding dread one might expect from a creature of myth realizing their inevitable transformation was upon them. No, for Silas. It was more like the dull, sinking feeling of remembering you've left the stove on after driving 10 miles from home. An administrative failure, a lapse in due diligence, exacerbated by the inconvenient fact that this particular oversight might lead to him sprouting fur and a tail in the middle of the city. He pushed himself back from the heavy oak desk, his chair scraping loudly across the polished floor, a sound that seemed to shatter the archive's sacred quiet. Mrs. Henderson jumped, her knitting needles clattering to the floor. Silas offered a mumbled, barely coherent apology, his eyes darting wildly around the room as if the answer to his predicament might be scrawled on the high ceilings. His first thought, naturally, was his phone. A modern man, even the folkloric one, instinctively reached for the glowing rectangle of digital wisdom. He pulled it from his pocket, its screen still smeared with what might have been dried toothpaste from an earlier, blearier moment. He thumbed open the calendar app, a pristine digital grid that promised to organize his chaotic life. Nothing. No alerts, no meticulously scheduled full moon reminder he usually set. A phantom note, perhaps, that his past self, in a moment of delusional optimism regarding his memory retention, had somehow forgotten to create. He scrolled through the coming days, then weeks. Blank, tot guy. The default settings showed no moon phases, no astrological events, just empty squares waiting to be filled with dentist appointments and overdue library book notifications. He scrolled back, a growing sense of desperation mingling with the dull ache behind his eyes. Had he somehow deleted it? Or had his exhaustion reached such a peak that he'd simply ignored the vibrating alerts, dismissing them as another phantom symptom of his chronic wakefulness. He tried a search query: full moon schedule, current month, current year, city. The results flooded in, a dizzying array of astrological blogs, amateur astronomy forums, and dubious moon phase for rituals websites. He clicked on the first link, a brightly colored page promising cosmic insights. A pop-up immediately demanded his email address for a personalized Lunar energy report. He clicked away, frustration growing. The second link was a scientific-looking observatory site. He squinted at the small text, his eyes struggling to track the numbers and symbols. It showed dates, times, and obscure astronomical jargon about perigees and apogees that might as well have been written in ancient Sumerian. He saw a full moon listed for 2 days from now. And 2 days? Kabul, the feeling in his bones, the intensified sounds, the strange, almost imperceptible shift in the air pressure. It felt closer. Far too close. This couldn't be right. Or could it? His memory was a sieve. His sense of time, a frayed rope. He remembered then a collection of old farmers' almanacs stored in the archive's dusty, lesser-used basement. A collection usually reserved for researchers tracing agricultural trends or curious local historians. He descended the creaking wooden stairs, the air growing cooler, heavier, thick with the scent of damp earth and forgotten seasons. The basement was a labyrinth of towering metal shelves, crammed with forgotten volumes. He found the section, a row of slender, unassuming books with faded covers, some adorned with quaint, idyllic pastoral scenes, others with crude diagrams of lunar cycles and planting schedules. He pulled out the most recent ones he could find, their brittle pages crackling like autumn leaves. Each almanac, year by year, listed the precise dates and times of moon phases, alongside predictions for crop yields, long-range weather forecasts, and peculiar advice for everything from curing warts to mending fences. He spread them out on a dusty table, a tableau of bygone wisdom. His fingers, usually so precise with delicate paper, were now clumsy, trembling slightly. He flipped through 1987, then 1993, then 2005, his eyes skipping across the dense blocks of text, searching for the telltale full moon entry. The historical information, usually a source of quiet fascination, now only served as a tedious distraction. He saw a note about an unusually cold winter in '98, a record harvest for corn in '2, a recipe for pickling beets. His mind, fighting to stay on task, kept snagging on these irrelevant details, conjuring absurd images of him in his transformed state, attempting to pickle beet. The almanacs, however, consistently pointed to a full moon that was neither naughty tonight nor tomorrow, but still a couple of nights away. This conflicted with the increasingly insistent sensation in his own body, a rising pressure, a low growl that seemed to emanate not from his throat, but from somewhere deep within his chest, muffled by his fatigue. He scrunched his eyes shut, trying to concentrate. Was it tonight? Tomorrow? Or was his body simply playing tricks on him, an elaborate prank designed by his relentless insomnia? The dry wit that usually served him as a shield against the absurdities of life seemed to have deserted him, replaced by a growing dull dread. He pulled out his phone again, determined to verify. He scrolled through the App Store, downloading every moon phase tracker and lunar calendar he could find, each one promising unparalleled accuracy. The first app was sleek and minimalist, displaying a perfect luminescent orb, but offered no specific date for the current phase. Merely a vague waxing gibbous. Useless. The second app, called Lunar Locate, was worse. It required location services, which he reluctantly enabled, only for it to inform him that the moon was currently over the Bering Strait, a fact that, while geographically interesting, did little to alleviate his burgeoning anxiety. Another app, riddled with ads for astrological readings and crystal healing, showed a date that aligned with the almanacs, 2 days hence. Still another. Adorned with cartoonish wolves howling at a saccharine moon, insisted the full moon had already passed last night. This was maddening. How could so many sources, both ancient and modern, be so wildly inconsistent? Or was it his own addled brain misinterpreting every data point? He slumped back in his dusty chair, the constellation of open almanacs and glowing phone screens illuminating his desperate face. He ran a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair, which felt coarser than usual, a subtle texture change he hadn't noticed until now. His sense of smell, usually acute but dulled by the city's constant assault of exhaust fumes and street food, seemed to sharpen. He could distinctly smell the faint, lingering scent of freshly baked sourdough from the bakery upstairs, a surprising clarity that cut through the archival dust. And beneath that, something else, a subtle metallic tang in the air. Or was it just his imagination, a byproduct of his frayed nerves and the insidious suggestion that something was very, very wrong? He tried to recall the patterns of past transformations. Had there been a subtle build-up like this? A creeping restlessness that started a day or two prior. He remembered the pain, of course, the searing agony of bone and muscle rearranging themselves, the tearing of skin, the suffocating constriction of human clothes. He remembered the ravenous hunger, the desperate need to run, to hunt. But the pre-game, the quiet prelude to the chaos that was a blur, obscured by the fog of his perpetual exhaustion, had learned, over the years, to simply brace himself when the undeniable signs became too strong to ignore. But this time the usual signs were muted, diffused by his omnipresent sleep deprivation, turning a primal alarm into a faint, worrisome whisper. His eyes scanned the almanacs again, desperate for a definitive answer. He found a footnote in a 1954 edition, tucked away beneath a recipe for dandelion wine, discussing supermoons and their amplified effects, noting that such occurrences could sometimes throw off conventional celestial timings. He scoffed. Supermoons. Was he to believe that his current predicament was merely an inconvenience caused by an astronomical quirk, rather than his own profound failure of basic organization? It felt profoundly unfair. A creature of the night, cursed with insomnia, now potentially facing an unscheduled public transformation because he couldn't keep his lunar calendar straight. The dry humor returned, a bitter chuckle bubbling up from his weary chest. He was less a fearsome beast and more an absent-minded professor, perpetually forgetting his keys, his spectacles, and the minor detail of his impending metamorphosis. He decided on a different approach. Instead of specific dates, he would look for patterns. How many days after the last crescent moon was the full moon usually? He tried to mentally project the lunar cycle, but the image in his mind kept dissolving into a chaotic swirl of light and shadow, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. The almanacs offered precise charts, but his eyes refused to focus, darting from number to number without coherence. The apps, for all their flashy interfaces, mostly offered generic, visually appealing moon phases rather than the hard, precise data he desperately needed. It was as if the universe, both ancient and modern, was conspiring to keep him in the dark. A sharp, almost imperceptible pain shot through his left shoulder, a deep ache that felt like growing pains, but far more intense, far more insistent. He rubbed it, grimacing. This was new. This was different from his usual collection of aches and pains. This felt primal. He looked down at his hands. They seemed larger, the knuckles a touch more prominent. Or was it just a trick of the dim archival lighting, combined with his escalating panic? He ran a trembling hand across his chin. Had his stubble grown thicker, coarser, in the last hour? He peered at his reflection in the dark, polished surface of an antique display case. His eyes, already bloodshot, seemed to hold a wilder glint, a desperate, cornered animal look that was usually reserved for the moments just before the change. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, mingling now with the faint, musky scent of ozone. He stood up abruptly, scattering the almanacs across the floor like discarded autumn leaves. The gentle quiet of the archive, once soothing, now felt like a suffocating blanket. The distant subway rumble was no longer just a vibration, but a deep, resonant growl, as if the very earth was joining in his growing unease. His mind raced, not with solutions, but with frantic, fragmented images of what could happen. The transformation, sudden and brutal, in the middle of the archive. The shredded clothes. The bewildered, then terrified, faces of any remaining staff. The security cameras. The utterly undignified spectacle of a creature of myth reduced to a public nuisance charge. The full moon, that celestial clock, was undeniably closer than any of his unreliable sources suggested. And Silas Blackwood, the perpetually exhausted werewolf, was running out of time. Chapter 3. The town's peculiar historian. The growing, almost physical hum within Silas Blackwood. A low thrum that vibrated not just in his ears, but deep in his very marrow, was a far more persuasive calendar than any digital app or brittle almanac. The metallic tang in the air, the exaggerated sharpness of every sound, the subtle thickening of his own skin, these were signs he could no longer dismiss as mere products of his sleep-addled mind. He needed an answer, a definitive confirmation, and the chaotic digital realm had failed him. He needed an authority, someone who dealt in the strange, the esoteric, the truths that lay just beyond the mundane. He needed Professor Alastair Finch. Professor Finch was less a historian and more a walking, breathing compendium of forgotten curiosities, an academic anachronism nestled in a quiet, ivy-choked street on the older, less fashionable side of the city. His address, scrawled on a yellowed index card, Silas had found tucked into a rarely consulted volume on municipal drainage systems, led to a tall, narrow townhouse that seemed to lean precariously, as if perpetually on the verge of collapsing into a pile of arcane knowledge. The doorbell chime, when Silas pressed it, sounded less like a polite summons and more like a rusty asthmatic cough. The door eventually creaked open, revealing a man who appeared to be composed entirely of tweed, spectacles, and an impressive amount of white hair that seemed to defy gravity. This was Professor Finch, his eyes magnified by thick lenses, twinkling with an unsettling blend of sharp intellect and gentle madness. His study, into which Silas was ushered with a wave of a hand that smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and old leather, was a dizzying testament to a life spent in pursuit of the obscure. Books teetered in precarious towers on every available surface, ancient maps unrolled across the floor, threatening to trip the unwary, and peculiar scientific instruments, their brass gleam dulled by dust, nestled amongst piles of annotated manuscripts. A faint, almost imperceptible ticking came from a dozen different clocks, each displaying a different time zone, none of them seemingly accurate for the present moment. Silas stood awkwardly amidst the scholarly chaos, his exhaustion making the very act of standing feel like an Olympic feat. The air was thick with the scent of paper decay, strong tea, and something indefinably earthy, perhaps from the potted, unidentifiable ferns that clung to the windowsills like leafy sentinels. "Ah, Mr. Blackwood," Professor Finch chirped, his voice surprisingly robust for a man of such apparent antiquity. He gestured vaguely at a chair piled high, with what looked like astrological charts and a very dusty bust of Aristotle. "Do forgive the organized disarray. One simply accumulates. Now, you mentioned on the telephone a query regarding unusual lunar phenomena and their effect on biological rhythms." The professor steepled his fingers, his gaze unnervingly direct. Silas had phrased his inquiry with all the carefully chosen academic euphemisms his tired brain could muster, hoping to sound merely scholarly, not desperately afflicted. "Yes, Professor," Silas began, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'm encountering some discrepancies in my research, you understand, regarding lunar cycles. Specifically, the precise timing of the full moon. He paused, rubbing his temples. And perhaps the anecdotal effects of certain lunar phases on memory, or rather the lacking of memory concerning said phases. Professor Finch leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Memory, you say? Ah, a fascinating tangent. Many ancient cultures believed the moon, particularly in its fullest aspect, to be a harbinger of not only madness, but also, paradoxically, of profound forgetfulness. Not a loss of memory, mind you, but a sort of lunar amnesia, a selective blindness to its own powerful influence. He plucked a heavy leather-bound volume from a precarious stack, blowing a cloud of dust that made Silas suppress a cough. Consider the forgetful wolf of Fenris, a Norse legend rarely documented, but orally transmitted among certain isolated communities. A great shape-shifting beast, cursed with such a consuming hunger for knowledge that he devoured not only his enemies, but also the very concept of time. He would awaken from his transformations utterly bewildered, having forgotten the very celestial trigger that unleashed his power. A tragic figure, truly. Imagine to be so potent, yet so unpunctual. The professor chuckled, a dry, papery sound. Silas felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The professor, with his absurd stories, was hitting uncomfortably close to home. And this lunar amnesia, Silas prompted, trying to sound detached. Is it a recognized phenomenon? Oh, by certain circles, absolutely, Professor Finch replied, flipping through the ancient book. Less so in your conventional astronomical almanacs, naturally. More in the realm of obscure folklore, medicinal texts from the Renaissance that dealt with lunacy, and the highly redacted journals of a few particularly adventurous naturalists from the 18th century who, shall we say, strayed off the beaten path of empirical observation. He found a page, its vellum yellowed and brittle, covered in faded ornate script, and a rather crude drawing of a wolf staring blankly at a moon. Here, ablucio lunae, or moonwash, a condition said to afflict those beings intimately tied to the lunar cycle, yet who have, through their own hubris, or more commonly, through prolonged exposure to unnatural environments such as the ceaseless clamor of a burgeoning metropolis, become profoundly disconnected. Their physical form responds, yes, the change is inevitable, but their conscious mind, dulled by artificial light and the endless drone of human invention, simply forgets the schedule. It's a rather exquisite cosmic joke, wouldn't you say? The beastly becomes bureaucratic. Silas could feel the blood draining from his face. Or perhaps it was just the cumulative effect of his near-permanent state of wakefulness. Zoa, a creature, could forget the full moon was happening. He managed, his voice barely a whisper. Indeed, Professor Finch nodded sagely, adjusting his spectacles. Not a conscious act, mind you. More a profound desynchronization. The body screams, the senses heighten, the bones begin their dreadful work, but the intellect, preoccupied with mundane concerns, bills, appointments, the precise number of grains in one's morning, porridge, fails to register the cosmic significance. It's a form of cosmic procrastination, if you will. The ultimate form of I'll get to it later, until later is now. And now is rather inconveniently full of fur. A deep, involuntary growl rumbled in Silas's chest, surprising even himself. It was faint, muffled by his fatigue, but undeniably there. Professor Finch's eyes, even behind the thick lenses, seemed to gleam with a new, sharper awareness. He didn't flinch, didn't appear alarmed. Instead, a slow, knowing smile spread across his face, like the first tentative light of dawn. Ah, yes, the professor murmured, his gaze drifting towards a large, ornate astrolabe positioned near a window, its brass rings glinting in the dim light. I believe your research discrepancies are rather immediate. The moon is exceptionally strong tonight, Mr. Blackwood. A super-harvest moon, as some call it, though I prefer the more archaic moon of undoing. It has been quietly gaining strength all day, its influence amplified by its proximity. Your modern apps and almanacs, bless their digital hearts, often fail to account for such rare energetic surges. They track the predictable, not the potent. Your bones, however, they track the truth. Silas felt a surge of pure, unadulterated dread, a raw, primal fear that cut through the haze of his exhaustion like a knife. Tonight, he choked out, the word thick with disbelief and a horrifying certainty. But the almanacs, the apps, they said 2 days. Or that it passed. They were all wrong? Professor Finch waved a dismissive hand. They operate on simplified models, my dear boy. They account for the visible, the charted. They don't account for the subtle whispers of ancient magic or the sheer, brute force of a moon that decides, on a whim, to draw closer. Your body, however, is an ancient instrument. It feels the pull. Your memory issues regarding the lunar calendar are merely a symptom of your profound disconnection. A side effect of living a creature of the wild in a concrete jungle, perpetually deprived of the very thing that recharges your essence. He tapped the old book. The Ablucio Lunae is a cruel trick indeed. It makes you forget the very warning signs that would allow you to prepare, to find a secluded place, to secure your personal effects. He gestured vaguely at Silas's trousers. The thought of his human clothes being irrevocably shredded filled Silas with a strange, mundane despair. He was less concerned about the transformation itself than the sheer inconvenience of it occurring in an urban setting. So, there's no way to delay it? Or mitigate the effects of the forgetfulness? He asked, desperate. Professor Finch leaned back, stroking his chin. Delay? My dear fellow, one does not delay the tide, nor the sunrise. Mitigation, huh? Now that's a more interesting question. The ancient texts speak of rituals involving obscure herbs and chants, but most of those are mere superstitions or require ingredients long extinct, or involve dancing naked under the stars while reciting forgotten dialects. Hardly practical for the modern, urban-dwelling lycanthrope, I imagine. He paused, his eyes twinkling. Unless you happen to have a spare badger's tooth and a vial of dew collected from a gravestone at midnight. Silas shook his head, a wave of profound weariness washing over him, intensified by the terrifying certainty that his time was rapidly running out. The idea of dancing naked under the stars, even if he possessed the herbs and teeth, seemed monumentally taxing in his current state. He could barely stand. However, the professor continued, oblivious to Silas's internal turmoil. The primary cure for the Ablucio Lunae was simply a return to one's primal nature, living by the moon, not merely observing it, connecting with the wild, sleeping under the open sky, letting the natural rhythm recalibrate your internal clock. But that, too, is a tall order in a city where the sky is perpetually blurred by light pollution and the only wild nature is a particularly aggressive pigeon. He gave another dry chuckle. The irony is not lost on me, Mr. Blackwood. To be a creature of the night, yet unable to sleep through it. To be bound to the moon, yet to forget its very schedule. It speaks volumes of the modern condition, wouldn't you say? Silas could only nod, his mind reeling. The professor, for all his eccentricities, had confirmed his worst fears. The subtle aches, the heightened senses, The insistent inner thrum, they were not phantom symptoms of his chronic sleeplessness, but the undeniable harbingers of his immediate, unscheduled transformation. The full moon was not 2 days away. It was, quite literally, upon him. And he, Silas Blackwood, the sleep-deprived werewolf, had utterly, spectacularly forgotten the sheer indignity of it. He was a ticking, furry time bomb, set to explode in the middle of a bustling metropolis, and all because his brain was too tired to remember to check a celestial calendar. He mumbled his thanks, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Professor Finch merely smiled, a knowing, slightly amused expression on his face. "Do try not to cause too much inconvenience, Mr. Blackwood," he advised gently, as Silas stumbled towards the door, his mind already racing with the frantic, impossible question of where one might discreetly undergo a painful public metamorphosis in the heart of a city that never truly slept. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, and the faint scent of ozone was undeniable. The professor's last words, delivered with a detached academic air, echoed in Silas's ears as he pulled the heavy door shut. "And do try to get some rest. It really does wonders for the memory." Chapter 4. A howling dilemma. The air outside Professor Finch's peculiar townhouse tasted different, sharper, almost electric, as Silas Blackwood stumbled back onto the cobbled street. The metallic tang that had been a faint suggestion in the archives and a subtle undertone in the professor's study was now a pronounced, almost coppery taste on his tongue. It mingled unpleasantly with the lingering scent of stale pipe tobacco and arcane dust. The moon, despite his efforts to avoid its gaze for years, was undeniably fuller than his memory had permitted. It hung low in the bruised twilight sky, a monstrous incandescent pearl, its light not merely illuminating the city, but seemingly pressing down upon it, suffusing every shadow with an ominous glow. This was not the gentle, benign orb of children's lullabies. It was a celestial furnace, subtly twisting the very fabric of his being. His legs, already weary from a lifetime of sleeplessness, felt strangely heavy, yet simultaneously light, as if his bones were suddenly imbued with an unnatural density. Each step on the uneven pavement sent a jolt up his spine, a jolt that resonated with a nascent ache in his hip joints. He clutched his side, a dull, spreading warmth blooming beneath his ribs. It wasn't pain, not yet, but a profound discomfort, like an ill-fitting suit of armor shrinking around him. His suit, in fact, is perfectly respectable if slightly rumpled, archival tweed, already felt tight across his shoulders. He tugged at his collar, feeling a sudden, intense itch at the back of his neck, a prickle that he initially dismissed as an overdue need for a shower, but which rapidly intensified into something far more unsettling. He desperately needed a moment of quiet, a place to think, to process the horrifying, undignified reality of his situation. His eyes, despite their perpetual bloodshot haze, seemed to be taking in an alarming amount of detail. The worn brickwork of the buildings, the individual flecks of glitter on a child's discarded toy, in the gutter, the precise hue of a pigeon's iridescent neck. All these mundane minutiae were suddenly rendered with a startling, almost painful clarity. The city, usually a dull, roaring blur to his exhausted senses, was now a kaleidoscope of overwhelming stimuli. He could hear the distinct rhythm of conversations from an open window 2 stories above, the soft scrape of a delivery truck's tires on asphalt a block away, and the incessant, irritating drip of a leaky faucet from somewhere within the townhouse he had just departed. Every sound, every flicker of light, every scent was amplified, assaulting his ears and eyes and nose with an unbearable intensity. It was like his body had suddenly ripped open all its input channels to maximum volume, without consulting the primary operator. His internal compass, usually oriented by the comforting smell of old paper and the distant hum of the municipal archive, was now completely off kilter. He just needed egg somewhere. His apartment was too far, and the idea of transforming in a confined space above a bakery, risking a full-scale culinary disaster and terrifying the local populace, was deeply unappealing. His mind, still stubbornly clinging to normalcy despite the growing chaos within, craved the illusion of a public space, a place where he could perhaps blend in for a few more precious minutes, long enough to formulate a plan. And so, poorly by instinct, he found himself drawn towards the warm, golden glow of the daily grind, a bustling cafe he usually avoided due to its relentless cheerfulness and the sheer volume of human chatter. The cafe was, predictably, a sensory nightmare. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of caramel lattes, the sharp bitterness of espresso, and the sickly sweet perfume of several patrons, all mingling with the faint, unsettling scent of ozone that now seemed to cling to Silas himself. The clatter of ceramic on saucers, the hiss of the espresso machine, the murmur of 100 conversations, the insistent, jaunty strains of an indie folk band playing over the speaker set was a cacophony that grated on his newly hyper-attuned ear. He winced, a brief, involuntary grimace that he hoped no one noticed. He joined the end of the perpetually long queue, attempting to fold his hands casually in front of him, though his fingers felt strangely stiff, his knuckles prominent. The small hairs on the back of his hands seemed to be standing on end, bristling imperceptibly. He felt a phantom warmth spreading through his palms, as if an inner fire was being stoked. "Next!" a chipper barista called out, her voice unnaturally loud to Silas's ears. He shuffled forward, trying to keep his movements fluid, but his limbs felt heavy, disjointed. He could feel the fine hairs on his arms prickling, responding to an unseen current, or perhaps to the amplified energy of the moon of undoing Professor Finch had mentioned. He tried to think of a simple order, something innocuous. "A black coffee, please," he managed, his voice a little deeper than usual, a faint rasp beneath the words. The barista, a young woman with a meticulously curated ponytail and a name tag reading Chloe, barely registered him, her eyes already scanning the next customer. This was a blessing. Anonymity was his only shield. He retreated to a small, uncomfortably low table near a window, a corner that offered little actual privacy, but felt to his increasingly besieged senses like a temporary sanctuary. He gripped the warm ceramic mug of black coffee, the heat a strange comfort against the growing chill in his bones. His mind, usually a chaotic swirl of half-formed thoughts and forgotten anxieties, was now disturbingly clear, focused with laser-like precision on the predicament. He had to get out. He had to find somewhere utterly deserted. But where, in this ceaselessly churning metropolis, could a man transform into a beast without attracting unwanted attention? A city park after dark was perhaps too obvious, too cliched, and undoubtedly frequented by late-night dog walkers and amateur astronomers. The alleyways were cramped and public. The riverfront, tempting as it might be, offered too little cover. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his left shoulder, followed by an unmistakable tearing sensation beneath his skin. He gasped, a small, involuntary sound that was thankfully drowned out by the cafe's din. He subtly reached to touch the spot, feeling a distinct lump, a rigid knot of muscle or bone, emerging from beneath the surface. It was moving, growing. He stared blankly at the condensation forming on the window pane, trying to focus on anything but the excruciatingly precise biological re-engineering occurring within him. This was it, the true beginning, and he was still sitting at a tiny, wobbly caf table, surrounded by cheerfully oblivious humans. The sheer absurdity of it struck him, a wave of dark, almost hysterical amusement bubbling up from his chest. quickly suppressed by a fresh surge of agony. He was less a fearsome creature of the night and more a man suffering from an acute and profoundly inconvenient case of spontaneous osteogenesis. He tried to subtly stretch his fingers, which felt increasingly rigid. The nails, he noticed, were already thicker, duller, losing their human sheen. He resisted the urge to inspect them more closely. He needed to appear utterly normal. He took a sip of his coffee, forcing a placid expression onto his face, though his jaw felt strangely tight, his teeth aching with a phantom pressure. The coffee, moments ago a bitter comfort, now tasted like lukewarm pond water, its nuanced flavors utterly lost to his rapidly changing palate. He could smell the subtle chemical notes of the cleaning products used on the tabletops, the faint, acrid scent of old grease from the pastry case, the individual aromas of at least 3 different human perfumes wafting from the nearby tables. His nose was, quite literally, running on overdrive. A woman at the next table, engrossed in a video call, laughed loudly, her voice grating on his ears like sandpaper. He could hear the faint, tinny echo of the voice on her phone and the soft, almost imperceptible rustle of her coat fabric as she shifted. His gaze drifted to her face, and he noticed, with alarming clarity, the tiny, almost invisible pores on her cheek, the faint network of capillaries beneath her skin. This level of visual detail was unnerving. He felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to sniff the air, to gather more information, to identify the precise source of every scent, every sound. It was an instinct he hadn't fully felt in years, dulled as it had been by the suffocating haze of urban life and perpetual exhaustion. But now it was back, fierce and insistent, a primal hunger for sensory data. His spine arched involuntarily, a deep, unsettling stretch that felt as if his vertebrae were being realigned by an invisible hand. He grunted, quickly disguising it as a cough, and hoped his fellow patrons had not noticed. The woman on the video call, however, paused her conversation, her eyes flicking towards him with a brief, curious glance. Silas quickly hunched forward, pretending to be deeply engrossed in a particularly challenging crumb on his table. He could feel his shoulder blades subtly shifting, expanding. The fabric of his jacket stretched taut, protesting the sudden, unnatural growth beneath. He was going to burst out of these clothes, and sooner rather than later. The thought brought a fresh wave of dry, fatalistic humor. He was about to undergo a full-blown lycanthropic transformation, and his primary concern was the destruction of his perfectly good tweed jacket. The insistent itching at the back of his neck had spread, radiating across his scalp. His skin felt too tight, too small, as if he were shedding an old, uncomfortable layer. He discreetly reached up, and his fingers brushed against something coarse, bristly. Hair, Dodgy. Not his usual fine human hair, but something thicker, darker, sprouting with terrifying speed. He could feel the faint, prickling sensation of it. An utterly alien sensation. The metallic tang in his mouth was growing stronger, accompanied by a sudden, intense thirst that coffee could not possibly quench. He wanted water, cold and clean, from a mountain spring, not this tepid, chemically infused urban offering. His jaw ached, a deep, bone-deep throbbing, and he realized he was unconsciously grinding his teeth. He forced himself to breathe slowly, deeply, trying to calm the frantic, animalistic urges that were beginning to ripple through him. The air seemed thin, insufficient. He felt an overwhelming urge to howl, a deep, visceral need to release the pressure building within his chest. The thought was so absurd, so utterly out of place in this brightly lit civilized space, that it almost made him laugh. A howling werewolf in a coffee shop. It had the makings of a truly viral, deeply embarrassing video. He could already picture the headlines: Sleep-Deprived Lycanthrope Forgets Calendar, causes minor panic over pastries. A child at a nearby table dropped a spoon, and the clatter reverberated through Silas's head like a gunshot. He flinched, his head snapping towards the sound, his eyes wide and instinctively narrowed, the pupils dilating more than seemed natural in the ambient light. The child's mother, a woman with a kind, tired face, merely offered him a fleeting, sympathetic smile, mistaking his reaction for simple jumpiness. Silas forced a weak, strained smile in return, hoping it didn't look like a rictus of agony. His teeth felt longer, sharper, dark. He pressed his lips together, desperate to keep them hidden. The low thrum of the city, which had always been present but easily ignored, was now a resonant hum within his bones, a vibration that felt like a tuning fork vibrating against his very skeleton. His muscles were twitching, rippling under his skin, independent of his will. He could feel his shoulders broadening, his spine lengthening. His fingers, now undeniably thicker, shorter, and ending in hard, blunt nails, were becoming clumsy. He risked a quick glance at them. They were covered in a fine, dark fuzz. Panic, sharp and cold, began to cut through the haze of his exhaustion. This was happening. Here. Now. Peaceably. No. Neither his eyes. He needed to move. He needed to get out. But the cafe was still packed. A dense thicket of human legs and chairbacks. The exit seemed impossibly far away, a beacon through a forest of oblivious humanity. Every second felt like an hour, every twitch of his transforming body a drumbeat to an impending catastrophe. He could smell the subtle shift in the air, a faint metallic scent that was not his imagination, but the ozone discharge of his own body reacting to the lunar influence. The very air around him felt charged, electric. He could feel the lunar energy pouring into him, a relentless, unyielding tide. His mind, in a desperate, final attempt at normalcy, conjured the image of Mrs. Henderson back at the archive, knitting her hydrangeas, completely unaware that her colleague was currently undergoing a profound, fur-related existential crisis in a crowded cafe. The thought was so absurd it almost made him laugh again, a sound that would undoubtedly emerge as a strangled yelp. His tongue felt too large in his mouth, his jaw too tight. He fought the urge to open his mouth wide, to test the newly sharpened sensation of his teeth against the air. He looked at his reflection in the cafe window. His face was pale, his eyes wide and bloodshot, but there was a new gleam in them, a wildness that hadn't been there before, even in his deepest exhaustion. His eyebrows were thicker, darker. His nose seemed to be subtly widening, flattening. The faint prickle across his cheeks was growing. He took a final, deep, shuddering breath, the smell of coffee and human sweat overwhelming. He had to make his move. The polite, sleep-deprived librarian was rapidly giving way to something far more primal, far less concerned with social decorum or the potential for a public nuisance charge. The Howling dilemma was no longer a question of if, but when, and more terrifyingly, on where. He carefully, painstakingly, pushed his chair back, the scrape of its legs against the tile floor, a deafening roar in his ears, and began the slow, agonizing process of extricating himself from the crowded cafe, his very bones protesting every movement. The moon was waiting, and so it seemed was his transformation. Chapter 5. The barber's secret, the clatter of ceramic on saucers, the incessant hiss of the espresso machine, and the tinny strains of indie folk music had transformed, in Silas Blackwood's increasingly agitated mind, into a cacophony of grating torment. Every sound was a hammer blow, every scent a nauseating assault. The warm, cloying sweetness of caramel latte now smelled like burning sugar, and the faint, underlying scent of old grease from the pastry case was suddenly as pungent as a slaughterhouse. His muscles, already tight and throbbing, felt as if they were coiling, twisting into unfamiliar shapes beneath his skin. The subtle prickle of burgeoning fur on his arms, had progressed to a distinct itchy growth, and his jaw ached with an insistent bone-deep pressure, as if his teeth were being slowly, painfully re-anchored. He was a human alarm clock, ticking irrevocably towards an undignified explosion of fur and gnashing teeth in the most public of settings. He had to move. Now, don't he? The thought was a raw, guttural imperative that cut through the haze of his exhaustion. With a desperate, almost imperceptible surge of adrenaline, he pushed his chair back, the muffled scrape of its legs against the tiled floor, a deafening shriek in his ears. Hi! He forced himself to walk, not run, towards the exit, his movements stiff and unnatural, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by a drunken puppeteer. Each step was a battle against the insistent pull of his transforming body, a valiant effort to maintain a semblance of human normalcy. He kept his gaze fixed on the glowing exit sign, an almost divine beacon in his darkening world. He could feel the eyes of the other patrons on him, or perhaps it was merely the heightened sensitivity of his nascent lupine awareness. A woman at a nearby table actually paused her video call, her brow furrowed in a slight, curious frown as he shuffled past, his tweed jacket straining ominously across his shoulders. He averted his gaze, trying to project an aura of profound, if slightly unstable, indifference. The fresh air outside was a shock, a cold slap against his rapidly changing face. The oppressive heat of the cafe was replaced by the crisp, electrically charged air of the late evening. The moon, that incandescent pearl, seemed to have swelled further, its light now painting the city in stark, almost menacing contrasts of silver and shadow. Every street lamp hummed with an audible buzz, and the distant rumble of traffic felt like a vibration directly beneath his feet. He could smell the exhaust fumes, the damp earth from a nearby planter box, the faintest hint of rain that might have fallen hours ago, and beneath it all, the increasingly potent, musky scent of ozone emanating from his own shifting form. His nose was twitching, involuntarily, constantly searching, analyzing. His mind, a chaotic kaleidoscope of desperate plans, finally seized upon the absurd, last-ditch suggestion Professor Finch had offered. A specialist in fur maintenance, the eccentric historian had mused, eyes twinkling, for those rather unexpected growth spurts. Old Bartholomew Barty Grimshaw, down on Grumble Alley, a proper artisan Barty, knows his way around a difficult coat or an unusually timed shedding season. The memory was vague, a forgotten detail from a conversation he'd barely registered, but now it surfaced with startling clarity, a beacon of improbable hope. i.e., a narrow, forgotten lane that snaked between the towering brick facades of the city's oldest buildings, a place usually avoided by polite society, smelling perpetually of damp stone and forgotten things. Silas forced his legs into a clumsy jog, the raw power building in his limbs making him awkward, unbalanced. He moved with a speed that was barely contained, a loping gait that felt increasingly natural, yet utterly foreign to his human self. He turned down Grumble Alley, the narrow passage swallowing him whole. The streetlights here were fewer, dimmer, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch with his own shifting form. The air was colder, heavier, charged with something unseen. He could hear the drip of water from an unseen pipe, the scuttle of something small and unseen in the refuse, and the faint, rhythmic snip of shears. The barber shop, Grimshaw's Gents Emporium, was a narrow, unassuming storefront nestled between a boarded-up pawnshop and a perpetually closed antique store that smelled faintly of camphor and despair. The sign, painted in faded gold leaf, was barely legible, and the single window was obscured by a thick, velvet curtain. A dim, yellow light glowed from within, casting flickering shadows on the cracked pavement. A small, neatly trimmed topiary in the shape of a remarkably well-groomed wolf sat by the door, a silent, peculiar sentinel. Silas pushed open the heavy wooden door, the bell above it jingling with a surprisingly cheerful, almost mocking sound. The interior was a curious blend of old-world charm and something subtly, unnervingly off. The scent of bay rum and shaving soap mingled with something else, something wilder, deeper, like damp earth and pine needles. The walls were adorned with antique shaving implements, framed certificates for master barber and canine connoisseur, and a bewildering array of taxidermied animal heads, none of which looked entirely familiar. A large, ornate barber's chair, upholstered in plush scarlet velvet, dominated the center of the room, facing a vast gilded mirror that seemed to ripple faintly in the dim light. Behind the chair, meticulously honing a pair of shears on a leather strap, stood a man whose appearance defied easy categorization. He was neither young nor old, his face a road map of subtle wrinkles, his eyes a piercing, unnervingly calm blue. His hands, gnarled and powerful, moved with a practiced grace that spoke of decades spent shaping unruly locks. He wore a crisp, white barber's smock, impeccably clean, despite the faint dusting of what looked suspiciously like very fine, dark fur on the polished floorboards around him. This was Bartholomew Grimshaw. He looked up as Silas entered, his movements unhurried, his gaze settling on Silas's face with an almost disconcerting lack of surprise. "Well, well, well," Barty rumbled, his voice a low, gravelly sound. "Look what the moon dragged in. Bit past your usual appointment time, aren't we, Mr. Blackwood? Or should I say, Mr. E. Blackford?" He offered a slight, knowing smile, a ripple of something ancient in his eyes. He clearly knew. Of course he knew. Silas swayed slightly, the effort of standing, of remaining upright, immense. The interior of the shop seemed to spin around him. His vision was sharpening, but also subtly distorting, colors seeming more vibrant, edges more defined, almost painfully so. The metallic taste in his mouth was now overwhelmingly strong, and he could feel a distinct pressure behind his eyes, as if they were being pushed forward in their sockets. He could feel the coarse hair growing on his hands, pushing against his skin, and the faint, undeniable lengthening of his fingers. He had to suppress a low growl that threatened to erupt from his throat. "Professor Finch sent me," Silas gasped, the words difficult, his jaw tight. I forgot. The schedule. The almanacs were wrong. The apps, they were all wrong. I need help. It's happening." He gestured vaguely at himself, his human form already a flimsy disguise. Barty Grimshaw simply nodded, unperturbed, as if Silas had merely come in for a slightly overdue trim. He gestured towards the opulent barber's chair. Sit. No need to stand on ceremony. Happens to the best of us, especially these days. All this artificial light, the constant hum of the city, the dreadful absence of proper, natural sleep, throws off the internal clock. The lunar one, specifically. He clicked his shears with a precise rhythmic snip-snip. "So, you've got a touch of the ablution lunae, do we? The lunar amnesia. Professor Finch mentioned you might be prone diction." Silas sank into the scarlet velvet chair, the plush comfort a fleeting relief before a fresh wave of bone-deep aches swept over him. His spine felt as if it was stretching, elongating, and a deep, burning sensation bloomed along his shoulders. He could feel the skin across his forehead tightening, pulling. "Is there anything I can do to stop it? Slow it down?" He pleaded, his voice thin with desperation. "I'm in the middle of the city. I can't transform here." Barty Grimshaw paused, his shears hovering. He leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a low rumble, though his eyes held a distinct glint of amusement. "Stop it, Mr. Blackwood. My dear fellow, One does not stop the tide, nor the sunrise, as the good professor might say. Once the moon decides to truly embrace you, there's no turning back the clock. You're on the express train to Fur Town. As for slowing it down, well, that's where the art comes in. He tapped his temple. Many old wives' tales, you see? Most of them quite useless. Some of them simply entertaining. He began to walk around Silas, observing him with a critical eye, as if sizing him up for a particularly challenging haircut. Now, some believe a strong aversion to silver can delay it, but that's largely poppycock. More for fending off hunters than for self-control, I find. Others swear by a hearty meal of raw meat just before the turn, thinking it will sate the primal hunger, but that just makes for a more energetic and, frankly, rather messy transformation. And the indigestion is truly dreadful for the next morning. Silas felt a profound, almost overwhelming hunger stir in his gut, a gnawing emptiness that mocked the sophisticated aroma of coffee he had just endured. His stomach rumbled audibly, a sound that seemed to surprise even Barty. "Ah, yes, I hear it," Barty chuckled, a deep, knowing sound. Always the first sign of an unpunctual transformation. The ravenous hunger. Now, here's what some of the more experienced clients have told me. And mind you, this is purely anecdotal, no scientific basis whatsoever. But it's often the unscientific advice that works best, wouldn't you agree? He picked up a small, ornate comb made of what looked like polished bone. Firstly, distraction. Absolute, utter, mundane distraction. Focus on the most incredibly boring thing you can imagine. The tax code. The precise length of garden slugs. The history of wallpaper, pasty tie. Silas grimaced. His life was already a monument to mundane distraction. His job at the archive was built upon it, yet it hadn't prevented his current predicament. "I've been distracted for years, Mr. Grinshaw," Silas rasped, his throat feeling scratchy, his voice a deeper timbre. "It hasn't helped." "Ah, but not with this kind of distraction," Barty said, tapping Silas's head gently with the comb. "This needs to be an active distraction. A truly irritating, mind-numbing task that demands every ounce of your focus, leaving no room for the primal urge to, shall we say, redecorate your skeletal structure. Some of my clients have tried counting grains of sand. Others, reciting the periodic table backwards. One particularly dedicated fellow would attempt to mentally list every single type of sock he'd ever owned, categorized by fiber content and heel reinforcement. Silas felt a new ache bloom behind his ears, a strange, stretching sensation. The very idea of counting grains of sand made his already exhausted mind feel like it was shutting down. And this delays it, delays the onset of the more unsightly parts. Yes, Barty clarified, peering at Silas's temples. Keeps the mind tethered, so the body doesn't entirely run amok. Think of it as a mental tourniquet. It won't stop the blood flow, but it might slow the gushing. The fur will still come, of course. Always does. And the teeth, and the urge to howl at the moon. But perhaps with slightly less dramatic flair. Less tearing of garments, more a gradual, somewhat dignified expansion. He gave a wistful sigh. Though dignity is often the first casualty of an unexpected lunar embrace, isn't it? He then picked up a small, exquisitely carved wooden brush. Secondly, and this is crucial for the aftermath, especially if you're keen on maintaining a semblance of civility, goy grooming. Even in the midst of transformation, try to focus on the self-care. It grounds you. I've had clients tell me that running their human hands, while they still have them, through the emerging fur actually helps to shape it, like a self-administered pre-style. Prevents matting, makes the eventual full coat more manageable. Less frizz, more flow. A good coat, even on a beast, reflects a refined sensibility. He gave a nod of approval, as if assessing an invisible pelt. Silas stared at him, bewildered. Grooming? While his bones were reshaping themselves, while his mind was screaming for a secluded, dark place to undergo agonizing agony? The absurdity was almost unbearable. You're suggesting I comb my fur? I'm transforming. Precisely. Barty beamed, as if he had just offered the secret to eternal youth. A brush, a good, firm bristled brush. Or if you prefer, simple comb. It's a psychological anchor. Reminds you of your human habits. A little bit of the mundane can go a long way in reigning in the magnificent. He paused, his eyes twinkling. Though I'd advise against anything too sharp. No razors, certainly, unless you're aiming for a particularly avant-garde, a symmetrical look. Not usually popular with the pack. From what I hear, the ache behind Silas's eyes intensified, and he felt a strange involuntary tremor run through his limbs. The thought of grooming himself while his body tore itself apart was so utterly wonderfully ridiculous that a faint, almost hysterical chuckle escaped his lips, sounding more like a strangled bark. His hands were already noticeably larger, thicker, the knuckles more pronounced, and a distinct coarse stubble was emerging on the back of his fingers. The fingernails, he could now clearly see, were dulling, thickening, becoming less human, more like rudimentary claws. And thirdly, Barty continued, oblivious to Silas's burgeoning internal crisis, as he picked up a small, intricately carved wooden pipe and began to tamp down some fragrant herbal tobacco. Find your ritual. Something comforting. A specific scent, a particular sound. Something that, even when the world is dissolving into a furry blur, reminds you of you. For some, it's the smell of old books. For others, a particular piece of music. For one of my regulars, it's the taste of a very specific, rather bland, unsalted cracker. He swears it helps him maintain a sliver of his human self through the most potent lunar influences. Silas Frose. Unsalted crackers. He had just thought about those earlier, his mind fixed on whether the local grocer still stocked them. Was this a genuine piece of folklore, or merely a bizarre coincidence? A side effect of his chronic sleeplessness, creating odd cravings. The line between the supernatural and the profoundly mundane was blurring at a terrifying speed. Now, about your immediate problem, Barty said, exhaling a plume of fragrant smoke that smelled of oak moss and something indefinably wild. You're rather far along. The moon outside is quite impatient. I'd suggest you find a secluded spot, and quickly, unless you're aiming for a viral video sensation. The city park, perhaps. Just avoid the dog walkers. They tend to get rather confused. He gave Silas a long assessing look, then frowned slightly. You know, you're looking a little mangy, if I may say so. Once you've had your moment, do come back. I do offer excellent post-transformation conditioning treatments. Keeps the fur shiny healthy, and helps with the shedding. Nobody likes a shedding werewolf. It's dreadfully untidy. Silas pushed himself out of the chair, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. The metallic tang in the air was now so strong it stung his nostrils, and a profound, bone-aching weariness settled over him, mingling with the burgeoning beast within. The barber's advice, while utterly absurd, offered a strange, dry comfort. Distraction. Grooming. Dice. Ici mundesisi. Didavik scheintesfein. Unsalted crackers. He was less a creature of terrifying myth, and more a highly inconvenient, perpetually tired pet in need of a good brushing. The irony was almost enough to distract him from the searing pain now radiating from his spine. He mumbled his thanks, pushing the heavy door open. the bell jingling with a sound that now seemed impossibly loud. The moon outside had climbed higher, fuller, brighter, casting the alleyway in an almost unearthly glow. His shadow stretched long and distorted behind him, already appearing less human, more elongated. He felt a deep, profound ache in his molars, a sign that the transformation was indeed progressing rapidly. The howl was building in his chest, a deep, primal thrum, desperately seeking release. He had no time. No time for contemplation, no time for planning, no time for dignity. He had only time to run, and to remember the unsalted crackers, perhaps. The thought was strangely comforting, a tiny, mundane anchor in the rapidly swirling chaos of his impending metamorphosis. Chapter 6. Moonlight Misadventures. The heavy wooden door of Grimshaw's Gents' Emporium swung, shut behind Silas Blackwood with a soft, ominous thud, leaving him alone in the damp, ancient chill of Grumble Alley. The barber's words, a bizarre symphony of practical advice and arcane wisdom, echoed in his ears, strangely comforting in their sheer absurdity. A distraction. Grooming. Goshtabe. Unsalted crackers. Silas Blackwood, a creature of primal instinct and raw, untamed power, was now less concerned with the hunt or the wild call of his ancestors, and more with the ignominious prospect of a public nuisance charge and the destruction of a perfectly good tweed jacket. The metallic tang in the air, once subtle, was now a sharp coppery burn in his nostrils, mingling with the scent of damp brick and decaying refuse. The moonlight, now streaming down the narrow alley like liquid silver, felt heavy, almost physical, pressing against his skin, pushing, pulling, demanding. His legs, which moments before had felt merely heavy, now pulsed with a nascent power, a coiled tension that made his every step feel like walking on springs. He could feel the fine hairs on his forearms, previously a mere prickle, thickening, darkening, pushing through the fabric of his shirt. He instinctively shoved his hands into his pockets, but his fingers, already elongated and uncomfortably stiff, protested the confinement. His knuckles felt swollen, his nails thick and blunt, scraping against the lining. He needed to move, and quickly, but the sudden surge of strength was paradoxical. It made his movements clumsy, too broad, as if his human vessel was suddenly too small for the burgeoning force within. He emerged from the alley onto a dimly lit street, a quiet thoroughfare usually reserved for late-night deliveries, and the occasional scurrying rat. But tonight, the city, as if sensing the lunar surge, was unexpectedly alive. A lone jogger, headphones clamped over his ears, pounded rhythmically down the pavement, his bright neon armbands a disconcerting blur in Silas' rapidly sharpening peripheral vision. Silas froze, pressing himself against the damp brick wall of a sleeping townhouse, trying to appear nonchalant, as if contemplating the architectural merits of a particularly ugly drainpipe. The jogger approached, his heavy breathing an amplified roar in Silas' ears, the soft kite thump-thump, thump-thump of his running shoes resonating deep in Silas' bone. He could smell the sweat, the faint tang of synthetic fabric, the subtle aroma of the energy gel the man had likely consumed. Every detail was overwhelming, assaulting his senses. As the jogger drew level, Silas felt a low, involuntary growl rumble in his chest, a deep, resonant sound that felt alien, yet exquisitely natural. He clamped his jaw shut, forcing it back, disguising it with a strangled cough, which only exacerbated the pressure behind his eyes and the ache in his teeth. The jogger, lost in his own world of rhythm and exertion, didn't even glance his way, a testament to the blissful obliviousness of humanity. Silas watched him pass, his head turning with an almost predatory swiftness, following the receding form until it disappeared around the bend. He leaned back against the wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps, not from exertion, but from the sheer effort of self-control. His human mind, though weary, was fighting valiantly, clinging to the thread of civility. He pushed himself away from the wall, the friction of his tweed jacket against the rough brick sending a wave of peculiar sensations through his already hypersensitive skin. His vision was almost painfully acute now, picking out every crack in the pavement, every discarded cigarette butt, every glint of dampness on the asphalt. He could hear the distant whine of a police siren, several blocks away, a sound that sent a jolt of anxiety through him. He imagined the headlines. Man-wolf hybrid apprehended for jaywalking, public indecency. The absurdity was almost enough to make him laugh, a dry, rasping sound that caught in his throat. His next encounter came as he attempted to cross a small, manicured park, hoping to cut through to a less populated industrial district. The park, usually deserted at this hour, was, to Silas' dismay, occupied by a woman walking a truly diminutive, yet exceptionally vocal terrier. The dog, a wiry ball of yaps and frantic energy, spotted Silas the moment he stepped onto the path. Its ears perked, its tiny tail stiffened, and it began a furious, high-pitched barking, its barks echoing disproportionately loudly in the unnatural quiet of the park. Silas instinctively lowered his head, trying to appear non-threatening, but his new powerful frame, the subtle shift in his posture, the primal scent now emanating from him, seemed to only further agitate the creature. The terrier strained against its leash, its barks escalating into a continuous, piercing shriek. "Oh, Pip, shush, darling," the woman cooed, tugging gently on the leash, her voice laced with the weary patience of a long-suffering pet owner. "He's usually so good with strangers. Perhaps he just needs a little space, yes?" She offered Silas a thin, apologetic smile, her gaze fleetingly snagging on the unusual bulk of his shoulders, which seemed to be rapidly expanding beneath his increasingly taut jacket. Silas tried to offer a reassuring nod, but his jaw felt too stiff, his lips reluctant to part. He could feel the familiar outline of his teeth, now subtly sharper, longer, pressing against the inside of his cheeks. He needed to avoid showing his teeth at all costs. He focused intensely on Pip, trying to mentally project an aura of utter boredom, of complete disinterest, of tax code and wallpaper paste. It was a futile effort. The dog, sensing the profound change, the raw, undiluted wolf essence, was in an absolute frenzy. It whined, it snarled, it pawed frantically at the air, its tiny eyes fixed on Silas with an almost hysterical mix of fear and aggressive curiosity. He walked past them, his movements unnaturally slow, agonizingly deliberate. Every muscle in his body screamed at him to run, to sprint, to give in to the wild, loping gait that was becoming his natural mode of propulsion. But he resisted, for the sake of appearances, for the sake of avoiding a panicked 911 call about a rogue canine enthusiast. As he passed, the woman, still struggling with her yelping terrier, muttered, "Honestly, some people just have a strange energy about them, don't they?" Pip. Silas could feel the low thrum of the dog's internal vibrations, its frantic heartbeat, the raw fear beneath its aggression. He wanted to respond, to explain, to apologize for his inconvenient metamorphosis. But all that escaped his throat was another strangled, uncomfortable sound that was half cough, half suppressed growl. He finally reached the other side of the park, his relief palpable. But the pains were intensifying. His spine felt like it was being stretched on a medieval rack, each vertebra protesting its rearrangement. His fingers were now undeniably claws, long and thick, pushing against the fabric of his pockets. He pulled them out, cradling them awkwardly, trying to hide them behind his back, but they felt monstrous, alien. The fur on his hands was now thick and dark, a velvety covering that extended up his wrists, visible beneath the too short cuffs of his tweed jacket. He needed shelter. Immediate, profound private shelter. His eyes, now possessing an almost infrared sensitivity, scanned the street. A bus rumbled past, its interior a brightly lit tableau of tired faces, oblivious to the drama unfolding on the pavement. Public transport was out of the question. The confined space, the close proximity to unsuspecting humans, the utter lack of dignity for a transforming creature. He imagined the horrified screams, the sudden lurch of the bus, the ensuing chaos. No, couldn't. Absolutely not. His gaze fell upon a peculiar, old-fashioned telephone booth, one of the last remaining relics of a bygone era, nestled at the corner of a quiet street. It was grimy, its glass panels opaque with years of accumulated urban grime. But it was enclosing. A desperate, absurd idea sparked in his tired brain. It was a temporary solution, a flimsy veil, but it might just buy him a few more precious minutes. He shambled towards it, his gait now undeniably less human, more hunched, more powerful. As he reached the booth, a sudden wave of dizzying pain swept over him, and his vision blurred. He stumbled, his clawed hand scraping against the rough brick wall of the adjacent building, leaving faint but distinct gouges in the old mortar. He inhaled sharply, a raw, ragged breath, and the scent of the city flooded his nostrils. Concrete dust, exhaust fumes, the distant faint smell of hot dogs from a vendor cart, and overwhelmingly, the musky, damp earth scent of his own rapidly evolving body. He pushed open the heavy metal door of the phone booth, the squeal of the hinges, a deafening shriek in his ears. He squeezed himself inside, the space cramped and suffocating. His shoulders, now visibly broader, pressed against the narrow glass panels, and his head brushed against the low ceiling. He could feel the fur erupting on his face, a burning, itching sensation that made him want to claw at his skin. His nose felt wider, his jaw distending, his teeth aching with a dull, insistent throbbing. He pressed his face against the cool, grimy glass, trying to look out. But his vision was distorted by the condensation of his own panicked breath and the blurring effect of his accelerating transformation. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to remember Barty's advice, distraction. He focused on the internal mechanics of the phone booth. The faint smell of stale cigarettes, the faint scratch marks on the old metal dial plate, the precise number of wires connecting the receiver. He tried to mentally count the individual beads of condensation on the glass. 1, 2, 3. His mind, however, kept veering off, consumed by the agonizing rearrangement of his skeletal structure, the tearing of muscle, the stretching of skin. A shiver, deep and convulsive, ran through him, shaking the flimsy booth. The moonlight, though filtered through the dirty glass, still seemed to penetrate, washing the interior in a sickly silver glow. He looked down at his hands, holding them up, rotating them slowly. They were no longer human. They were paws covered in dense, dark fur, the fingers thick and blunt, tipped with gleaming black claws. He flexed them, and the claws extended, clicking faintly against the glass. He felt a sudden, exhilarating surge of raw power, a primal urge to tear, to rend, to hunt. But then the human part of his mind, the exhausted, mundane librarian, reasserted itself with a shudder. Not here. Not now. A new challenge presented itself in the form of a small red button on the phone's console, labeled emergency. His wolf mind, sharp and alert, registered it as a target, something to be investigated, perhaps to be gnawed upon. His human mind, however, saw it as a potential beacon for unwanted attention, a direct line to the authorities. He fought the urge to push it, to paw at it. The sheer irony of an emergency werewolf in an emergency phone booth. It was almost too much. He was panting now, his breath coming in short, harsh gasps. The air in the booth was growing thick, hot, humid. His human clothes were becoming a torture chamber. His shirt strained across his broadening chest, the buttons threatening to explode. His trousers felt like a vise, restricting the powerful new muscles in his legs. He could feel his tailbone lengthening, a strange, uncomfortable sensation that made him want to arch his back and stretch. He had to get out. He had to find somewhere truly isolated. He leaned his head back against the cold metal frame of the booth, his eyes wide and wild, scanning the dim street outside. The world was now a tapestry of hyperreal details, every shadow deeper, every distant sound clearer, every scent more distinct. He could hear the low thrum of the city's power grid, the faint skittering of a rodent somewhere beneath the pavement, the almost imperceptible rustle of leaves on a tree branch a block away. His body was screaming, his instincts roaring, but his exhausted mind clung to one last, desperate thread of dignity. He was a werewolf, yes, but he was also Silas Blackwood, a man who preferred to avoid unnecessary drama, especially of the public. Fur-covered variety. He took another shuddering breath, the air burning in his lungs, tasting of ozone and primal urges. He pushed the phone booth door open again, the squeal of the hinges piercing his hypersensitive ears. He stepped out, his posture undeniably more hunched, his limbs thicker, stronger, but still trapped within the confines of his rapidly deteriorating human clothing. The moonlight poured over him, a relentless silver flood, and he could feel the shift accelerate, like a train gaining unstoppable momentum. The howl, a deep, mournful lament, was building in his chest, seeking release. He clamped his jaw shut, fighting it, but he knew it was a losing battle. The moon was a relentless mistress, and Silas Blackwood, the sleep-deprived werewolf, was rapidly running out of places to hide. Chapter 7. The Librarian's Lunar Conspiracy. The heavy metal door of the phone booth clanged shut behind Silas Blackwood, with a reverberating echo that grated on his newly hyper-attuned ears. The cramped space, which had offered a fleeting illusion of privacy, was now a suffocating prison. His shoulders, visibly broader and straining against the seams of his tweed jacket, scraped against the grimy glass. His head, which felt heavy and distended, brushed against the low ceiling. Every breath was a rasp, thick with the metallic tang of ozone and the damp earth scent of his own transforming body. He was no longer merely uncomfortable. He was being stretched, twisted, and reshaped from the inside out, a living sculpture undergoing an excruciatingly precise and profoundly public metamorphosis. He burst out of the booth, propelled by a sudden uncontrollable surge of strength. His gait was no longer merely clumsy. It was a powerful, loping stride, a series of bounds that covered ground with alarming speed, albeit with little grace. The human clothes were a torture. His shirt, already tearing at the seams across his back, felt like a vice. His trousers were tight, restricting the sudden, immense power in his legs, which now felt disproportionately long and thick. The howl, a deep, mournful lament, was building in his chest, vibrating in his throat. Desperate for release, he clamped his jaw shut, digging his new blunt claws into his palms, fighting the primal urge, his human mind screaming in protest against the indignity of it all. He was a creature of myth, reduced to a desperate dash through a city perpetually on the verge of an ill-timed public outburst. The moonlight, now a brilliant, unholy white, bathed the deserted streets in an almost theatrical glow, casting his elongated, monstrous shadow before him. He moved through the urban labyrinth like a phantom, his senses blazing. He could hear the faint, rhythmic creak of a distant traffic light, the low hum of power lines overhead, the delicate flutter of a moth's wings against a street lamp. Every shadow seemed to writhe with imagined threats, every distant rustle a potential witness. He veered into a side street, hoping for anonymity, but encountered a solitary street cleaner, methodically pushing his cart, his head bowed in quiet industry. Silas flattened himself against a dark wall, trying to merge with the shadows, but his new, powerful form felt impossibly large, too obvious. He held his breath. The cleaner's rhythmic sweeping sounds filling his world, until the man passed, whistling a tuneless, cheerful melody. Silas let out a ragged, silent groan, his body aching with the effort of holding still. His destination, a desperate, final resort, was the public library. Not the archive, his usual haunt, but the grand municipal building, usually a hub of quiet activity. It was a preposterous idea. A transforming werewolf seeking sanctuary in a public institution dedicated to the quiet pursuit of knowledge. But his human mind, frayed and exhausted, clung to the last vestiges of its logical framework. Professor Finch had spoken of certain circles and obscure folklore. If anyone knew where to find such things, beyond his own professional purview, it would be Agnes Periwinkle, the library's night curator. The library's imposing facade, usually a symbol of civic pride, loomed before him, its entrance a cavernous maw of shadow. A single, anemic lamp illuminated the steps, casting long, distorted shadows of the ornate columns. The heavy oak doors were, mercifully, ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the night. Agnes Periwinkle, a woman whose stern demeanor belied a secret passion for the deliciously peculiar, often left them unlocked for early morning deliveries, or, as Silas suspected, for her own clandestine research into the more obscure corners of human thought. Silas lurched inside, the sudden quiet of the vast hall, a jarring contrast to the cacophony of his internal world. The air was cool, smelling of aged paper, floor polish, and a faint, cloying sweetness from a forgotten potpourri. Agnes was at her usual station, a large, polished mahogany desk near the main circulation, surrounded by towering stacks of returned books. She was a formidable woman, with spectacles perched precariously on the end of her nose, her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun that seemed capable of withstanding a hurricane. She was painstakingly cross-referencing a stack of index cards, her lips moving silently as she muttered to herself. She looked up as Silas entered, her gaze sweeping over his disheveled appearance, the faint sheen of sweat on his brow, the undeniable strain on his tweed jacket. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, lingered for a fraction of a second on his hands, which he instinctively tried to shove into his pockets, though they were too large, the claws too prominent. A flicker of something passed through her gaze, not surprise or fear, but a flicker of recognition. "Mr. Blackwood," she intoned, her voice a low, steady murmur that somehow cut through the roaring chaos in Silas's head. "You're looking rather, well, not yourself. And at this hour? The archive certainly keeps you busy." Her tone was devoid of judgment, merely an observation. Silas tried to speak, to explain, but his throat felt constricted, his jaw rigid, and his tongue too large. A low growl, deeper and more resonant than before, rumbled in his chest. He fought it down, forcing out a strangled, guttural sound that was meant to be a question. He gestured vaguely towards himself, then towards the darker, less frequented sections of the library. The esoteric and occult lore that he knew lay hidden in the labyrinthine stacks. Agnes Periwinkle observed him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. She then slowly, deliberately, removed her spectacles and placed them on the desk. "Ah," she said, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, a smile that seemed far too amused for the circumstances. "It's tonight, then. I had a feeling. The moon is quite assertive, shumtithanden." She rose from her desk, her movements surprisingly fluid for a woman of her age, and began to walk, not towards the main stacks, but towards a barely visible narrow doorway tucked behind a towering, rarely disturbed bookcase filled with dusty volumes on Victorian gardening. "Professor Finch did mention you might be prone to such chronological oversights," she mused, her voice soft, almost conversational, as if they were discussing the weather, rather than the imminent transformation of a man into a beast. "The ablution lunae. A fascinating, if inconvenient, condition. Follow me, Mr. Blackwood. I believe I have precisely what you require. Though I must confess, it's not strictly for public consumption. Silas followed her, his gait becoming increasingly difficult to control. His muscles were twitching, rippling under his skin, and his bones were aching with an almost unbearable intensity. The metallic tang in the air was now so strong it almost choked him, and the low thrumming vibration in his bones was a continuous resonant hum. His vision was starting to distort, edges blurring, then snapping into hyperfocus with alarming speed, like an old camera struggling to adjust its lens. He fought the urge to drop to all fours, to give in to the quadrupedal urge that was rising fiercely within him. Agnes pushed open the hidden door, revealing a narrow, spiraling staircase that descended into profound darkness. She flicked a switch, and a single bare bulb illuminated a small circular chamber. Its walls lined with shelves, crammed with books that looked ancient, forgotten, their titles faded and unreadable. The air in the chamber was thick, heavy, smelling not just of old paper, but of something deeper, earthier, like forgotten crypts and the faint scent of dried herbs. "This," Agnes announced, gesturing grandly at the shelves, "is our restricted collection, not for the faint of heart, or indeed, the casually curious. This is where we keep the books that challenge conventional narratives, and amongst them, a rather comprehensive section on, well, let's call it lupine anthropology, with a particular emphasis on lunar causality." She ran a finger along a dusty spine. "You'll find the usual folklore, of course. Transformation rituals, silver bullet anecdotes, the tedious obsession with full moons. But the truly interesting part, Mr. Blackwood, is the section on celestial manipulation." Silas struggled to maintain his footing, his knees feeling strangely wobbly. He leaned against a tall stack of books, their brittle spines crumbling slightly under his weight. He could feel his face stretching, his nose and jaw elongating, an utterly grotesque sensation. He touched his cheek, feeling the coarse hair that was rapidly erupting. He needed to understand. He needed an explanation beyond his own tired mind. Agnes pulled out a heavy leather-bound tome, its cover unadorned, its pages thick and yellowed. Modern astronomy, with its predictable algorithms and digital calendars, is frankly rather naive, she began, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, perfectly audible in the small chamber. "They track the moon as it appears to us, the celestial orb, following its predetermined path. But there are older ways of seeing, older societies. Secret societies, one might even say, though they prefer the term custodians of the celestial veil." She opened the book to a page filled with intricate diagrams of strange, wheeled mechanisms and complex, overlapping symbols that looked vaguely astrological. These groups, dating back millennia, understood that the moon's influence could be coaxed, directed, shifted, even. Not its physical presence, mind you, but its energetic resonance, its subtle gravitational pull. They devised methods, arcane and highly precise, using forgotten celestial mechanics and intricate lunar resonant artifacts. Think of it less as moving the moon, and more as subtly tuning its frequency, nudging its effect on our world. Silas stared at the diagrams, his eyes now gleaming with an unnaturally sharp clarity, struggling to make sense of the complex etchings. The pain in his teeth was becoming unbearable, a deep, insistent throb that pulsed with his every heartbeat. He could feel his gums receding, his canines lengthening, pressing against his lips. Their motives? Varied, often murky. Agnes continued, tapping a finger on a particularly elaborate drawing. Sometimes for agricultural purposes, ensuring favorable tides for harvests. Sometimes for political gain, subtly influencing the moods of populations during crucial historical moments. And sometimes, simply for the sheer intellectual satisfaction of bending a cosmic force to their will. It's a subtle art, one they've honed through the ages, passing down the knowledge through closely guarded lineages. They are the true lunar calendar makers, not your local almanac publishers. She looked at Silas, her eyes holding a deep, unsettling understanding. And one of the most intriguing, and for individuals like yourself, most frustrating side effects of this manipulation is what we now call lunar disorientation syndrome. For creatures intimately tied to the lunar cycle, whose very biology is dictated by its phases, these subtle nudges cause a profound disconnect. Your internal clock, your ancestral awareness, becomes misaligned. You forget the true schedule because the moon's energy isn't where it's supposed to be, according to its visible trajectory. It's akin to setting your watch by a clock that's secretly being manipulated by an unseen hand. Your body knows the truth, but your mind, trying to reconcile it with what it thinks it knows, simply lapses. Hence, the ablusio lunae. It's not your fault, Mr. Blackwood. Not entirely. You're merely a sensitive barometer in a manipulated atmosphere. Silas felt a strange mix of profound relief and simmering indignation. So it wasn't just his exhaustion. It was a conspiracy. A subtle, millennia-old conspiracy of moon meddlers, responsible for his ignominious forgetfulness and current agonizing predicament. The dry humor returned, a bitter, internal chuckle that was almost instantly overtaken by a fresh wave of searing pain radiating from his spine. His clothes were now stretched to their absolute limit, the fabric groaning under the strain of his expanding muscles and bones. The coarse fur on his face was a distinct itchy presence. He could feel his ears shifting, lengthening, pushing against the side of his skull. So, how do I get back on schedule? Silas rasped, his voice now a low, guttural growl, barely recognizable as his own. Agnes shook her head. That's the rub. Recalibrating such a delicate internal instrument, especially when the external influence is still fluctuating, is exceedingly difficult. Most of the remedies involve prolonged exposure to truly unadulterated lunar cycles, far from city lights and human interference. Or, in ancient texts, rituals that require a great deal of unperturbed concentration, and frankly, a very strong bladder. Neither of which seems particularly feasible at this very moment, given your rapidly developing hirsute challenges. She glanced at his straining jacket, and your sartorial integrity. I imagine. She closed the heavy book with a decisive thud. The important thing, Mr. Blackwood, is that you are no longer merely sleep-deprived. You are an unwitting victim of celestial bureaucracy. This information, I hope, offers some measure of comfort. Now I suggest you find somewhere less public. The full effect of tonight's super-harvest moon, as the moderns call it, is rapidly approaching. And this library, for all its quiet charm, is not designed for spontaneous mammalian transformations. Her eyes, though still calm, held a new urgency. Unless you wish to be the subject of a particularly riveting, albeit messy, late-night security camera incident. Silas nodded, a jerky, almost involuntary movement. The low growl in his chest was now an almost constant presence, and his vision was blurring, then sharpening, distorting the familiar shelves into a shifting landscape of dark shapes and gleaming eyes. He could smell the faint scent of fear on himself, mingled with the potent ozone. His teeth ached, his claws pulsed, and the overwhelming urge to run, to sprint into the night, was almost unbearable. He was no longer just forgetting the full moon. He was actively becoming it. He stumbled backwards, knocking over a precarious stack of pamphlets on local history. The human librarian, Agnes Periwinkle, merely watched him with a detached, academic interest, her face illuminated by the single bare bulb, a strange, knowing smile playing on her lips. "Do try to return the books when you're able, Mr. Blackwood," she called out, her voice calm and even. As Silas lurched back towards the spiraling stairs, his tweed jacket finally giving way with a series of muffled rips. And perhaps next time, consult the more obscure almanacs. They often hold the truer truths, even if they lack the polished sheen of modern inaccuracy. Silas didn't respond. He scrambled up the stairs, his paws now too large, too powerful for the delicate act of climbing. The moon, now visible through the skylight in the main hall, was an enormous blazing orb, pulling at him with an irresistible force. The howl was tearing its way up his throat, no longer containable. He was a creature unmoored, unleashed, and utterly, hilariously unprepared. Chapter 8. The apothecary's dubious remedy, the roar in Silas Blackwood's ears, was no longer merely the amplified din of the city, but a resonant thrumming that emanated from his very core, vibrating in his bones, threatening to shatter the fragile remnants of his human composure. His tweed jacket, once a bastion of scholarly respectability, had finally succumbed, ripping with a series of muffled, tearing sounds that, to his hyper-attuned hearing, echoed like gunshots in the silent, moonlit street. A profound, bone-deep ache radiated from his shoulders, now impossibly broad, and across his spine, which felt as though it was elongating, twisting into a powerful, unfamiliar curve. The coarse, bristly fur on his hands was no longer a subtle prickle. It was a dense, dark pelt, pushing relentlessly through his skin, covering his fingers, which had grown thick and blunt, tipped with gleaming black claws. He was a creature unmoored, unleashed and utterly, hilariously unprepared, a living, breathing, and rapidly furring monument to cosmic forgetfulness. He stumbled out of the public library, leaving behind the academic calm and the knowing, slightly amused gaze of Agnes Periwinkle. The heavy oak doors, which he had inadvertently left ajar, now seemed to mock his desperate flight. The moonlight, unhindered by street lamps in this quiet, older part of the city, poured down like molten silver, painting every shadow in stark, menacing relief. It felt less like illumination and more like a physical force, pressing upon him, pulling at the very fibers of his being, accelerating the agonizing shift within. His breath came in ragged, tearing gasps, smelling strongly of ozone and a musky, damp earth scent that was undeniably his own. He needed a solution, anything to stem the tide, to delay the inevitable, to simply buy himself a few more precious moments of human anonymity before the full horrifying transformation seized him utterly. His mind, a desperate kaleidoscope of fragmented thoughts, seized upon another of Professor Finch's whispered suggestions, a forgotten detail from his earlier bleary visit. For those who find themselves in an immediate predicament, the professor had murmured, and lack the necessary fortitude for a spontaneous moon bath, there is, I believe, an establishment on the periphery of the old market district, an apothecary, specializing in non-conventional remedies. Ask for the green vial. The name, conjuring images of bubbling potions and arcane concoctions, was absurd, but at this point, Silas would have sought out a wizard selling snake oil from a carnival tent. He had nothing left to lose but his dignity, and that, he suspected, was already rapidly eroding. Navigating the city in his current state was a nightmarish ballet of self-control. His legs, now throbbing with an immense, uncontainable power, yearned to break into a full sprint, a wild, loping run that would carry him beyond the confines of brick and mortar. But he fought it, forcing himself into a stiff, ungainly shuffle, his broad shoulders hunched, his head lowered, attempting to appear as innocuous as possible. He passed a late-night street vendor, grilling questionable sausages, and the rich, greasy scent, usually in an assault, now ignited a profound, almost painful hunger in his gut. a ravenous emptiness that mocked the sophistication of his intellectual pursuits. He averted his gaze, fighting the urge to snarl, to snatch, to give in to the primordial craving for raw, warm sustenance. His nose twitched uncontrollably, picking up a dizzying array of smells: stale beer from a nearby pub, the faint, sweet decay of fallen leaves in a gutter, the subtle metallic tang of car exhaust, and beneath it all, the increasingly pungent scent of his own wild transformation. Wild. He found the green vial tucked away in a shadowed alcove, a narrow, unassuming storefront nestled between a perpetually closed antique clock shop and a dimly lit, suspiciously quiet pawnbroker. The sign, barely legible in the moonlight, was indeed a crudely painted green vial, emitting a faint, sickly glow. The windows were opaque with grime, and hung with heavy, moth-eaten velvet drapes that seemed to absorb all available light. The air here was thick with a strange mange of scents. Damp earth, camphor, dried herbs, something vaguely chemical, and an underlying, unsettling sweetness that reminded Silas of decaying flowers. It was the kind of smell that suggested both ancient knowledge and imminent putrefaction. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, the hinges groaning in protest, the sound amplified to a painful shriek in his ears. A single, tarnished brass bell above the door gave a mournful, drawn-out clang. The interior was even more chaotic than Professor Finch's study. Shelves crammed with dusty, unlabeled jars lined the walls, filled with substances of unidentifiable origin, dried roots like gnarled fingers, shimmering powders that caught the dim light, preserved creatures floating in murky liquids, and bundles of desiccated herbs tied with rough twine. The air was thick with 1,000 conflicting aromas, each one assaulting Silas's hypersensitive nose with alarming clarity. He could pick out the metallic scent of iron, the sharp tang of vinegar, the musky aroma of aged parchment. And beneath it all, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper of something that smelled suspiciously like very old, slightly damp fur. Behind a high cluttered counter stood the apothecary, a figure as peculiar as the shop itself. They were neither overtly male nor female, their face obscured by thick, unruly dark hair that seemed to defy gravity, escaping from under a perpetually askew velvet cap. Their eyes, though mostly hidden, gleamed with an unnervingly shrewd intelligence, and their hands, long and thin, moved with a surprising dexterity as they meticulously ground something in a large mortar and pestle. Their clothing was a patchwork of dark, vaguely ethnic fabrics, adorned with a bewildering array of talismans and strange, clinking charms. This was the individual who dealt in the unconventional, the dubious. The apothecary looked up as Silas entered, their head cocked slightly to one side, their visible eye sweeping over Silas's tattered suit and the unmistakable bulk of his transforming frame. They showed no surprise, no alarm, merely a weary, almost bored recognition. "Well, well," they rasped, their voice a dry, papery whisper, like rustling leaves another late-night wanderer, and rather furry for the season, wouldn't you say? They gave a faint, knowing smirk, then gestured vaguely at a stool in front of the counter, belet high with what looked like dried mushrooms and a very large, suspiciously stained book on parasitic fungi. Trouble sleeping, I presume? Or perhaps trouble staying asleep, if the state of your raison is any indication. Silas stumbled towards the stool, his new, massive paws clumsy, his balance precarious. He tried to sit, but his broader hips and lengthening spine made the small stool feel like a child's toy. He opted instead to lean heavily against the counter, clutching the edge with his clawed hands, trying to conceal them as best he could. I need help," Silas rasped, his voice a low, guttural growl that was now almost entirely wolfish, a rough, gravelly sound that tore at his throat. "It's the moon. I forgot. The full moon." He felt a wave of profound self-pity, mingled with the agonizing physical shift. To be so powerful, yet so utterly undone by a simple lapse in calendrical diligence. The apothecary nodded slowly, their shrewd eye assessing Silas with unnerving precision. Ah, the moon wash. A common affliction these days. Although the artificial light, the constant clamor, the utterly inadequate hours of true slumber. It desynchronizes the internal timepiece, doesn't it? Makes one rather unreliable in their lunar observances. They picked up a small, ornate vial filled with a dark, swirling liquid that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. Professor Finch has sent quite a few of you recently. And that Barber, Barty Grimshaw, they always send the most memorable cases. Is there a remedy? Silas croaked, the words aching in his distending jaw. Something to stop it? To calm it? The howl was building in his chest again, a deep, mournful pressure that threatened to tear through his throat. His human clothes, now in tatters, offered no further resistance, hanging from him in shredded strips. The coarse fur on his face was now a thick, dark pelt, pushing relentlessly, obscuring his human features, and his ears were unmistakably pointed, twitching involuntarily at every subtle sound. The apothecary let out a dry, rustling chuckle, a sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Stop it? My dear, no. Once the moon decides to embrace you fully, especially a super-harvest moon such as this, there's no turning back. You are merely a vessel now. But comet, that is another matter entirely. We aim for a smoother ride, you see. Less tearing, more gradual expansion. Less howling, more a contemplative sigh. Dignity, Mr. Blackwood. One strives for dignity, even in transformation. They placed the small vial on the counter, its dark contents seeming to absorb the dim light. I have just the thing, the apothecary declared, their thin fingers reaching for a jar filled with what looked suspiciously like dried, shriveled eyeballs, a blend unique to this establishment, passed down through generations. A nocturnal nuanced nectar, as we affectionately call it, formulated to soothe the frayed edges of the soul, to quiet the primal clamor, and to allow for a more introspective metamorphosis. It won't stop the fur, mind you, or the teeth, or the urge to chase small squeaking things, but it will, ideally, make the process less traumatic for the surrounding populace and for your own delicate sensibilities. They carefully measured out a pinch of the dried eyeballs, a few pinches of shimmering iridescent powder, a handful of what looked like dried toadstools, and a generous sprig of something resembling black, withered moss into a small, chipped ceramic mug. They then poured boiling water from a kettle that hissed and steamed perpetually on a small, ancient hot plate. The water immediately turned a viscous, muddy brown, emitting a sickly, sweet, earthy odor that made Silas's newly sensitive stomach churn. The key ingredient, the apothecary explained, stirring the concoction with a gnarled wooden spoon, is lunar lotus dust, harvested, of course, only on the night of a waning crescent moon, from the shadowed side of ancient bogs. It has a peculiar affinity for calming overactive lunar receptors, combined with whispering willow bark, excellent for easing bone discomfort, though it tastes, shall we say, of despair and mildew and a touch of raven's dreams, which helps to orient the mind away from primal urges and towards more mundane, intellectual pursuits, such as the precise number of threads in a linen napkin or the historical origins of shoe polish. Silas stared at the steaming, murky brew. It smelled faintly of decay and something else, something cloyingly sweet and slightly metallic, like stale blood. He remembered Barty Grimshaw's advice, distraction, and Agnes Periwinkle's revelation. like a celestial manipulation. Was this potion part of the solution, or another layer of the absurd conspiracy? He felt a desperate urge to bolt, to find a truly dark, secluded place to writhe in agony. But the pain was intensifying, his muscles convulsing, and the howl was now a vibrating hum behind his teeth, threatening to erupt. He was past the point of discerning true efficacy. He merely craved a momentary reprieve, a single, blessed second of calm. How does it work? Silas rasped, the words now barely intelligible, his tongue feeling too large in his mouth, his teeth too sharp, too long, scraping painfully against his lips. The apothecary pushed the mug across the counter, its surface still sticky with unidentifiable residues. It works by confusion, primarily. Your body, Mr. Blackwood, is currently undergoing a magnificent, if somewhat inconvenient, biological re-engineering. It's expecting chaos, pain, primal release. This elixir, however, introduces a profound sense of mild bemusement. It's designed to make the wolf mind consider the more philosophical implications of its transformation, rather than merely indulging in destructive urges. It makes the fur sprout with slightly less aggressive enthusiasm, the teeth sharpen with a touch more contemplation, and the howl, well, the howl becomes more of a melodic lament than a terrifying roar. Think of it as a sedative for the savage, a philosophical tranquilizer. Silas picked up the mug, his new paws clumsy, the ceramic feeling strange and alien against his furred skin. The heat of the liquid, usually comforting, now seemed to sear his hypersensitive skin. He brought it to his lips, his nose wrinkling instinctively at the pungent, earthy odor. The first sip was an act of profound courage, or perhaps sheer desperation. It tasted exactly as it smelled, of damp earth, bitter herbs, and something metallic, like a mouthful of old coins. He forced himself to swallow, the viscous liquid coating his throat, burning faintly as it went down. A strange warmth spread through his chest, not a soothing warmth, but a peculiar, almost dizzying lightness. The incessant thrumming in his bones seemed to recede, replaced by a subtle, almost pleasant tingling. His vision, previously distorting and sharpening with alarming rapidity, now settled into a strange, almost dreamlike focus. The apothecary's shop, with its myriad of strange jars and shadowy corners, seemed to shimmer, its details becoming both clearer and more ethereal. He could still feel the pressure in his jaw, the stretching of his skin, the growing fur. But it was as if a thin, transparent veil had been drawn between his mind and the immediate agony. He was still transforming, yes, but with a detached, almost academic curiosity. He felt a sudden, profound desire to catalog every jar on the apothecary's shelves, to memorize the precise contents of each dusty container, to write a comprehensive treatise on the semiotics of dubious herbal remedies. His brain, exhausted from a lifetime of sleeplessness, now felt strangely alert, but focused on the most exquisitely mundane details. Barty's advice about distraction was unexpectedly resonant. The apothecary's tea wasn't stopping the change, but it was certainly redirecting his mental faculties in the most peculiar ways. He took another larger gulp of the tea, the taste still abominable, but the effect undeniable. The incessant urge to howl receded, replaced by a strange, almost meditative calm. He still felt the wolf churning beneath his skin, but it was as if the wolf was now preoccupied with contemplating the existential implications of its own fur density, rather than seeking immediate rampage. The pain of the transformation was still there, but muted, distanced, like a dull ache heard through thick cotton. The apothecary observed him with a faint, amused smile. Ah, yes, the contemplative calm. It allows for a more refined transformation. Less thrashing, more graceful unfolding. You'll find yourself less inclined to chew through doors, and more inclined to ponder the fleeting nature of urban infrastructure. A subtle but crucial difference, wouldn't you agree? They leaned forward conspiratorially. It does have one minor side effect, however. It tends to induce a craving for, well, let's just say particularly bland, unsalted food items. Silas froze, the ceramic mug clutched in his clawed hand. Unsalted crackers. Barty had mentioned them. The sheer, preposterous coincidence, or was it, as Agnes suggested, another layer of celestial conspiracy? The universe, it seemed, was determined to mock him with the mundane. He, a creature of primal might, was now not only undergoing an unscheduled transformation, but was doing so with a philosophical detachment and a sudden, overwhelming desire for flavorless biscuits. The irony was almost as potent as the tea itself. He finished the brew, the last dregs tasting like pulverized regret and forgotten dreams. He placed the mug on the counter with a clumsy clatter, his paws now too large, too unwieldy for such delicate gestures. The transformation was undeniably still progressing. His clothing shredded beyond recognition, his face now completely furred, his nose a wide, damp muzzle, his eyes gleaming with a primal fire. But the mental anguish was strangely muted, replaced by a profound, if absurd, sense of calm. He still needed to find a place to complete his metamorphosis, but perhaps now he wouldn't do so by tearing a swath of destruction through the city. Perhaps he would merely ponder it. "That will be 7 shillings, Mr. Blackwood," the apothecary rasped, their voice pulling him from his peculiar reverie. "And do try to return the mug when you're able. We're rather fond of it." Silas fumbled in his tattered pockets with his new awkward paws, eventually extracting a handful of crumpled bills, some of them ripped. He slapped them onto the counter, not bothering to count them. He simply needed to leave. He needed to find a place where he could philosophically transform without drawing the undue attention of the city's increasingly baffled denizens. The apothecary merely nodded, collecting the money with practiced ease, their eyes twinkling with a knowing amusement. Silas turned, his new, powerful limbs craving movement, and pushed through the heavy wooden door, leaving behind the peculiar scent of the apothecary and the profound, lingering taste of dubious remedies. He was still a werewolf, transforming under the full moon. But now, he was a contemplative werewolf, with a sudden, inexplicable craving for unsalted crackers, and a newfound appreciation for the quiet dignity of internal rumination. Chapter 9. The midnight chased the heavy wooden door of the Green Vial, the apothecary's dubious establishment, swung shut behind Silas Blackwood with a resounding clang that, to his now exquisitely sensitive ears, sounded like the final, mournful tolling of a death knell for his human existence. The air outside, charged with the electric hum of the city and the overpowering scent of ozone, stung his nostrils, each breath a raw, ragged gasp. His tweed jacket, already a tattered mockery of its former self, finally gave way with a series of sharp, protesting rips, shedding fabric like discarded skin. The remains clung to his rapidly expanding frame, a futile, pathetic attempt to contain the surging power within. He was no longer merely on the cusp of transformation. He was in its violent, unavoidable embrace, a living, breathing sculpture being reshaped by the relentless, unyielding hand of the moon. The apothecary's nocturnal nuanced nectar pulsed within him, a strange, dizzying warmth that muted the searing agony of bone and muscle rearranging themselves, replacing it with a profound, almost academic curiosity about the process. He could feel his spine lengthening, arching, his shoulders broadening with astonishing speed. The fur, thick and dark, was now a complete, bristly covering across his face, his hands, his arms. His nose had distended into a damp, sensitive muzzle, and his teeth, sharp and gleaming, pressed painfully against his lips, which felt swollen and alien. But beneath the physical metamorphosis, his mind, strangely detached by the tea's peculiar influence, observed the spectacle with a peculiar blend of horror and dry, introspective bemusement. "Ah, yes," he thought, "why the inevitable tearing of the elbow seams, a common structural failing in mass-produced menswear, utterly unsuited for spontaneous mammalian expansion." The absurdity was a thin, comforting shield against the raw, primal fear that lurked at the edges of his consciousness. The moonlight, an unholy brilliant white, now bathed the narrow street in an almost surgical glare, casting his monstrous elongated shadow before him. He was a creature of myth, lumbering through the quiet older part of the city, his new powerful limbs craving movement, release. But his human mind, fueled by exhaustion and a dubious elixir, was still clinging to the desperate hope of dignity. He needed to find a place, any place, utterly devoid of human eyes before the last vestiges of his control dissolved entirely. The howl, a deep, mournful lament, was a constant, vibrating thrum behind his teeth, seeking its freedom, but he fought it, clamping his jaws shut, the sharp points of his new canines scraping against each other with a sickening crunch. He burst into a frenzied, albeit ungainly, gallop down the street, his new paws, thick and powerful, pounding against the asphalt with a muffled guy-tud thud-thudging. It was less a graceful predatory sprint, and more a chaotic, desperate scramble. His senses, already on overdrive, were assaulted by a bewildering array of urban details. He could smell the faintest trace of stale beer from a distant pub, the acrid tang of exhaust fumes still lingering in the cold night air, the sweet, almost cloying scent of a forgotten flower bed, and beneath it all, the overwhelming musky aroma of his own rapidly evolving damp fur. Every sound was amplified, a jarring symphony of the city's hidden life, the high-pitched squeal of distant subway brakes, the rhythmic drip of water from an unseen pipe, the soft rustle of dry leaves skittering across the pavement. It was all too much. A barrage of input that made his transformed head throb with a strange, dull ache. He veered sharply into a narrow, unlit alley, hoping for the anonymity of shadows. The alley, usually a repository of discarded refuse and forgotten dreams, was now a treacherous obstacle course. Overflowing bins loomed like monstrous malodorous sentinels, their contents spilling onto the ground. He navigated them clumsily, his powerful new body too large, too unwieldy for the cramped space. His hind legs snagged on a discarded bicycle, sending it clattering to the ground with a deafening crash that echoed ominously in the confines of the alley. Silas winced a distinctly human gesture and glanced back, half expecting a furious garbage collector or a startled cat to appear. Nothing, only the overwhelming scent of rotting fruit and damp cardboard. Kazooch, a dreadful waste of perfectly good fermentation potential, his tea-addled mind mused, even as his muscles convulsed with a fresh wave of agony. He scrambled over a low brick wall, his newly strengthened claws digging into the mortar, leaving faint but distinct gouges. He landed with a heavy ketumpum in what was, to his dismay, a meticulously maintained suburban garden. A pristine rosebush, heavy with fragrant blood-red blossoms, was directly in his path. He tried to swerve, but his powerful, uncoordinated limbs carried him forward, and he plunged through the delicate foliage, thorns tearing at his already shredded clothing, and more disturbingly pricking his newly furred hide. A shower of rose petals, luminous in the moonlight, drifted around him like crimson snow. Oh, dear, he thought, Mrs. Henderson would be absolutely distraught. Such a shame to ruin a perfectly cultivated specimen, especially one of the Crimson Cascade variety, if my botanical memory serves. Then, his brain, in its heightened state of contemplative delirium, was focused on the most exquisitely mundane details. He crashed through a carefully constructed lattice of climbing vines, sending a cascade of potted geraniums tumbling to the ground, their ceramic containers shattering with a series of sharp, sickening cracks. He heard the faint, high-pitched yelp of a startled garden gnome as it toppled from its perch. His internal wolf howled its frustration, but his external, tea-infused human mind merely tutted. Well, that's another property damage claim for the insurance, isn't it? One hopes they have good comprehensive coverage. He felt a profound, almost overwhelming craving for a simple, unsalted cracker. The bland comfort a stark contrast to the visceral chaos erupting around and within him. He emerged from the ruined garden, leaving a trail of broken pottery and trampled flowers, and found himself in a narrow residential street. The moonlight was blinding now, pouring down from the zenith, a direct, merciless beam that seemed to accelerate his transformation exponentially. His snout felt longer, thicker, his jaw distended to an almost monstrous degree, and his ears, large and pointed, twitched uncontrollably, picking up the distant, almost imperceptible snoring of a resident, the gentle hum of a refrigerator, the faint ticking of a wall clock in a nearby home. Every human sound was a soft, intrusive whisper in his new, highly acute hearing. A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the street, a lone, late-night reveler, swaying slightly, singing a tuneless, off-key rendition of a forgotten pop song. Silas froze, pressing himself against the side of a parked car, his dark fur blending imperfectly with the deep shadows beneath the vehicle. He held his breath, the metallic tang in his mouth growing stronger, the urge to howl an almost unbearable pressure behind his teeth. The reveler shuffled closer, their voice growing louder, more jarring. Silas could hear the faint clink-clink of empty bottles in a bag the person carried, and the distinct, cloying scent of cheap gin. The human, utterly oblivious, stumbled past the car, narrowly missing Silas' headquarters, and continued their meandering journey down the street, their off-key singing fading into the night. Silas let out a ragged, silent sigh of relief, his fur bristling with the effort of holding still, of suppressing the primordial urge to bolt, to hunt, to make a quick, clean kill. His human mind, however, merely noted the poor vocal range and hoped the individual had a safe journey home, despite their questionable judgment regarding late-night solo serenades. He resumed his frantic, loping dash, his movements becoming more fluid, less human, more beast. His powerful legs carried him over obstacles with surprising ease, leaping over low fences, scrambling past garden sheds, his claws clicking against the pavement with a rhythmic, percussive sound. He was less running gate something, and more running gay towards seeing an unknown, desperate sanctuary. The chaotic chase was entirely self-imposed, a frantic search for seclusion in a city that seemed determined to offer none. He found himself in a network of dilapidated back alleys, darker, narrower, smelling strongly of stale cooking oil, damp concrete, and the faint, sweet decay of untold layers of history. This was the city's underbelly, forgotten by most, but now a vivid, terrifying labyrinth to his heightened senses. A terrified stray cat, black as pitch, darted across his path, its eyes glowing emerald in the moonlight. Silas snarled, an involuntary, guttural sound that ripped from his throat, a flash of primal instinct that momentarily overshadowed the tea's calming effect. The cat, reacting instantly, scrambled up a brick wall, its claws scrabbling for purchase, its small, frantic heartbeat a loud thrum in Silas' ears. He resisted the urge to follow, to give chase, to fulfill the primal mandate. No, his exhausted human mind interjected. That would be rather undignified, and probably quite difficult to explain to the local animal control. His transformation was now almost complete. His shredded trousers hung in ribbons from his powerful legs, his shirt a mere memory. His body was covered in a thick, dense pelt of dark fur. His tail, a powerful whip-like appendage, now twitched and swished behind him, an undeniable presence. His snout was fully formed, his canines long and sharp, his tongue thick and rough. He was a wolf, a powerful, imposing beast, but one plagued by a chronic lack of sleep, an unexpected craving for bland food, and a philosophical detachment from his own horrifying circumstances. The metallic tang in his mouth was almost overwhelming, and his muscles ached with a deep, profound weariness that settled over his massive frame. He rounded a corner, his powerful paws churning against the asphalt, and found himself face to face with a single battered rubbish bin. Its lid was ajar, and a distinct, almost tantalizing aroma wafted from within. Stale bread. His wolf instincts screamed Eichifuri, but his tea-infused human mind interjected with a weary groan. Stale bread? Truly? After all this? Perhaps a slightly more refined selection would be appropriate for a creature of such profound magical significance. The irony was not lost on him. He was a werewolf, yes, but a rather particular, discerning one, apparently. A small, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the ground, followed by a low, distant rumbling. The city was stirring, even at this late hour. A faint, anemic light was beginning to appear on the eastern horizon, hinting at the approach of dawn. The cruel mistress of his temporary freedom. He had to find somewhere, anywhere, to hide for the day, to escape the horrified gazes of the morning commuters. The chase was becoming more desperate, less contemplative. The tea's effects were subtly waning, and the primal wolf was asserting itself with increasing force. The howl, long suppressed, was now a painful, vibrating hum behind his teeth, demanding release, a guttural song of frustration and raw, untamed power. He plunged further into the labyrinth of alleys, his powerful body moving with a speed and ferocity he hadn't known he possessed, a monstrous shadow racing against the relentless creep of dawn. The city a bewildering, dangerous maze, and himself, a sleep-deprived werewolf, utterly, spectacularly lost. Chapter 10. The baker's unexpected ally, the final rending tears of Silas Blackwood's tweed jacket, were swallowed by the cacophony of his own surging transformation. He was a creature unmoored, unleashed, and entirely, catastrophically unprepared. The apothecary's nocturnal nuanced nectar still whispered through his system, a thin, transparent veil drawn between his agonizing physical metamorphosis and his oddly bemused consciousness. He felt his bones twist, his muscles bulge, his hide ripple with dense, dark fur, yet his mind, in its peculiar tea-induced detachment, noted the extraordinary tensile strength of his new sinews, and pondered the likely market value of such a resilient pelt. The howl, a deep, mournful lament, was a constant vibrating thrum behind his new gleaming fangs, but he fought it, clamping his powerful jaws shut, the sharp points scraping against each other with a sickening crunch. He was a wolf, yes, a magnificent, terrifying beast, but one burdened by the anxieties of an urban existence, a chronic lack of sleep, and an inexplicable craving for unsalted crackers, or, at the very least, something equally bland. He burst from the last of the back alleys, his powerful, furred limbs churning against the damp asphalt. The labyrinth of refuse bins and decaying brickwork had given way to a broader, quieter street, where the moon, a colossal, unblinking eye in the bruised velvet of the night sky, poured down its relentless silver light. Every distant sound a mournful hoot of an owl, the faint, tinny strains of a jazz saxophone from a hidden club, the whisper of wind through a row of skeletal trees was magnified to a painful intensity, assaulting his new hypersensitive ears. His nose, now a wet, glistening muzzle, twitched constantly, overwhelmed by the thousand distinct aromas of the sleeping city. The acrid tang of exhaust fumes, the sweet decay of forgotten fruit in a bin, the metallic scent of damp iron railings, and beneath it all, the rich, intoxicating aroma of freshly baked bread. The scent, warm and yeasty, cut through the clamor of his transformation and the sensory overload of the city with a sudden, startling clarity. It was a beacon, a primal lure that, despite the apothecary's calming elixir, his wolf mind instinctively recognized as sustenance, as warmth, as an anchor in the rapidly swirling chaos. It was the scent of the bakery beneath his own apartment building, the daily donut, perpetually disgruntled and perpetually emitting the aroma of baked goods that had for years been a mundane, comforting background to his insomniac existence. Now, however, the scent was a siren call, a promise of carbohydrates and a strange, comforting normalcy. He stumbled towards it, his powerful, ungainly body moving with a loping gait that was both clumsy and terrifyingly fast. His shredded human clothes, now little more than decorative rags, flapped around him like ghostly streamers. His muscles, bulging and taut beneath his new fur, ached with the effort of fighting the urge to simply run wild, to leap over obstacles, to tear and to rend. He could see the bakery now, a low, unassuming building, its single large window glowing with a dim yellow light from within, an incongruous warmth against the cold, silver light of the moon. He crashed into the heavy wooden delivery door at the side of the building, the impact shaking the old timbers and sending a shower of loose brick dust raining down. He let out a low, involuntary growl, a sound of frustration and desperation. The door, surprisingly, was not locked. Or perhaps it had merely been latched. It swung inward with a protesting creak, revealing a cavernous, flour-dusted interior. The air within was thick with the overwhelming, glorious aroma of yeast, rising dough, and the faint burnt sugar scent of caramelized crusts. To his right, towering stainless steel ovens hummed with warmth. To his left, immense kneading machines sat silently, their massive hooks smeared with dried dough. In the center, beneath a single, bare fluorescent light that hummed with a dizzying, irritating frequency, stood a figure. It was Mr. Henderson, the baker, a man of formidable girth and perpetually flour-dusted clothes, his bald head gleaming under the harsh light. He was kneading a vast mound of dough on a massive wooden table, his powerful forearms rippling with practiced ease. He looked up as Silas burst in, his eyes, usually narrowed with the weary concentration of a man who dealt in the precise alchemy of flour and water, widening for only a fraction of a second. There was no scream, no terror, not even surprise. Instead, a slow, almost weary recognition dawned in his gaze. "Well now," Mr. Henderson rumbled, his voice a deep, gravelly sound, surprisingly calm, bit early for deliveries, "aren't we, young fella? Or, perhaps a touch for the occasion?" He wiped his floury hands on his apron, which was itself a tapestry of dry dough and various unidentifiable stains. His eyes, fixed on Silas's now fully wolfish face, held a peculiar glint, a mixture of assessment and a deeply unsettling lack of alarm. Silas, fully transformed save for the ragged remains of his human clothes still clinging to his powerful frame, could only pant, his broad muzzle still attempting to articulate human words. A low whine escaped his throat, a sound of profound exhaustion and desperate pleading. His canine brain screamed for a hiding place, a dark corner, a burrow to escape the relentless moon. His human mind, however, still under the tea's peculiar influence, merely processed the fact that Mr. Henderson, the eternally grumpy baker, was displaying an unnerving calm in the face of a creature of terrifying myth. "Moon's a bit early tonight, eh?" Mr. Henderson continued as if discussing the weather. "Always messes with the schedule, that. Especially those super-harvest ones. Reckon you forgot to check your almanac, didn't you?" He chuckled, a dry, raspy sound that resonated strangely in Silas's sensitive ears. Happens. Less often than it used to, mind. People are more predictable these days. Less Lunar. He gestured with his chin towards a back door, barely visible in the dim light, set into the far wall. You're not the first to find yourself in a spot of bother, son, and you won't be the last, I'd wager. Silas stared at him, bewildered. The baker, his own landlord, knew? Not only knew, but was acting as if this was a common, if slightly inconvenient, occurrence. The full absurdity of his situation, layered with the apothecary's tea, the historian's conspiracy theories, and now a supremely nonchalant baker, threatened to overwhelm him. He let out a low, questioning growl, a sound that was less menacing and more profoundly confused. Mr. Henderson sighed, a sound of long-suffering patience. Look, I've seen it all, lad. From the frantic, furry sprints through the market square, to the poor devils who end up stuck in a chimney. Back in my day, well, let's just say there were fewer streetlights and a lot more enthusiastic transformations. Different world. Different business. He picked up a long, flour-dusted wooden paddle, usually used for sliding loaves into ovens. He held it casually, not threateningly, but with a practiced ease that suggested a familiar weight. Used to be a hunter, see? Not the kind with a rifle, mind. More specialized, a purveyor of peaceful solutions. Or failing that, containment. It was a good living back before the old ways started to fade. Before everyone got so civilized. He gave the paddle a gentle swing, but I retired. Knees aren't what they used to be, and the hours were dreadful. So now I bake. Silas could only stare. A retired werewolf hunter, who was now baker, and his landlord. The sheer, preposterous mundane reality of it was almost too much for his tea-addled wolf-enhanced brain to process. It felt like an incredibly detailed, profoundly boring dream. He felt a wave of profound, weary relief wash over him, tinged with the familiar dul-ache of his chronic insomnia. He was safe. For now. And the man who offered him sanctuary, who could easily have been his nemesis, was discussing his past profession with the same detachment one might discuss a preference for sourdough over rye. Now I gather you're not looking to cause any trouble, Mr. Henderson continued, his gaze piercing. Just a safe place to tide over, until the sun comes up and you can be yourself again. Don't worry, these walls are thick. Been handling all sorts for generations. Even the local rat population knows to steer clear when a guest is indisposed. He motioned again with his head towards the back door. Back through here. There's a storage room. Dark, quiet. Perfect for a long overdue nap, wouldn't you say? Nap. The word, usually a cruel taunt, now sounded like the sweetest lullaby. Silas felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion, a sudden, profound desire to simply collapse and succumb to the oblivion that had eluded him for so long. The apothecary's tea was allowing his wolf form to exist without the usual raging delirium, turning the primal urge to rampage into a quiet longing for rest. And Mr. Henderson added, walking over to a large wire rack, piled high with cooling golden-brown pastries, I imagine you're feeling a bit peckish. Happens to the best of us when the moon's got a hold, especially after all that running. Freshly baked teas. But for you, he reached into a large canvas sack on the floor and pulled out a handful of what looked like day-old croissants and several rather flattened muffins, their sugar glaze chipped. I've got some stay ones, less likely to give you an upset stomach in your current sensitive condition, and rather less messy, don't you think? A fresh croissant, all those flakes, dreadful to clean up when you're in a hurry. He held out a rather sad-looking, slightly squashed cinnamon bun, its spiral unfurling in a most unappetizing manner. The scent, though fainter than the freshly baked goods, was still profoundly appealing to Silas's newly heightened senses, a blend of cinnamon and sugar and dense, comforting dough. And crucially, it was blending. Not truly bland, not like an unsalted cracker, but certainly less aggressively flavorful than a fresh buttery pastry. It was a compromise, a perfectly mundane offering to a creature undergoing a celestial crisis. Silas hesitated for a moment, his wolf brain registering the slight staleness, the lack of immediate, hot crispness. But his tea-influenced human mind, still fixed on the absurdities, found the offer perfectly logical. He was a werewolf, yes, but a discerning one, a creature of refined palate, or at least one prone to peculiar cravings. He reached out a massive, furred paw, his gleaming claws extended, and gently, with surprising delicacy, took the stale cinnamon bun from Mr. Henderson's flour-dusted hand. Mr. Henderson watched him, a faint smile on his lips. Good. Now, through there, and try not to chew on the antique flour sacks. They're surprisingly resilient, but a dreadful nuisance to patch up. He gestured again to the back door, then returned to his kneading, the rhythmic thump, 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 thump of dough against wood filling the sudden silence. Silas, still clutching the stale cinnamon bun, turned and shambled towards the back room. The door opened into a cool, dry storage area, piled high with sacks of flour, sugar, and various baking ingredients. It smelled powerfully of wheat and warmth. A single, dusty window, high up near the ceiling, offered only a sliver of the moonlit sky, reducing its oppressive glow to a benign, distant shimmer. It was dark, it was quiet, and it was mercifully private. He felt a wave of profound, almost dizzying relief. He was safe. For now. And he had a stale cinnamon bun. He curled up amidst the sacks of flour, his powerful transformed body settling with a soft rustle. The pain of the transformation, though still present, was a distant hum, and the wolf mind, guided by the promise of shelter and the simple, peculiar pleasure of the stale pastry, began to recede, replaced by a profound, overwhelming weariness. He closed his large, lupine eyes, inhaling the comforting scent of flour and sugar, the cinnamon bun held loosely in one large paw. He was a werewolf, yes, but a tired one, a bewildered one, a creature of the night finally, mercifully, on the verge of his first real sleep in what felt like a lifetime. The moon, that celestial mistress, continued its silent vigil in the sky, oblivious to the fact that her ancient curse had, through a series of absurd urban misadventures and a highly dubious cup of tea, been temporarily subdued by the humble offering of a stale pastry and the unexpected kindness of a retired werewolf hunter. Chapter 11. The clock tower revelation, the stale cinnamon bun, a curious blend of comforting familiarity and mundane absurdity, had, for a fleeting moment, offered Silas Blackwood a respite. Curled amidst the sacks of flour in Mr. Henderson's warm, yeast-scented storage room, the pain of his transformation, muffled by the apothecary's tea, receded to a dull ache. His new, powerful lupine body, still clad in the pathetic, shredded remnants of his tweed suit, yearned for the oblivion of sleep. The word, a cruel taunt for so long, had never sounded so sweet. He closed his enormous furred eyes, inhaling the comforting scent of wheat and sugar, the cinnamon bun held loosely in one massive paw. He was a werewolf, yes, but a tired one, a bewildered one, a creature of the night finally, mercifully, on the verge of his first real sleep in what felt like a lifetime. But then a subtle shift occurred. It wasn't a sudden jolt, but a slow, almost imperceptible nudge, like a pebble dislodging high above. The apothecary's tea, while muting the agony, had also sharpened his intellectual faculties, directing them towards the absurdly mundane, or as it turned out, the subtly conspiratorial. His mind, even in its current wolfish state, began to piece together the fragments. Professor Finch's ramblings about ablutio lunae, Agnes Periwinkle's chilling revelation of celestial manipulation, and the custodians of the celestial veil, and even Mr. Henderson's nonchalant mention of les lunar times. It wasn't just his memory that was faulty. The moon itself was being managed. The stale cinnamon bun in his paw suddenly felt less comforting, and more like a symbol of his predicament, a creature of untamed wildness, reduced to eating day-old pastries because some unseen hand was tinkering with the cosmos. A flicker of indignation, cold and sharp, cut through the tea-induced calm. He, Silas Blackwood, a man who meticulously catalogued forgotten tax receipts, would not be undone by celestial bureaucracy. He would not be outsmarted by cosmic engineers. His eyes, which had been closing in blissful anticipation of slumber, snapped open. The high, dusty window in the storage room offered only a sliver of the moonlit sky, but even that sliver felt different now. Less oppressive, more artificial, like looking at a meticulously crafted diorama. He remembered Agnes' words, "Your internal clock, your ancestral awareness becomes misaligned. I forget the true schedule, because the moon's energy isn't where it's supposed to be, according to its visible trajectory." And then, these groups dating back millennia understood that the moon's influence could be coaxed, directed, shifted even. Not its physical presence, mind you, but its energetic resonance, its subtle gravitational pull. The logical conclusion, absurd as it was, formed with chilling clarity. If the moon's influence or ability could be manipulated, then there must be a mechanism. And where, in a city steeped in forgotten history and arcane secrets, would such a mechanism be found? Not in some hidden cave or forgotten temple. In this city, the subtle hand of manipulation would surely be hidden in plain sight, disguised as something utterly mundane. Something like a grand civic clock tower. The Old Town Clock Tower. It stood sentinel over the city, its formidable granite face usually ignored by the bustling populace, its precise timekeeping a source of quiet, bureaucratic pride. But it was also the highest point in the immediate vicinity, a historical landmark, and, to his newly enlightened mind, a prime candidate for a terrestrial-lunar interface. A surge of renewed, albeit still tea-addled, purpose coursed through him. The profound weariness was still there, a heavy blanket draped over his massive frame. But now it was tinged with the relentless drive of a scholar pursuing a particularly elusive piece of historical truth. He needed answers, even if he had to tear down the very fabric of urban reality to get them. With a groan that was half wolfish growl, half human sigh, Silas pushed himself up from the flour sacks. His powerful new limbs felt stiff, unaccustomed to the confines of a baker's storage room. The stale cinnamon bun, half-eaten, fell from his paw and rolled harmlessly across the dusty floor, its bland comfort momentarily forgotten. He shambled towards the door leading back into the bakery proper, his shredded clothes flapping, his tail swishing with an unconscious, restless energy. Mr. Henderson, still kneading dough with rhythmic day-temp, thump, 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 thump sing, barely looked up as Silas emerged, a massive, fur-covered apparition in the pre-dawn gloom. The baker merely grunted. "Found your footing, have we? Good. The early morning rush is about to start. Wouldn't want you to, disturb the commuters. They get terribly upset if their Danish is delayed." His eyes, however, held a peculiar glint, a silent question. "Dilas." His muzzle, still too stiff for coherent speech, let out a low, questioning whine, then tilted his head towards the window, indicating the clock tower, a dark, imposing silhouette against the moonlit sky. Mr. Henderson followed his gaze, then nodded slowly, a knowing smile spreading across his flour-dusted face. Ah, the old tower. Curious place. Heard some interesting tales about that one. Old man Hemlock, the previous owner of this bakery, used to say it had a mind of its own, especially on nights like this. He paused, picking up a handful of flour and dusting his massive ball of dough. Always did wonder how they kept it running so smoothly for so many centuries. Bit too precise for simple gears and springs, if you ask me. Never mind the way the moonlight used to shift around it, almost like it was filtering it. He gave a low chuckle. Mind you, I'm just a baker now. No business of mine. But if you're heading that way, be careful on the stairs. Dreadful amount of cobwebs. And watch out for the pigeons. Ornery creatures, especially at this hour. Silas needed no further encouragement. The subtle hints, the shared understanding, solidified his resolve. The clock tower, the source of the manipulation. He gave a sharp nod, a surprisingly human gesture, and pushed past Mr. Henderson, who merely offered another dry chuckle and returned to his kneading, the rhythmic thumps a strange, comforting counterpoint to Silas' frantic departure. He burst out of the bakery's delivery door, leaving behind the comforting warmth and the scent of yeast, plunging once more into the raw, silver-bathed night. The moon, that monstrous, unblinking eye, seemed to pulse in the sky, its influence now pulling him with an undeniable, almost magnetic force. His legs, powerful and unaccustomed to restraint, carried him in a series of bounding leaps across the pavement, a silent, furry blur in the moonlight. He was less running shy on something, and more hurtling towards a revelation, driven by the bizarre blend of intellectual curiosity and primal urgency that the apothecary's tea had imbued him with. Down Clock Tower loomed before him, a colossal, ancient sentinel of stone and time, its formidable granite face rising high above the surrounding buildings. Its 4 clock faces, usually illuminated, were strangely dark tonight, like blind eyes staring blankly at the sky. A heavy ornate door, secured by a formidable-looking rust-encrusted lock, barred the entrance. To his human mind it would have been an insurmountable obstacle, but to his wolf mind, now fueled by a desperate need for answers and an uncharacteristic burst of adrenaline, it was merely an impediment. With a low growl that vibrated in his chest, Silas reared up, his powerful claws extended, and with a single, brutal swipe, tore the ancient lock from its moorings. The clang of metal against stone echoed ominously in the quiet street, a jarring punctuation mark in the silent narrative of his Moonlight misadventures. He slipped inside, plunging into absolute darkness. The air was cold, damp, and smelled strongly of old stone, dust, and the metallic tang of ancient machinery. A profound, rhythmic tick-tock, reverberated through the very foundations of the tower, a sound that, to his hypersensitive ears, was deafening, insistent, the very heartbeat of time itself. He fumbled for a light switch, his large furred paws clumsy against the smooth stone, but found none. He was accustomed to the dark, however, and his wolf eyes, gleaming like emeralds in the gloom, quickly adjusted, picking out the faint, barely discernible outline of a spiraling staircase winding upwards into the oppressive blackness. The climb was an absurd, agonizing ordeal. The spiral staircase, narrow and steeply pitched, was clearly designed for human dimensions, not for a fully transformed, powerfully built werewolf still clinging to the remnants of a tweed suit. His claws scraped against the rough stone steps with a grating "ee", sending showers of dust and grit raining down behind him. His powerful new muscles, meant for powerful, uninhibited strides across open terrain, felt cramped and awkward in the tight confines of the stairwell. Each upward step was a testament to his sheer stubbornness, a battle against gravity, fatigue, and the ludicrousness of his situation. He could feel the dust coating his new fur, clinging to it like a second skin. Cobwebs, thick and tenacious, brushed against his muzzle, tickling his sensitive nose, making him want to sneeze, an undignified prospect for a creature of the night. The rhythmic tick-tock-ie of the clock mechanism grew louder, more insistent, filling the enclosed space with a maddening, hypnotic rhythm. He could hear the faint, high-pitched whir of unseen gears, the subtle groan of straining metal, the shuddering resonance of ancient weights descending through the void. It was a mechanical symphony, precise and relentless, and it seemed to mock his desperate, clumsy ascent. The higher he climbed, the more pronounced the effects of his transformation became, even through the tea's numbing influence. The air grew thinner, colder. The moonlight, filtering through unseen cracks and narrow windows high above, cast fleeting, distorted patterns on the walls, making the shadows writhe and stretch like malevolent specters. His tail, a heavy, powerful appendage, kept brushing against the inner wall of the stairwell, thumping with a rhythmic thudding that echoed like a drumbeat. He was panting now, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his lungs burning with an exertion that was both physical and existential. He was climbing a tower of time, desperately seeking to unravel a cosmic conspiracy, all while struggling to prevent an accidental sneeze or an ungraceful fall. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of laborious ascent, the spiral staircase ended abruptly at a heavy, bolted wooden door. He nudged it with his snout, then pawed at it impatiently with a clawed hand. It creaked open, revealing a vast, circular chamber at the very heart of the clock tower. The room was a dizzying, mesmerizing spectacle of intricate machinery. Towering brass gears, gleaming faintly in the dim light filtering through the clock faces, meshed with smaller, more delicate mechanisms, their cogs turning with an almost silent precision. Massive pendulum weights, suspended from thick chains, swung with a slow, hypnotic rhythm, their arcs casting long, shifting shadows across the dusty floor. The air here was thick with the scent of old oil, polished metal, and something else, something subtly, indefinably celestial, like faint starlight trapped in a bottle. This was not merely a clockworks. This was something far, far more. And then he saw it. Nestled amidst the bewildering array of gears and levers, directly beneath the largest central pendulum, was a strange, ornate apparatus unlike anything Silas had ever encountered in his years at the archive. It was a vast, intricate mechanism composed of a series of interlocking bronze rings, each etched with arcane symbols and what looked like constellations. At its center, embedded within a larger crystalline sphere, was a single, immense, perfectly polished lunar stone. Not a normal rock, but a stone that seemed to pulse with an inner, ethereal light, absorbing the moonlight that poured through the grimy clock faces and subtly refracting it, almost attenuating it, before it reached the city below. Attached to this intricate lunar device were a series of delicate, almost invisible wires made of what looked like woven moonlight, leading to a complex array of lenses and prisms positioned just behind each of the 4 clock faces. It was a filter. A grand, elaborate, celestial filter. A device designed not to measure time, but to control the perception of the moon's light, to subtly dampen its raw, untamed influence on the urban environment. Zealous approached it, his powerful furred body moving with a strange, almost reverent awe, mingled with a burning scientific curiosity. He touched a massive, brass lever that extended from the main mechanism, its surface cool and smooth under his paw. He could feel a faint, almost imperceptible vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated with the incessant thrumming in his own bones. The inscriptions on the bronze rings weren't astrological charts, not precisely. They were diagrams of celestial mechanics, but with subtle, crucial deviations from known astronomy, hinting at a forgotten understanding of cosmic forces. He recognized some of the symbols from Agnes Periwinkle's restricted collection books. This was it. The custodians of the celestial veil. Their handiwork. He pressed his damp muzzle against the cool, ancient metal of the mechanism, inhaling the faint, ethereal scent that emanated from the lunar stone. It was a smell of deep space, of cold starlight, and something else. Something profoundly old and strangely comforting, like the quiet knowledge of forgotten ages. The realization settled over him with a profound, almost crushing weight. He wasn't just sleep-deprived. He was a victim of an elaborate centuries-old cosmic deception. His lunar amnesia wasn't a personal failing. It was a symptom of a grand, bureaucratic effort to normalize the wild, to tame the celestial, to make the cities safe for humans by subtly blinding them to the true power of the moon. The tea's calming effects began to wane, replaced by a fresh surge of indignation, a hot, bitter taste in his mouth that overshadowed the metallic tang of his own transformation. All those years of agonizing sleeplessness, all the frustration of forgotten moon phases, all the terrifying near transformations in public places, it was all because someone centuries ago had decided to install a gigantic moon-filtering device in the middle of his city. The audacity, the sheer bureaucratic hubris. He let out a low, guttural growl, a sound of profound exasperation that resonated through the massive chamber, echoing off the stone walls and the gleaming brass gears. The magnificent, terrifying beast within him, now fully manifest, was not raging with primal bloodlust, but seething with a highly specific, deeply intellectualized fury. He was a werewolf, yes, but a werewolf profoundly annoyed by cosmic inefficiency and celestial subterfuge. He looked at the vast, intricate mechanism, then at his own massive, furred paws. He had found the source of his misery. The question now was, could he, a chronically sleep-deprived werewolf, fix it? And would he, in his current state, remember how to operate such a magnificent, bewildering device without accidentally accelerating the dawn, or perhaps summoning a flock of particularly aggressive space pigeons? Chapter 12. The mayor's dark secret, the cold, precise gears of the old town clock tower whirred and clanked around Silas Blackwood, their metallic symphony echoing the frantic churn of his own transformed being. His magnificent, furred body, now fully manifest and shedding the last pathetic remnants of his tweed suit, pulsed with raw power, yet his mind, still blessedly veiled by the Apothecary's Dubious tea, remained strangely detached, a contemplative observer in a lupine suit. The colossal lunar stone at the heart of the mechanism pulsed with an inner ethereal light, drawing in the moonlight that poured through the grime-streaked clock faces and subtly filtering it, attenuating its ancient, untamed influence. This was it, the source of his misery, the nexus of the celestial subterfuge, and a profound righteous indignation, cold and sharp as a silver blade, began to cut through the tea-induced calm, eclipsing even the dull ache of his chronic exhaustion. He approached the intricate device, his powerful paws, now tipped with formidable black claws, treading carefully on the dusty stone floor. The bronze rings, etched with arcane symbols and impossible constellations, hummed faintly under his touch. His new hypersensitive nose, twitching with an involuntary curiosity, inhaled the faint alien scent emanating from the lunar stone, a smell of deep space and cold starlight, mingled with the surprisingly mundane scent of old oil and polished metal. His hewn brain, the brain of an assistant conservator of obscure records, recognized the elegant precision of the craftsmanship, even as his wolf instinct screamed at him to tear it apart. This was an affront, a cosmic misfiling, a bureaucratic meddling of the highest, most offensive order. He ran a paw along one of the massive brass levers, its surface cool and smooth against his furred skin. He felt a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, a low hum that resonated with the incessant thrumming in his own bones. A connection to the very thing that had plagued him for a lifetime. He leaned closer, his luminous wolf eyes scanning the intricate etchings, the precise measurements, the subtle, almost imperceptible deviations from known astronomical charts. These weren't mere astronomical diagrams. They were instructions. Instructions for manipulation. Tucked into a small, almost invisible recess near the base of the mechanism, Silas noticed a small leather-bound ledger, surprisingly thin and unassuming. It lay there, half hidden by a tangle of greasy wires and a stray pigeon feather, as if trying to blend into the general detritus of forgotten machinery. It was precisely the kind of inconspicuous detail that his archival training had taught him to spot. He nudged it with his muzzle, then, with surprising delicacy for his massive paws, used a blunt claw to pry it open. The ledger's pages were made of thick, high-quality paper, though yellowed with age and covered in neat, precise script. It was a maintenance log. Not for the clockwork itself, but for the lunar mechanism. Entries spanned centuries, meticulously detailing lunar amplitude adjustments, phase visibility reductions, and gravitational resonance dampening. Each entry was signed, with a date and a small official-looking seal. The early entries bore the faded ornate seals of long-dead noble families, then the crests of various civic guilds, and finally, after the turn of the 20th century, the familiar, if subtly altered, seal of the city's mayoral office. Silas' wolf eyes, blazing with an unnatural clarity, skipped down the pages, recognizing a series of signatures, each one belonging to a mayor, meticulously documenting their adjustments. He saw names he knew from historical documents had archived. Mayor Thistlewick, who oversaw the city's boom in textile mills, Mayor Percival, renowned for his public works projects, and then, in increasingly frequent, more assertive strokes, the familiar, sprawling signature of Mayor Reginald Bumble, his current mayor. The man who annually presided over the city's annual pet parade and frequently appeared on local television segments discussing the benefits of composting. A new, potent wave of indignation surged through Silas. It wasn't just some ancient nameless society. It was Intemi, the city council, the Yomayor-C, his very own municipal government, responsible for his chronic insomnia and public indignities, had been systematically tampering with the moon's influence for centuries. The dry wit that had been his constant companion for a lifetime returned, sharp and bitter. He wasn't merely a victim of cosmic manipulation, he was a victim of municipal bureaucracy. He pawed at the ledger, flipping to the most recent entries. They were dated only a few weeks ago, just before his current, unscheduled predicament. Each entry, signed by Mayor Bumble himself, detailed increasingly aggressive reductions and dampening efforts, coinciding precisely with the moon's waxing phase and his own increasing sense of internal disorientation. The justification for these acts of celestial meddling was scrawled in the margins, in Mayor Bumble's own distinctive, rather florid hand, to ensure civic harmony and economic stability by mitigating disruptive lunar influences on the unpredictable elements of the population. Unpredictable elements. Silas' muzzle curled in a silent snarl. He knew what unpredictable elements meant. Werewolves. His kind. The entire moon-filtering mechanism, this vast, intricate device hidden in plain sight, wasn't just about general public calm. It was a targeted, centuries-long effort to disorient and control the local lycanthropic population, forcing them into a state of chronic forgetfulness, making them easier to manage, less of a disruption to Mayor Bumble's perfectly composted civic harmony. It was a form of bureaucratic warfare waged with celestial mechanics. The audacity, the anger, cold and precise, began to override the apothecary's tea. His transformed body, still contemplating the philosophical implications of fur density, now began to tremble with a suppressed intellectualized rage. He wasn't angry with the moon, he was furious with the administration. All those embarrassing near transformations, the constant fatigue, the profound sense of disorientation, the sheer inconvenience of his life-height was all due to the mayor's insidious efforts to maintain a placid, tax-paying populace. He, Silas Blackwood, a model citizen, an upstanding archivist, had been systematically sleep-deprived and memory-addled by his own government. It was an outrage that transcended primal instinct and entered the realm of civil liberties. He noticed a small sealed compartment at the bottom of the ledger. With a quick, powerful swipe of his clawed paw, he tore it open, splintering the old wood. Inside, nestled on a bed of dry, brittle velvet, lay a small, tarnished silver key and a folded, yellowed parchment. He unrolled the parchment with his muzzle, careful not to tear the fragile document. It was a formal decree, dated from the late 17th century, establishing the office of lunar regulation within the city's burgeoning civic structure. The decree outlined the necessity of controlling lunar energies to prevent unrest, agricultural blight, and unfortunate incidents involving the more enthusiastic elements of the citizenry during periods of heightened celestial influence. It was signed by the then-current mayor and witnessed by several prominent local figures, including an ancestor of Professor Finch and, disturbingly, an ancestor of Mr. Henderson, the baker. The familial connections of the town's peculiar experts suddenly clicked into place, forming a neat, unsettling pattern. The realization settled over Silas with a profound, almost dizzying weight. This wasn't just a mayor. This was a dynasty of mayoral lunar manipulators, a continuous line of municipal figures subtly engineering the city's very cosmic rhythm. They hadn't just forgotten the full moon schedule. It had been actively obscured by design. He was a pawn in a centuries-old bureaucratic game of celestial chess. The absurdity of it was almost too much for his weary wolf brain to bear. He, a creature of the wild, had been domesticated, not by silver bullets, but by administrative convenience. He looked at the intricate mechanism again, now with new eyes. The levers, the gears, the pulsing lunar stone, they were not just filtering devices, but control mechanisms. There were subtle markings, almost invisible unless one knew what to look for, indicating specific calibrated settings for each mayoral term. He even saw a faint, penciled note next to one of Mayor Bumble's recent entries: increased dampening due to upcoming mayoral re-election campaign. Avoid any unforeseen public incidents. The cynical, bureaucratic motivation was laid bare. His suffering, and the suffering of countless other werewolves in the city, was a mere footnote in a municipal re-election strategy. A low, guttural growl, no longer suppressed by the tea, rumbled deep in Silas's chest, echoing through the vast chamber. It was not the howl of a beast seeking blood, but the frustrated, outraged snarl of a highly intelligent being confronting profound, systemic injustice. He was a scholar, an archivist, a keeper of records, and his own existence had been fundamentally altered, falsified, by the very institution he served. The indignation was almost physical, a burning sensation beneath his fur. He looked at the silver key in his paw. It was small, delicate, but its weight felt significant. He examined the main lunar mechanism, searching for a keyhole. It was there, a tiny, almost imperceptible slit, hidden beneath a decorative brass plaque inscribed with a rather saccharine civic motto: Order through illumination. The irony was so thick it could be cut with a knife. The tea's effects were definitely waning. The dull ache in his bones was returning with renewed vigor, and the clarity of his thoughts was beginning to fray at the edges, replaced by a growing primal restlessness. The urge to howl, to shed this oppressive tower, and simply run, was becoming almost unbearable. He had found the truth, but the time for contemplation was rapidly running out. The sun would be up soon, and he, Silas Blackwood, the perpetually sleep-deprived werewolf, had a score to settle with the architect of his suffering. And perhaps, just perhaps, he would finally get some real undisturbed rest. After he had, of course, recalibrated the moon. And then, naturally, informed Mayor Bumble of the appropriate filing procedures for celestial tampering. Chapter 13. The howling protest, the cold, intricate heart of the old town clock tower, whirred and clanked around Silas Blackwood, its gears a symphony of cosmic bureaucracy. His magnificent, furred body, now fully manifest and gloriously unencumbered by the last pitiful shreds of his tweed suit, pulsed with raw, untamed power. The Apothecary's nocturnal nuanced nectar was still a faint, distant hum in his system, mooting the sharper edges of his transformation, but the righteous indignation was no longer a quiet hum. It was a roaring furnace within his chest, consuming the last vestiges of contemplative calm. He was a werewolf, yes, a creature of primal might. But more profoundly, he was an archivist whose very existence had been fraudulently misfiled by municipal corruption. The ledger, clutched in his massive, clawed paw, was the damning evidence, centuries of mayoral meddling, reducing Lunar truth to a mere administrative inconvenience. The full moon, an incandescent, unblinking eye, pressed against the grimy clock faces, its unfiltered light now washing the chamber in a sickly, brilliant white that seemed to highlight every speck of dust, every cobweb, every subtle tremor in the ancient machinery. Silas let out a low guttural growl, a sound that was less bloodlust and more profound, intellectualized fury. He was not angry at the moon, nor at his transformation. He was enraged by the deliberate, insidious obfuscation of cosmic truth, by the sheer, unmitigated gall of Mayor Reginald Bumble and his ancestral line, to tamper with celestial mechanics for the sake of civic placidity and re-election campaigns. The sheer bureaucratic audacity of it. He examined the silver key in his paw, then the tiny, almost imperceptible keyhole hidden beneath the plaque, inscribed with the mayor's saccharine motto, "Order through illumination." He could perhaps unlock the mechanism, restore the moon's true influence. But what then? To simply undo the deception would only mean a return to his personal torment of unpredictable transformations and allow the mayors to continue their subterfuge. No, B. This was not merely a personal inconvenience, it was a systemic injustice. And Silas Blackwood, the perpetually sleep-deprived werewolf, was nothing if not a stickler for proper procedure, even in his current hirsute state. Justice, he decided, must be served, and it must be public. He turned, his powerful new limbs surprisingly agile despite the cramped space, and descended the spiral staircase with a speed that defied his recent ascent. His claws scraped against the stone with a rhythmic yeesh, sending showers of dust and grit raining down. The rhythmic tick-tock-tock of the clock mechanism, previously a maddening thrum, now felt like a driving drumbeat, urging him onward. He burst out of the clock tower, leaving the heavy door ajar, the broken lock glinting accusingly in the moonlight. The pre-dawn city was still, save for the hum of distant traffic and the occasional distant wail of a police siren. Silas, now fully embracing his lupine form, stood tall, his head thrown back, his massive muzzle pointed at the defiant moon. The urge to howl, long suppressed, was now an overwhelming imperative. But it was not a howl of agony, nor of primordial hunger. It was a howl of intellectual outrage, a furious lament for cosmic truth, a demand for calendrical accuracy. He let it out, a long, mournful, yet oddly resonant sound that echoed through the quiet streets, a sound that was half wolfish lament, half human exasperation. It was less a terrifying roar and more a bureaucratic complaint set to a primal melody. He listened. His new, incredibly sensitive ears twitched, picking up the faint sounds that followed. The distant, confused barking of dogs, the slamming of a window, the bewildered cries of a few early risers who had mistakenly heard what they thought was a misplaced foghorn. But then, something else. A faint, almost imperceptible whimper from a nearby alley. A distinct, almost resonant sigh from the direction of the old market district. And then, a series of short, sharp, exasperated barks, followed by a muffled thud, as if something heavy had just collided with a wall. These were the signals. The other afflicted. The moon-sensitive. The fellow victims of Mayor Bumble's celestial tampering. Silas, with a sense of grim determination, set off. His first stop was the alley from which the exasperated barks had emanated. He found a creature huddled behind a row of overflowing bins. A scruffy, slightly smaller werewolf, its fur patchy brown, its eyes wide with a mixture of fear and profound irritation. It was still wearing the shredded remains of what looked like a delivery driver's uniform, complete with a perpetually askew baseball cap. The creature let out another frustrated bark, then swiped a paw at a discarded pizza box, scattering greasy crumbs. Silas approached slowly, his posture conveying not aggression, but a weary shared understanding. He dropped the ledger, open to Mayor Bumble's recent entries, at the other werewolf's feet, nudging it with his muzzle. The delivery werewolf, whose name Silas would later learn was Bartholomew, sniffed at it cautiously, then stared at the precise script, his head cocked to one side. A low groan rumbled in his chest, a sound that spoke of shared trauma and too many unexpected transformations in inconvenient locations. Silas nudged him towards the clock tower, then towards the direction of the green vial, where he sensed another familiar lunar sensitive presence. Bartholomew, with a resigned sigh that was surprisingly human, fell into step beside him. Next they found a figure lurking near the old market district, distinguishable only by the faint, shimmering glow emanating from their constantly shifting form. This was Miss Eldridge, a gnome, an ancient and notoriously prickly individual who operated a stall selling strangely potent miniature root vegetables. She was currently in a state of agitated shimmering transparency, her form flickering between solid and ethereal, making her extraordinarily difficult to follow with the eye. Her muttered curses, punctuated by the faint clinking of tiny, dislodged crystals from her clothing, spoke volumes of her distress. "Confound it all," she hissed, her voice a reedy whisper that nonetheless carried remarkable conviction. "My auric field is entirely desynchronized. I'm half in, half out. How am I to sell enchanted carrots when I keep passing through the display table? It's utterly unprofessional." Silas, with Bartholomew at his side, approached her. He displayed the ledger again, open to the mayoral entries, nudging it with his muzzle. Miss Eldridge, squinting her flickering eyes, leaned in, then gasped. "Aha! I knew it. I knew it wasn't just the damp. It's the mayoral office. The fiends, tampering with the very fabric of reality to ensure their dreadful carrots ripen out of season. The nerve." Her form solidified for a moment, her tiny fists clenched. She was a gnome, yes, but a furious, bureaucratically outraged gnome. She joined their strange procession, still shimmering with indignation. They proceeded, a motley crew of the supernaturally inconvenienced, guided by Silas's heightened senses and the almost palpable aura of lunar confusion that permeated the city's hidden corners. They found a perpetually sleepy vampire, Lord Alaric, who usually managed his ancient curse with meticulous planning, but whose sleep cycle had been so utterly disrupted by the moonwash that he frequently found himself accidentally awake during daylight hours, leading to a series of humiliating incidents involving startled pigeons and rapidly melting umbrellas. He was currently draped over a park bench, attempting to cover himself with a discarded newspaper, muttering darkly about the sheer rudeness of the sun. He joined them with a weary groan, clutching the mayoral ledger to his chest, as if it were a long-lost love letter. They roused a dryad, usually a serene being who drew sustenance from the rhythmic ebb and flow of moonlight, but who was now a brittle, withered husk of her former self, her bark like skin flaking, her leaves drooping with existential despair. She wept silent, shimmering tears that tasted faintly of sap and cosmic injustice. She joined, driven by a profound ecological grievance. They even found a disgruntled gargoyle, perched atop a forgotten public fountain, whose stone form usually softened to flesh on the full moon, allowing it a brief, joyous moment of corporeal freedom. Now it was stuck in an agonizing half-state, its right wing still stone, its left wing a pulsating, leathery appendage, making flight impossible, and scratching a perpetually itchy stone ear. It grumbled in ancient Latin about bureaucratic ineptitude and the indignity of incomplete transformations. By the time the first faint blush of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, Silas Blackwood had amassed a peculiar, improbable assembly. There was Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, bristling with working-class indignation; Miss Eldridge, the shimmering gnome, muttering about professional decorum; Lord Alaric, the perpetually exhausted vampire, shielding himself from the nascent sunlight with a copy of the Financial Times; the weeping dryad, whose very essence felt misaligned; and the half-stone gargoyle, itching its stone ear with a fleshy claw. They were a bizarre, ragtag collection of beings, united not by a shared monsterhood, but by a shared grievance against cosmic incompetence and mayoral overreach. Silas, the self-appointed, albeit reluctant leader, led them towards City Hall. The grand, imposing building, usually a symbol of order and civic pride, now seemed to mock them with its pristine facade. The first few commuters, already emerging from the subway, glanced at the approaching procession, then did a double-take, their eyes widening in bewildered alarm. But the group continued, undeterred, propelled by a collective, righteous indignation that transcended their individual forms. They gathered on the steps of City Hall, just as the first golden rays of sunrise began to peek over the horizon, threatening to reclaim Silas's wolf form and send Lord Alaric into a state of rapid, undignified combustion. The moment was ripe. Silas, still fully wolf, though his human mind was remarkably lucid despite his extreme exhaustion, dropped the mayoral ledger onto the steps with a heavy thud. He reared up, his powerful lupine form casting a long, imposing shadow, his eyes fixed on the large, ornate doors of City Hall. He opened his powerful jaws, and this time the howl was not suppressed. It was long, mournful, and resonated with profound, centuries-old frustration. It was a howl demanding justice, a primal lament for accurate data, a clarion call for transparency in celestial governance. Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, joined him, his patchier howl a slightly off-key but equally heartfelt complaint about missed deadlines and inconvenient transformations. Miss Eldridge, shimmering with renewed fury, began to emit a high-pitched, resonant hum, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the building, accompanied by a rain of tiny, dislodged crystals. Lord Alaric, despite his rapidly paling skin and the smoke now wafting from his discarded Financial Times, let out a surprisingly strong, if somewhat croaky shriek of protest. The dryad, with a renewed surge of sap, began to sprout small, indignant thorns. And the gargoyle, with a mighty stone-shattering roar, managed to dislodge a rather large chunk of its own stone wing, sending it crashing onto the steps with a satisfying crack. It was a protest unlike any the city had ever seen, a cacophony of howls, hums, shrieks, growls, and shattering stone, all directed at the seemingly benign facade of civic power. The first few police officers, arriving on the scene, paused, bewildered, their expressions a mixture of confusion and profound bewilderment. They were trained for human unrest, for public disturbances, but a howling werewolf leading a protest of shimmering gnomes, melting vampires, weeping dryads, and disintegrating gargoyles? This was beyond their training. Silas, with a final powerful howl, nudged the open ledger with his muzzle, pushing it closer to the door. On the page, highlighted by a stray beam of moonlight, was Mayor Bumble's florid signature next to an entry detailing the increased dampening of lunar influence. The message was clear, if unorthodox. They were not demanding blood, or chaos, or even fresh pastries. They were demanding the simple, unvarnished truth. They wanted their lunar schedules back. They wanted to know when the full moon merely was, without mayoral interference. The sun continued to rise, its light steadily growing stronger, causing Silas's powerful wolf form to tremble. He could feel the human form beginning its painful, inevitable return, the fur receding, the bones shifting, the agony returning with renewed intensity. But he had made his stand. He had gathered his allies. He had delivered his howling protest. The dignity of his transformation, once a fleeting hope, was now replaced by the profound satisfaction of a scholar who had finally, and spectacularly, exposed a conspiracy of epic, cosmic proportions. And Mayor Bumble, he suspected, was about to have a very, very bad morning. Chapter 14. The historian's final warning, the magnificent, infuriated howl of Silas Blackwood, a sound that resonated with centuries of suppressed cosmic truth and profound bureaucratic irritation, ripped through the pre-dawn quiet of the city. It was a lament for accuracy, a primal demand for transparency in celestial governance, a protest delivered in the only language his transformed self could articulate. His mighty lupine form, now fully manifest and gloriously unburdened by the pitiful remnants of his tweed suit, pulsed with raw power on the steps of City Hall, his eyes, gleaming with intelligent fury, fixed on the ornate doors of the municipal building. The ledger, clutched in a massive clawed paw, was the damning evidence. Mayor Reginald Bumble's florid signature, next to an entry detailing the increased dampening of lunar influence. The very sun, a cruel mistress, was beginning to peek over the eastern horizon, threatening to reclaim his wolf form and send Lord Alaric, the perpetually exhausted vampire, into an undignified sun-induced sizzle. Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, joined Silas, his scruffier. Patchir howl, a slightly off-key, but equally heartfelt complaint about the indignity of unscheduled transformations and the cosmic unfairness of his missed delivery routes. Miss Eldridge, the shimmering gnome, vibrated with renewed indignation, emitting a high-pitched, resonant hum that seemed to rattle the very foundations of City Hall, punctuated by the soft, melodious clink-clinking of tiny, dislodged crystals from her clothing. Lord Alaric, his skin already paling to an alarming shade of parchment, shielded his face with a rapidly charring copy of the Financial Times, letting out a surprisingly strong, albeit croaky, shriek of protest as the first direct rays of sunlight grazed his extremities. The weeping dryad, whose bark-like skin had begun to crack and flake with the loss of moonlight, wept fresh, shimmering tears that tasted faintly of sap and cosmic injustice. And from her branches, tiny, furious thorns sprouted, quivering with ecological grievance. The disgruntled gargoyle, with a mighty, stone-shattering roar, had managed to dislodge another, even larger chunk of its own half-stone wing, sending it crashing onto the steps with a satisfying, attention-grabbing crack, its single, fleshy claw scratching frantically at its perpetually itchy, still-stone ear. The first few police officers, arriving on the scene in a rather rumpled squad car, paused, bewildered, their expressions a mixture of confusion and profound bewilderment. They were trained for human unrest, for public disturbances, for rogue squirrels in the park. But a howling werewolf leading a protest of shimmering gnomes, melting vampires, weeping dryads, and disintegrating gargoyles This was beyond their academy training. This required a higher clearance, perhaps even a very specific kind of interdepartmental incident report. As the sun's light intensified, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and soft violet, a tremor ran through Silas, the apothecary's tea, his last bastion of contemplative calm, was rapidly dissolving under the relentless onslaught of dawn. The agonizing process of detransformation had begun, swift and brutal. His magnificent furred pelt seemed to melt away, his powerful muscles contracting, his bones shifting and grinding with excruciating pain. The primal wolf mind, no longer muted, roared its defiance. But the human form, vulnerable and painfully fragile, began to reassert itself. He felt his muzzle recede, his teeth shorten, his claws retract, each change a searing torment. He gasped, a human sound of pain as his spine shortened. His shoulders narrowed, and the phantom sensation of his human clothes sore, what remained of Themery appeared, clinging to his rapidly shrinking form. He stumbled forward, collapsing onto the cold stone steps, gasping, sweat beading on his brow despite the chill of the morning. His eyesight blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again, unable to reconcile the hyperclarity of his wolf vision with the returning dimness of his human eyes. His human ears rang with the lingering echoes of the other creature's protests, now fading into a confused din. Lord Alaric, with a final, desperate hiss, melted into a puddle of rapidly evaporating mist, leaving behind only the smoldering remains of the Financial Times. Miss Eldridge, with a frustrated sigh and a final, indignant shimmer, dissolved into a cloud of sparkling, dislodged crystals that caught the nascent sunlight. The dryad, with a mournful, rustling sob, withered into a gnarled, indistinguishable bush. The gargoyle, with a final, grumbling roar, solidified entirely, becoming once more a lifeless stone statue, albeit one missing a significant portion of his left wing, frozen in an eternal itchy grimace. Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, with a last pathetic whine, managed to dart into a nearby alley just as the sun caught him, the sound of tearing fabric and a muffled thud echoing from the shadows. Silas lay there, a man once more, though disheveled and profoundly, utterly exhausted, his body aching from the violent physical reversal, his mind reeling from the past night's absurdities. He was naked save for a few pitiful strips of shredded tweed, clinging to his waist. His skin felt too tight, too sensitive, his senses still ringing with the afterimages of sound and scent. His bloodshot human eyes blinked, struggling to focus on the world around him. The police officers, now less bewildered and more concerned about public nudity and property damage, cautiously approached, their hands hovering near their radios. And then a voice cut through the ringing silence, calm and academically detached. A rather spirited display, Mr. Blackwood, if a trifle undignified at the denouement. Silas' head snapped up. Standing at the foot of the City Hall steps, amidst the lingering mist of evaporated vampire and the scattered crystals of a disintegrated gnome, was Professor Alistair Finch. He was impeccably dressed in his customary tweed, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, and in his hands he held a steaming mug of tea. He looked as if he had merely popped out for a morning stroll, utterly unperturbed by the recent events or the bewildered police. He had observed the entire spectacle from a discreet distance, apparently. The police officers, utterly baffled by the professor's serene presence amidst the chaos, merely stared. Professor Finch offered them a polite, slightly mischievous smile. "Nothing to see here, officers. Just a rather zealous citizen expressing his views on municipal transparency, and a minor, shall we say, sartorial miscalculation on his part. Happens frequently with early morning activism." He then looked at Silas, his eyes twinkling. "Do forgive the intrusion, Mr. Blackwood, but I felt it prudent to follow up. The mayor, I dare say, will be having a rather eventful morning." And while your protest was, shall we say, visually compelling, there is a deeper matter we must address. One that even Mayor Bumble's rather blunt celestial machinations have merely obscured, not erased. Silas, still panting, struggled to sit upright, clutching the tattered remains of the mayoral ledger to his chest. "Professor," he rasped, his voice raw and hoarse, a painful echo of his recent growls. The mayor, he was tampering with the moon. For centuries. To control us. Professor Finch nodded slowly, taking a sip of his tea. Indeed. A rather unsophisticated approach, if you ask me. Heavy-handed, lacking nuance. But, as I hinted earlier, Mr. Blackwood, the custodians of the celestial veil and their rather crude municipal successors were not merely engaged in a cynical act of population control. They were, in their own misguided way, attempting to contain a far more ancient, far more insidious problem. A curse, if you will, that predates their very existence. He set his mug down on a pristine patch of granite, a peculiar scent of pine needles and old paper emanating from his person. The true ablucio lunae, or moonwash, is not merely a modern affliction caused by a lack of proper sleep or too much artificial light. It is an ancient curse, woven into the very fabric of existence, a consequence of humanity's gradual disconnection from the primordial rhythms of the cosmos. For millennia, certain celestial bodies, the moon chief among them, have maintained a delicate energetic balance with the sentient life on this planet. They do not merely orbit, they winfluence. And when that influence is forgotten, ignored, or actively suppressed for too long, a cosmic imbalance occurs. Professor Finch leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper, perfectly audible to Silas' still sensitive ears. The ancient cycles, the true cycles, were not simply about the full moon. They were about the subtle interplay of every lunar phase, the nuanced dance of light and shadow, the ebb and flow of cosmic energy. When these cycles are unheeded, when their significance is lost to memory not through a specific magical manipulation, but through prolonged human forgetfulness and the insidious dulling of senses by urban sprawl and incessant artificiality, cosmos begins to eerily claim that forgotten energy, and it does so most unpleasantly by inducing a profound cosmic fatigue. He tapped a finger on the mayoral ledger. Mayor Bumble's attempts to dampen the moon's influence were, in a twisted way, a desperate, clumsy effort to control the symptoms of this deeper curse. They thought they were merely making the populace placid, suppressing the beast within. But what they were truly doing was suppressing the memory of the full cosmic rhythm, leading to an ever-deepening state of collective lunar amnesia. This isn't just about werewolves forgetting their transformation dates, Mr. Blackwood. It's about the very fabric of reality losing its connection to its celestial anchors. Silas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the pre-dawn air. Cosmic fatigue, he rasped, the words echoing in his ringing ears. What does that mean? It means, Professor Finch explained, picking up his tea mug again, his gaze distant, that when the true lunar cycles are perpetually ignored and manipulated, the world itself begins to grow tired. The natural rhythms falter. Seasons become subtly misaligned. Crops grow strange. Animals exhibit peculiar, unnatural behaviors. And those individuals like yourself, who are most intimately connected to the lunar pulse, suffer the greatest burden, a profound, inescapable existential weariness that permeates their very being. Your insomnia, Mr. Blackwood, is not merely a personal affliction. It is a symptom of the world's growing fatigue. A cosmic yawn, if you will, threatening to swallow us whole. He paused, a grim note entering his voice. The dire consequences? If this cosmic fatigue is allowed to deepen, the subtle imbalances will escalate. The moon's influence will become increasingly erratic, leading to not just unpredictable transformations, but also bizarre weather phenomena. inexplicable gravitational anomalies, and a pervasive sense of malaise that will infect the human psyche. Memory itself would become a fleeting concept, not just for the moon-touched, but for all. The world will drift into a state of perpetual, somnambulistic forgetfulness, a kind of cosmic dementia, where reality itself begins to unravel at the edges. Silas stared at him, his mouth agape. The initial indignation at Mayor Bumble now seemed laughably trivial. He wasn't just battling a mayor. He was battling the existential decay of reality, a slow, quiet, insidious unraveling of the cosmos, all due to humanity's collective celestial ignorance. His chronic insomnia, his lifelong torment, was merely the canary in the coal mine of cosmic exhaustion. Professor Finch looked at the rising sun, then back at Silas, a profound, almost sorrowful expression on his face. The mayor's crude device, while causing you and your colleagues considerable inconvenience, was also, in its own way, a desperate attempt to keep the very worst of this ancient curse at bay, to dampen the full, disorienting effects of a truly forgotten cosmos. Now that its operation has been interrupted by your admirable, if rather loud, protest, the true, unvarnished weight of the forgotten lunar cycles may very well begin to assert itself. The clock tower may have been filtering the moon, but it was also, in a perverse sense, filtering the encroaching cosmic weariness. He offered Silas a sympathetic, if slightly melancholic smile. So, you see, Mr. Blackwood, your burden has merely shifted from personal inconvenience to cosmic responsibility. You, the perpetually sleep-deprived archivist, are now uniquely positioned to understand the true nature of the problem, and perhaps to find a way to reawaken the world to the forgotten dance of the cosmos, before we all simply forget how to wake up at all. Silas, still naked and shivering on the steps of City Hall, felt a profound, overwhelming weariness settle over him, deeper than any he had ever known. The world, it seemed, was as tired as he was, and the thought of having to re-educate an entire planet about the nuances of ancient lunar cycles, while battling his own chronic insomnia and the lingering taste of stale cinnamon bun, was almost enough to make him simply lie down and embrace the encroaching cosmic slumber. Mayor Bumble, it appeared, was the least of his problems. Chapter 15. The Moonlit Confrontation, the pre-dawn light, a cold, clinical gray that promised the arrival of a new bewildering day, revealed Silas Blackwood in a state of profound, undignified disarray on the steps of City Hall. His powerful, transformed lupine form had receded with agonizing speed, leaving him once more in his frail human shell, naked save for a few pitiful shredded strips of tweed clinging precariously to his waist. His body ached from the violent reversal, every bone protesting its forced rearrangement, every muscle sore with the aftershocks of a primal rampage, abruptly curtailed. His mind, still ringing with the echoes of his allies' bizarre protests and Professor Finch's chilling revelations, reeled with the sheer, preposterous weight of his new cosmic responsibility. He was not just sleep-deprived. He was the unwitting canary in the coal mine of an impending cosmic dementia. The two police officers, their faces a tableau of confusion and professional bewilderment, hovered uncertainly. One, a young, fresh-faced rookie, still held his hand near his radio, eyeing Silas with a mixture of alarm and profound embarrassment. The other, an older, more jaded veteran, merely sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as if contemplating the sheer volume of paperwork this particular public disturbance would entail. Their training manuals, Silas instinctively knew, contained no protocols for handling naked, exhausted men who had apparently led a chorus of howling werewolves, shimmering gnomes, melting vampires, weeping dryads, and disintegrating gargoyles in a pre-dawn civic protest. And then, Professor Alistair Finch, impeccable in his tweed, sipping from a steaming mug of tea, materialized from the lingering mist of evaporated vampire, as if he had simply strolled out of a particularly well-organized dream. His calm, academic demeanor amidst the chaos was almost more unsettling than the chaos itself. He offered the officers a polite, almost conspiratorial nod. "Nothing to see here, officers. Just a rather spirited citizen expressing his views on municipal transparency, and a minor, shall we say, sartorial miscalculation on his part. Happens frequently with early morning activism." The officers, utterly flummoxed, merely stared, their eyes darting between Silas the professor and the scattered remnants of the protest-shattered piece of gargoyle wing, the shimmering crystals, the charred newspaper. "The mayor, I dare say, will be having a rather eventful morning," Professor Finch had mused, his gaze resting on Silas with a blend of sympathy and profound academic interest. "And while your protest was, shall we say, visually compelling, there is a deeper matter we must address." He had then unveiled the full, horrifying scope of the cosmic fatigue, a slow, insidious unraveling of reality itself, caused by humanity's collective celestial ignorance and the centuries of deliberate moon tampering. Silas, the perpetually exhausted archivist, was now tasked with reawakening a planet to the forgotten dance of the cosmos, all while battling his own chronic insomnia and the lingering taste of stale cinnamon bun. Mayor Bumble, it appeared, was indeed the least of his problems. Sudden, authoritative clamor from the street broke the lingering silence. A sleek, black limousine, unnecessarily long and polished to a gleam, swept around the corner, its tinted windows offering no glimpse of its occupant. It pulled up directly in front of the City Hall steps, disgorging a flurry of sharply dressed, anxious-looking aides, clutching clipboards and whispering frantically into earpieces. From the back seat, with the practiced precision of a man who always knew where the cameras were, emerged Mayor Reginald Bumble. He was a man built like a slightly overinflated balloon, impeccably suited, his bald pate gleaming under the rising sun, his chin a series of well-fed rolls. He exuded an aura of manufactured sincerity and carefully cultivated charm, a politician designed by committee. His smile, when he offered it to the bewildered police officers, was wide and practiced, but his eyes, small and beady, darted frantically towards the scattered debris on the steps. Then, with a visible flicker of alarm, fixed on Silas, naked and clutching a rather incriminating ledger. "What in the blazes is going on here?" Mayor Bumble boomed, his voice, usually modulated for public addresses, now laced with a raw, unvarnished panic. He gestured wildly at the shattered gargoyle wing, then with a theatrical gasp pointed a trembling finger at the still open ledger, its pages clearly visible in the growing light. "My city hall, my beautiful civic architecture, and, good heavens, is that an indecent exposure on the steps of democracy? Officer, surely we have regulations for such exhibitions." His concern was purely aesthetic and public relations based, not rooted in any actual fear or understanding of the supernatural chaos that had just unfolded. Professor Finch cleared his throat, stepping forward with a calm, almost serene air. "Ah, Mayor Bumble, just the man we wish to see. Or rather, the man Mr. Blackwood wished to see. He appears to have some rather pressing concerns regarding lunar transparency, and perhaps the unauthorized manipulation of celestial bodies for, shall we say, electoral advantage." Mayor Bumble's face, already flushed, turned a shade closer to puce. His practiced smile faltered, dissolving into a rictus of bewilderment. "Lunar transparency? Electoral advantage? Professor Finch, with all due respect, what utter poppycock. This is a clear case of public indecency, and judging by the debris, perhaps even vandalism. I assure you my administration is focused solely on the well-being of our citizens, the beautification of our parks, and the efficient collection of refuse. Not lunar anything." He gestured dismissively at the celestial filter, its light now muted by the rising sun, still visible at the top of the clock tower. Silas, mustering the last reserves of his physical strength and intellectual fury, pushed himself to his knees, clutching the ledger. His voice, though hoarse and human, resonated with a profound, scholarly indignation. Mayor Bumble, your ledger. This is a record of centuries of celestial tampering. Your ancestors, and now Shu, have been systematically dampening the moon's influence, causing lunar disorientation, cosmic fatigue, and profound, chronic insomnia for myself and countless others. He gestured weakly at the scattered remnants of his nocturnal allies. My lunar amnesia was not a personal failing. It was a deliberate act of municipal deceit, all for civic harmony and your insipid re-election campaigns. Mayor Bumble blanched, his eyes darting to the ledger, then back to Silas. My ledger? Why, that's merely a private journal of, astronomical observations. A hobby. Unless you understand. My personal interest in the celestial sphere. And as for dampening, that's merely a metaphor for reducing urban light pollution. Good for the environment, you see. Energy saving. A key plank of my platform. He stammered, his usual smooth delivery cracking under the pressure. His aides, meanwhile, looked increasingly panicked. One frantically trying to close the ledger with a clipboard. It explicitly states mitigating disruptive lunar influences on unpredictable elements of the population. Silas rasped, pointing a trembling finger at Mayor Bumble's florid signature. An increased dampening due to upcoming mayoral re-election campaign? The mayor visibly deflated, his plump face losing all color. He stammered, that's taken out of context. Poorly a rhetorical flourish to galvanize the nocturnal dog-walking community. They're very influential, you know, in this district. Always complaining about the visibility of nocturnal fauna. For safety. Yes, safety. He clung to his political talking points like a drowning man to a life raft. Professor Finch, ever the academic, interjected smoothly. Indeed, Mayor. And these unpredictable elements, as you so delicately put it, are currently experiencing profound cosmic fatigue due to your centuries of, shall we say, miscalibrating the moon. Mr. Blackwood here, a prime example, has been chronically sleep-deprived for decades. A direct consequence, he argues, of your ancestral line's rather aggressive approach to celestial governance. One might even call it a form of planetary narcolepsy. Mayor Bumble looked horrified. Planetary narcolepsy? Preposterous. We have excellent public health initiatives. Free flu shots. Dental checkups. We even have a new initiative for, urban serenity zones. No, this is clearly a case of, rogue elements attempting to discredit a highly successful administration. He pointed at the now empty limousine. I was on my way to a morning television interview about the benefits of our new composting program. This will be a disaster for my approval ratings. Silas, despite the agonizing process of his human re-emergence, felt a fresh surge of dark humor. His suffering reduced to a political inconvenience. Your approval ratings? He croaked, his voice still hoarse. My very existence has been a bureaucratic nightmare. My transformations have been unscheduled, undignified, and profoundly inconvenient. All because you couldn't be bothered to respect the cosmic order for the sake of a few extra votes. The mayor's eyes flicked nervously towards the police officers, who still looked utterly baffled. Look, Mr. Blackwood, I assure you, any lunar adjustments were made with the purest intentions, to ensure the tranquility of our citizens, to prevent unforeseen nocturnal incidents. You must understand, the general populace prefers a predictable lunar cycle. They like their full moons to be full, but not, shall we say, covertly full. Not too much, lumpen activity. It upsets the real estate market. Lumpen activity? Silas snarled, a low, animalistic sound escaping his throat despite the pain. You mean sentient beings, tied to ancient cosmic rhythms who are being systematically disoriented by your ancestors' insipid attempts at civic hygiene? He pointed a trembling, common finger at the clock tower. That mechanism, it filters the moon. It dulls its true influence. It's a cosmic filter designed to make us forget. Mayor Bumble scoffed, a forced, unconvincing sound. That old thing? Why, that's merely a public art installation. A historical curiosity. We're actually in the process of commissioning a feasibility study for its removal. It's becoming rather costly to maintain. And, quite frankly, it clashes with the new, modern aesthetic of our civic district. We're thinking of something more minimalist. Perhaps a giant, glowing, environmentally friendly, solar-powered squirrel. Professor Finch sighed, a sound of profound academic weariness. Mayor, your ancestors' ledger, now rather inconveniently visible, tells a rather different story. It details centuries of deliberate lunar manipulation. The custodians of the celestial veil, as they called themselves, were rather particular about their record-keeping. The mayor's composure completely evaporated. He lunged, a surprisingly agile move for a man of his bulk, towards the ledger, attempting to snatch it from Silas's grasp. That's classified information, proprietary documents, a forgery. I shall have you arrested for tampering with public records, and for public exposure. Silas, still weak from his transformation, clung to the ledger, his grip surprisingly strong. A brief, almost animalistic snarl escaped him. This is not a forgery. This is the truth. My life, and the lives of countless others, have been a testament to your family's insipid bureaucratic interference. As they struggled, the very air around them seemed to shimmer. The first rays of the true, unfiltered sun, now rising higher, began to collide with a faint, lingering influence of the super-harvest moon and the reactivated lunar mechanism in the clock tower. The effects of the apothecary's tea, now completely gone, meant the cosmic fatigue that Professor Finch had warned about was beginning to assert itself with unprecedented force. A police officer, mid-sentence about calling for backup, suddenly yawned, a wide, cavernous yawn that seemed to swallow his entire face. His eyes glazed over and he slowly, inexorably, slumped against his patrol car, falling instantly, profoundly asleep, his hand still hovering over his radio. The rookie beside him, startled, tried to rouse him, but then his own eyes began to droop, his head lolling. He fought it, shaking his head violently, but then, with a soft thud, he too collapsed onto the pavement, snoring faintly. Mayor Bumble, mid-grab for the ledger, suddenly stopped, his eyes unfocusing. You know, he mumbled, his voice thick with unbidden drowsiness, this really is quite exhausting. All this, public service, one barely gets a wink. He swayed, his hands dropping from the ledger. His meticulously coiffed hair seemed to flatten slightly, and his usually animated expression softened into one of profound, almost childlike fatigue. Perhaps a short, power nap, just 5 minutes, for the good of the, commune. He slowly, almost gracefully, began to slide down the steps, his expensive suit wrinkling in a most undignified manner. The aides, meanwhile, were faring no better. One, mid-whisper into her earpiece, suddenly trailed off, her eyes rolling back in her head. Her clipboard clattered to the ground, and she slumped against the limousine, a faint, contented snore escaping her lips. Another, reaching for a bottled water, found his hand too heavy, and the bottle rolled across the pavement as he succumbed to an instant, overwhelming slumber. Within moments, the entire mayoral entourage, the police officers, and even a bewildered pigeon attempting to peck at a stray croissant crumb, had succumbed to a sudden, profound, and utterly inexplicable sleep. They lay scattered across the City Hall steps and the surrounding pavement, a tableau of municipal collapse, snoring gently in the rising sun. Silas, still clutching the ledger, watched them fall, a strange mixture of grim satisfaction and profound weariness washing over him. The cosmic fatigue, the planetary narcolepsy Professor Finch had warned about, was real, and it was highly effective. He felt his own eyelids growing heavy, a familiar yet strangely welcome sensation. The profound weariness that had been his constant companion for decades now threatened to finally, mercifully, claim him. But this time, it was different. This time, it wasn't just his curse, it was a shared cosmic burden. Professor Finch, seemingly immune to the sudden slumber, merely smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. Ah, yes, the direct, unfiltered influence, rather more persuasive than mere rhetoric. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Blackwood? He took another sip of his tea, the scent of pine needles and old paper mingling with the faint, pleasant aroma of slumbering humanity. A rather dramatic demonstration of demand for accurate lunar schedules. I should think. The mayor, upon waking, will find himself in a rather unique negotiating position. Silas, laying on his knees, managed a weak, hoarse chuckle. He'll forget it all, won't he? He rasped, gesturing at the snoring Mayor Bumble. He'll wake up and think it was a particularly vivid dream about a naked archivist and some very persistent pigeons. Undoubtedly, Professor Finch conceded with a nod. Such is the nature of the cosmic fatigue. It doesn't just induce sleep, it erodes the memory of the catalyst. A self-correcting cosmic mechanism of sorts, though perhaps not ideal for long-term political accountability. However, the mechanism in the clock tower is now disarmed, at least temporarily. The moon's true influence, for better or worse, is no longer being suppressed. The first step towards reawakening, I suppose. He looked at Silas, his smile softening. And perhaps, Mr. Blackwood, now that the world itself is getting a taste of your lifelong burden, you might finally find some proper, undisturbed rest yourself. A shared cosmic burden, after all, is often lighter. Silas, his vision blurring, felt the familiar, sweet pull of oblivion, deeper and more insistent than ever before. His body, ravaged by transformation and protest, yearned for it. He looked at the vast, sprawling city, now silent, save for the chorus of gentle snores, bathed in the soft, unadulterated light of the true morning sun. The weight of cosmic responsibility, the lingering taste of stale cinnamon bun, the indignity of his nakedness, and the absurd political satire of it alit was almost too much. But then, as his eyelids finally, mercifully fluttered shut, he felt a profound, almost blissful sense of release. He was a sleep-deprived werewolf, yes, but for the first time in his life the entire world seemed to be joining him in his profound, well-deserved slumber. He merely hoped someone would eventually remember to properly file a report on a city-wide spontaneous nap. Chapter 16. The curse reversed. Mostly the pre-dawn light, that cold, unforgiving gray, that promised the arrival of a new bewildering day, was gradually softening, bleeding into the sky with hues of bruised violet and faint, anemic gold. Anemia! Silas Blackwood lay sprawled on the cold granite steps of City Hall, his human form reasserted with a brutal, wrenching speed. Every bone protested its forced rearrangement. Every muscle ached with the aftershocks of a primal rampage abruptly curtailed. He was naked, save for a few pitiful, shredded strips of tweed clinging precariously to his waist, a sartorial disgrace that, in his profound weariness, felt almost comically apt. His mind, still ringing with the echoes of his allies' bizarre protests and Professor Finch's chilling revelations, reeled with the sheer, preposterous weight of his new cosmic responsibility. He was not just sleep-deprived, he was the unwitting canary in the coal mine of an impending planetary narcolepsy, a scholar tasked with reawakening a world to the forgotten dance of the cosmos, all while battling his own chronic insomnia and the lingering phantom taste of stale cinnamon bun. Mayor Bumble, now a gently snoring lump of tweed on the steps below him, was indeed the least of his problems. A sudden, profound wave of weariness, deeper and more insistent than any he had ever known, washed over Silas. It was the cosmic fatigue Professor Finch had warned of, the collective yawn of a world disconnected from its celestial anchors. And for the first time in his life, this weariness felt different. It was not the gnawing, restless torment that had plagued him for decades, but a heavy, almost comforting pull towards genuine oblivion. He felt his eyelids, so often propped open by sheer willpower, finally, mercifully flutter shut. The world, with its snoring mayors and bewildered police officers, dissolved into a silent, profound darkness. And Silas Blackwood, the perpetually exhausted werewolf, finally, truly, slept. He awoke to the gentle, rhythmic hum of unseen machinery. Not the frantic clatter of a city in chaos, nor the oppressive silence of an archival vault, but a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate in harmony with his very bones. His eyes, for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, opened without the familiar grit of exhaustion. They were still bloodshot, yes, and the dark circles beneath them remained, but the sharp, insistent ache behind them was gone. His mind, while still tired, was clear, unclouded by the usual fog of semi-consciousness. He was human, undeniably so, though his body still carried the ghost of the wolf's power, a subtle hum beneath his skin. He sat up slowly, feeling surprisingly agile, if stiff. He was no longer on the cold granite steps of City Hall. He was in a small, surprisingly comfortable cot, smelling faintly of lavender and something earthy in a corner of what appeared to be Professor Finch's study. The stacks of books still teetered precariously. The astrolabe still gleamed, and the air was thick with the scent of old paper and pipe tobacco. A heavy, hand-knitted blanket, surprisingly soft, was draped over him. He was, to his immense relief, no longer naked. A faded, rather shapeless pair of flannel trousers, and a much too large, equally faded woolen jumper now mercifully covered him. "Ah. You're awake," Professor Finch's voice, calm and unperturbed, drifted from a nearby armchair. The professor sat, as always, impeccably dressed in tweed, sipping from a fresh mug of tea, a stack of ancient, leather-bound books open on his lap. "Slept rather soundly, didn't you? 6 hours by my reckoning. A new record, I dare say, for a gentleman of your particular sensitivities." Silas blinked, trying to process this information. 6 hours. Uninterrupted. The very concept was revolutionary. The cosmic fatigue? He rasped, his voice still a little rough. "Indeed." Professor Finch nodded, taking a sip of tea. "A rather effective reset button, would you agree? Though rather indiscriminate in its application. Mayor Bumble is still snoring rather impressively on the City Hall steps, as are his aides and the more impressionable of the local constabulary. The local pigeons, however, seem quite refreshed. Peculiar creatures, pigeons, surprisingly resilient to cosmic intervention. Silas rubbed his eyes. "My allies? Bartholomew? Niswa? Eldridge? Lord Alaric? All accounted for," the professor confirmed, adjusting his spectacles, though perhaps with a few lingering quirks. Bartholomew woke up in a rather impressive nest of discarded pizza boxes in an alleyway, convinced he was late for a delivery of artisanal cheeses. Hayes now back at the bakery, apparently, with Mr. Henderson, lamenting the existential burden of a particularly challenging batch of sourdough. Miss Eldridge, bless her shimmering heart, reappeared near the fountain, though she now shimmers faintly whenever she's particularly agitated, which, given her nature, is quite often. Her root vegetables now glow faintly in the dark. Lord Alaric, having rather ungracefully evaporated, reformed inside a neglected broom closet at City Hall, and is now insisting on only taking his nocturnal constitutionals wrapped in a dozen layers of blackout velvet. He also developed a profound aversion to anything even remotely resembling a financial document. The Dryad, I believe, is now attempting to communicate with the City Parks Department about the precise pH balance of municipal tap water. And the gargoyle, well, the gargoyle still has a rather persistent itch in his remaining stone wing. We managed to convince him that his missing chunk was merely a particularly aggressive bout of exfoliation. Silas listened, a faint, weary smile touching his lips. It seemed the universe, in its bizarre wisdom, had balanced the scales, albeit with a heavy dose of irony. The clock tower, Silas said, the memory of the immense mechanism and the incriminating ledger suddenly vivid. The lunar mechanism? We need to precisely, Professor Finch interrupted, a gleam in his eye. It is imperative that we recalibrate it. Restore the true cosmic rhythm, as Agnes would say. The mayor's device was a crude dampener, a suppression. But the true ancient cycles need to be understood, not merely ignored. It's not about turning it off, Mr. Brackwood, but about setting it right. A re-education for the cosmos, if you will, and for humanity. The next few days were a blur of purposeful, if still profoundly strange, activity. Silas, surprisingly, felt more alert than he had in years, despite the remaining shadows under his eyes. The quality of his exhaustion had changed. It was less a constant nagging torment, and more a profound tiredness that responded, however grudgingly, to actual sleep. He still craved unsalted crackers at odd hours, a subtle lingering side effect of the apothecary's tea, but it was a minor eccentricity compared to his previous existence. Under Professor Finch's meticulous guidance, and with the reluctant assistance of a few of the newly recalibrated lunar-sensitive citizens, Silas returned to the old town clock tower. Mr. Henderson, surprisingly, lent them a heavy-duty trolley, ostensibly for moving flour sacks, but tacitly understanding its true purpose. Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, despite his complaints about the sourdough, displayed a surprising agility in navigating the city's back alleys, having developed an uncanny knack for spotting obscure shortcuts that only a creature perpetually late for deliveries could find. Miss Eldridge, her occasional shimmering distracting but useful, used her peculiar sensitivity to celestial energies to detect subtle resonances within the mechanism. Lord Alaric, his dignity reasserted by a fresh supply of blackout velvet, offered surprisingly insightful observations on the structural integrity of ancient brass, a skill honed by centuries of lurking in crumbling crypts. Even the gargoyle, who was still muttering about his itchy wing, managed to hold a crucial gear in place with his surprisingly strong remaining stone limb. Silas, armed with the silver key and the detailed cryptic instructions from Agnes Periwinkle's restricted texts, which Professor Finch had, with a surprising burst of athleticism, retrieved from the library's hidden chamber, began the meticulous process of recalibration. The lunar mechanism, a dizzying array of bronze rings and crystalline spheres, was far more complex than a simple on-off switch. It required precision, an understanding of forgotten celestial mechanics, and a profound respect for the delicate dance of cosmic forces. Silas inserted the silver key into the hidden keyhole beneath the mayor's saccharine plaque. It turned with a soft, resonant click, unlike any lock he had ever encountered. A series of ancient, almost inaudible chimes resonated through the chamber, vibrating in the very stone. guided by the diagrams and Professor Finch's calm, precise instructions. Silas turned a massive bronze lever, then another, feeling the subtle shift in the mechanism's humming energy. He adjusted a series of intricate dials, aligning them with the true, unmanipulated lunar phases, as revealed in the ancient texts. He polished the surface of the lunar stone with a soft cloth, feeling its inherent, untamed power pulse beneath his paw. As the final dial clicked into place, a profound wave of energy washed through the clock tower, a surge of pure, unadulterated moonlight that felt both ancient and refreshingly new. It was no longer attenuated, no longer filtered, but vibrated with its true potent rhythm. The air in the chamber felt lighter, cleaner, infused with a subtle electric tang that was exhilarating rather than assaulting. The dust motes, previously dancing in the filtered light, now shimmered with an almost ethereal glow. The entire mechanism, for the first time in centuries, hummed in perfect resonant harmony with the true moon. Outside, the city seemed to subtly sigh. The artificial lights seemed to dim just a fraction, no longer needing to overcompensate for the dulled moonlight. The constant urban hum seemed to soften, allowing for the faint, natural sounds of the night to reassert themselves. The plants in city parks seemed to perk up, their leaves unfurling with a renewed vigor. And in the homes across the city, a subtle shift occurred. Sleep became deeper, more restorative, though perhaps a little more prone to vivid, lunar-influenced dreams. The immediate effect on Silas was a deep, calming wave of peace. The perpetual restlessness that had plagued him for so long, the constant internal vibration that kept him on edge, receded almost entirely. His eyes, though still lined with the legacy of 1,000 sleepless nights, no longer held the frantic, desperate look of a man perpetually denied rest. He felt a profound sense of balance, an equilibrium he hadn't known was possible. The curse was reversed. Mostly, Silas still found himself prone to the occasional bout of insomnia, particularly when stressed by mundane bureaucratic tasks at the archive. But these were no longer agonizing, mind-shattering experiences. They were merely restless nights, perhaps spent pondering the semiotics of forgotten civic ordinances, or the precise trajectory of a dust mote in moonlight. And he found that the unsalted cracker craving, a bizarre lingering side effect of the apothecary's tea, had now become a comforting ritual, a bland anchor in his sometimes chaotic existence. He would occasionally find himself reaching for a cracker, even when not particularly hungry, a small mundane habit formed in the crucible of cosmic crisis. His allies also found themselves with new, if subtle, quirks. Bartholomew, while still delivering baked goods, developed an uncanny ability to predict adverse weather by sniffing the air, often arriving at customers' doors with their pastries just moments before an unexpected downpour. Miss Eldridge's root vegetables did indeed glow, a faint ethereal luminescence that made her stall a popular, if slightly unsettling, attraction at the market, though she still shimmered faintly when discussing the price of organic fertilizer. Lord Alaric, while still a vampire of refined tastes, found that a small, comfortable, perfectly insulated broom closet was now his preferred napping spot, and he developed a strange fondness for bland, unsweetened tea. The dryad, now vibrant and green, began to sprout small, perfectly formed leaves of celestial tea from her branches, which, when steeped, induced mild philosophical debates among those who drank it. And the gargoyle, though still missing a significant chunk of his wing, found that he could now, on particularly bright moonlit nights, slightly shift his posture on the fountain, allowing him a brief, almost imperceptible moment of stone-bound flexibility, and his remaining stone wing occasionally twitched with a phantom itch. As for Mayor Bumble, he awoke on the steps of City Hall, utterly bewildered, convinced Head had a particularly vivid dream about a naked man, angry animals, and a very aggressive debate about composting. He remembered nothing of the ledger, or the lunar mechanism, or his ancestral line of celestial manipulators. He merely felt a profound, inexplicable sense of well-being, a refreshing clarity that he attributed entirely to the effectiveness of his new Urban Serenity Zones initiative. His approval rating soared as the city, subtly recalibrated by the moon's true rhythm, indeed felt a quiet, refreshing sense of peace, though no one quite knew why. Silas Blackwood continued his work at the Municipal Archive, now with a new perspective. The ancient documents, once merely sources of mundane information, now whispered of deeper, forgotten truths. He still dealt with the dry, often absurd details of historical bureaucracy, but he did so with the quiet knowledge that he, the chronically sleep-deprived archivist, had played a pivotal role in recalibrating the cosmos. And sometimes late at night, when the moon truly majestically held sway over the city, he would find himself gazing at its magnificent, unfiltered light, feeling the gentle hum of its true rhythm deep within his bones. And then, with a profound, contented sigh, he would curl up in his bed, perhaps with a handful of unsalted crackers, and for the first time in his strange, long life, truly, utterly, and mostly sleep. Chapter 17. The new normal, the pre-dawn light, that cold, clinical gray that had once promised only the arrival of a new, bewildering day, now seemed to unfold with a softer, gentler grace, bleeding into the sky with hues of bruised violet and faint, anemic gold. Silas Blackwood lay sprawled on the cold granite steps of City Hall, his human form reasserted with a brutal, wrenching speed that left every bone protesting its forced rearrangement, every muscle sore with the aftershocks of a primal rampage abruptly curtailed. He was naked, save for a few pitiful, shredded strips of tweed clinging precariously to his waist, a sartorial disgrace that, in his profound weariness, felt almost comically apt. His mind, still ringing with the echoes of his allies' bizarre protests and Professor Finch's chilling revelations, reeled with the sheer preposterous weight of his new cosmic responsibility. He was not just sleep-deprived, he was the unwitting canary in the coal mine of an impending planetary narcolepsy, a scholar tasked with reawakening a world to the forgotten dance of the cosmos, all while battling his own chronic insomnia and the lingering phantom taste of stale cinnamon bun. Mayor Bumble, now a gently snoring lump of tweed on the steps below him, was indeed the least of his problems. A profound, overwhelming wave of weariness, deeper and more insistent than any he had ever known, had finally washed over Silas. It was the cosmic fatigue Professor Finch had warned of, the collective yawn of a world disconnected from its celestial anchors. And for the first time in his life, this weariness felt different. It was not the gnawing, restless torment that had plagued him for decades, the constant internal vibration that kept him on edge, but a heavy, almost comforting pull towards genuine oblivion. He felt his eyelids, so often propped open by sheer willpower, finally, mercifully flutter shut. The world, with its snoring mayors and bewildered police officers, dissolved into a silent, profound darkness, and Silas Blackwood, the perpetually exhausted werewolf, finally, truly slept. He awoke to the gentle, rhythmic hum of unseen machinery, not the frantic clatter of a city in chaos, nor the oppressive silence of an archival vault, but a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate in harmony with his very bones. His eyes, for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, opened without the familiar grit of exhaustion. They were still bloodshot, yes, and the dark circles beneath them remained, a permanent testament to a lifetime of wakefulness. But the sharp, insistent ache behind them was gone. His mind, while still tired, was clear, unclouded by the usual fog of semi-consciousness. He was human, undeniably so, though his body still carried the ghost of the wolf's power, a subtle hum beneath his skin, a lingering sense of immense strength held in effortless check. He sat up slowly, feeling surprisingly agile, if stiff. He was no longer on the cold granite steps of City Hall. He was in a small, surprisingly comfortable cot, smelling faintly of lavender and something earthy, in a corner of what appeared to be Professor Finch's study. The stacks of books still teetered precariously, defying the laws of physics. The astrolabe still gleamed with the dim light filtering through the heavy drapes, and the air was thick with the comforting, familiar scent of old paper and pipe tobacco. A heavy, hand-knitted blanket, surprisingly soft and smelling vaguely of sheep, was draped over him. He was, to his immense relief, no longer naked. A faded, rather shapeless pair of flannel trousers, and a much too large, equally faded woolen jumper, smelling faintly of mothballs, now mercifully covered him. "Ah, good. You're awake," Professor Finch's voice, calm and unperturbed, drifted from a nearby armchair. The professor sat, as always, impeccably dressed in tweed, sipping from a fresh mug of tea, a stack of ancient, leather-bound books open on his lap, a copy of the mayoral ledger resting, rather incongruously, on top. "Slept rather soundly, did you?" "6 hours, by my reckoning." "A new record, I dare say, for a gentleman of your particular sensitivities." Silas blinked, trying to process this information. 6 hours, uninterrupted. The very concept was revolutionary, almost disorienting in its unfamiliarity. "The cosmic fatigue?" he rasped, his voice still a little rough, as if unused to forming human words after his recent lupine pronouncements. "Indeed," Professor Finch nodded, taking a deliberate sip of tea. "A rather effective reset button, would you agree? Though rather indiscriminate in its application. Mayor Bumble is still snoring rather impressively on the City Hall steps, as are his aides, and the more impressionable of the local constabulary. The local pigeons, however, seem quite refreshed. Peculiar creatures, pigeons, surprisingly resilient to cosmic intervention." He chuckled, a dry, papery sound. Silas rubbed at his eyes, the residual grit a faint reminder of his former life. "My allies. Bartholomew, Miss Eldridge, Lord Alaric." "All accounted for," the professor confirmed, adjusting his spectacles, a faint glint of amusement in his magnified eyes. "Though perhaps with a few lingering quirks." Bartholomew woke up in a rather impressive nest of discarded pizza boxes in an alleyway, convinced he was late for a delivery of artisanal cheeses. He is now back at the bakery, apparently, with Mr. Henderson, lamenting the existential burden of a particularly challenging batch of sourdough. He now claims he can predict traffic jams by the subtle changes in the city's underlying hum. Miss Eldridge, bless her shimmering heart, reappeared near the fountain, though she now shimmers faintly whenever she's particularly agitated, which, given her nature, is quite often. Her root vegetables now glow faintly in the dark, a peculiar ethereal luminescence that has made her stall unexpectedly popular. Lord Alaric, having rather ungracefully evaporated, reformed inside a neglected broom closet at City Hall, and is now insisting on only taking his nocturnal constitutionals wrapped in a dozen layers of blackout velvet, which he claims enhances his reflective qualities. He also developed a profound aversion to anything even remotely resembling a financial document, preferring to discuss the philosophical implications of cobweb formation. The Dryad, I believe, is now attempting to communicate with the City Parks Department about the precise pH balance of municipal tap water, and has convinced them to install a series of surprisingly effective moon-gazing platforms in the city's green spaces. And the gargoyle still has a rather persistent itch in his remaining stone wing, and occasionally lets out a surprisingly articulate grumble about the indignity of incomplete transformations. We managed to convince him that his missing chunk was merely a particularly aggressive bout of exfoliation. Silas listened, a faint, weary smile touching his lips. It seemed the universe, in its bizarre wisdom, had balanced the scales, albeit with a heavy dose of irony. "The clock tower," Silas said, the memory of the immense mechanism and the incriminating ledger suddenly vivid, sharp, and entirely unclouded by sleep deprivation. The lunar mechanism. We need to precisely... Professor Finch interrupted, a fresh gleam in his eye, a sudden shift in his academic demeanor from observer to active participant. It is imperative that we recalibrate it. Restore the true cosmic rhythm, as Agnes would say. The mayor's device was a crude dampener, a suppression. But the true, ancient cycles need to be understood, not merely ignored. It's not about turning it off, Mr. Blackwood, but about setting it right. A re-education for the cosmos, if you will. And for humanity. He gestured towards the large stack of books on his lap, which Silas now noticed were filled with intricate, arcane diagrams and dense, handwritten notes. This is merely the beginning. The next few days, and indeed weeks, were a blur of purposeful, if still profoundly strange, activity. Silas, surprisingly, felt more alert than he had in years, despite the remaining shadows under his eyes. The quality of his exhaustion had changed. It was less a constant, nagging torment, and more a profound tiredness that responded, however grudgingly, to actual sleep. He still found himself prone to the occasional bout of insomnia, particularly when stressed by mundane bureaucratic tasks at the archive, such as the meticulous recataloging of outdated building codes or the endless task of dusting ancient ledgers. But these were no longer agonizing, mind-shattering experiences. They were merely restless nights, perhaps spent pondering the semiotics of forgotten civic ordinances, or the precise trajectory of a dust mote in Moonlight, before he would eventually and mercifully drift off. The unsalted cracker craving, a bizarre lingering side effect of the apothecary's tea, had now become a comforting ritual, a bland anchor in his sometimes chaotic existence. He would occasionally find himself reaching for a cracker, even when not particularly hungry, a small, mundane habit formed in the crucible of cosmic crisis, a reminder of the time his intellect had been calmed by dubious herbs and his animal instincts subtly redirected. He would often dip them in lukewarm, slightly milky tea, finding the combination strangely soothing. Under Professor Finch's meticulous guidance, and with the reluctant yet surprisingly effective assistance of his newly recalibrated lunar-sensitive citizens, Silas returned to the old town clock tower. Mr. Henderson, surprisingly, lent them a heavy-duty trolley, ostensibly for moving flour sacks, but tacitly understanding its true purpose, offering a knowing nod and a surprisingly fresh, unstale loaf of sourdough for their efforts. Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, despite his complaints about the sourdough and the existential burden of his bread roots, displayed a surprising agility in navigating the city's back alleys. Having developed an uncanny knack for spotting obscure shortcuts and predicting the precise locations of discarded, perfectly edible, and somewhat stale pastries, Miss Eldridge, her occasional shimmering distracting but useful, used her peculiar sensitivity to celestial energies to detect subtle resonances within the mechanism, correcting the placement of certain arcane levers with a precise, almost surgical flicker of her hand. Lord Alaric, his dignity reasserted by a fresh supply of blackout velvet, offered surprisingly insightful observations on the structural integrity of ancient brass, a skill honed by centuries of lurking in crumbling crypts and avoiding direct sunlight. Even the gargoyle, who was still grumbling about his itchy wing and the lingering ignominy of incomplete transformation, managed to hold a crucial gear in place with his surprisingly strong remaining stone limb, occasionally spitting a small, indignant chip of granite in the direction of City Hall. Silas, armed with the silver key and the detailed cryptic instructions from Agnes Periwinkle's restricted texts, which Professor Finch had, with a surprising burst of academic athleticism, retrieved from the library's hidden chamber, much to Agnes Periwinkle's dry, academic approval, began the meticulous process of recalibration. The lunar mechanism, a dizzying array of bronze rings and crystalline spheres, was far more complex than a simple on-off switch. It required precision, an understanding of forgotten celestial mechanics, and a profound respect for the delicate dance of cosmic forces. He inserted the silver key into the hidden keyhole beneath the mayor's saccharine plaque. It turned with a soft, resonant click, unlike any lock he had ever encountered, a sound that seemed to resonate through the very stone of the tower. A series of ancient, almost inaudible chimes resonated through the chamber, vibrating in the very stone, a quiet symphony of cosmic realignment. Guided by the diagrams and Professor Finch's calm, precise instructions, Silas turned a massive bronze lever, then another, feeling the subtle shift in the mechanism's humming energy. He adjusted a series of intricate dials, aligning them with the true, unmanipulated lunar phases as revealed in the ancient texts. He polished the surface of the lunar stone with a soft cloth, feeling its inherent untamed power pulse beneath his paw. Now a human hand, but still tingling with the afterimage of fur and claw. As the final dial clicked into place, a profound wave of energy washed through the clock tower, a surge of pure, unadulterated moonlight that felt both ancient and refreshingly new. It was no longer attenuated, no longer filtered, but vibrated with its true, potent rhythm. The air in the chamber felt lighter, cleaner, infused with a subtle electric tang that was exhilarating rather than assaulting. The dust motes, previously dancing in the filtered light, now shimmered with an almost ethereal glow, reflecting the pure, unburdened lunar light. The entire mechanism, for the first time in centuries, hummed in perfect resonant harmony with the true moon. Outside, the city seemed to subtly sigh. The artificial lights seemed to dim just a fraction, no longer needing to overcompensate for the dulled moonlight. The constant urban hum seemed to soften, allowing for the faint, natural sounds of the night to reassert themselves. The distant hoot of an owl, the gentle rustle of leaves, the quiet murmur of the river. The plants in city parks seemed to perk up, their leaves unfurling with a renewed vigor, their internal clock subtly nudged back into alignment. And in the homes across the city, a subtle shift occurred. Sleep became deeper, more restorative, though perhaps a little more prone to vivid, lunar-influenced dreams, filled with strange, glowing gardens and surprisingly eloquent gargoyles. The immediate effect on Silas was a deep, calming wave of peace. The perpetual restlessness that had plagued him for so long, the constant internal vibration that kept him on edge, receded almost entirely. His eyes, though still lined with the legacy of 1,000 sleepless nights, no longer held the frantic, desperate look of a man perpetually denied rest. He felt a profound sense of balance, an equilibrium he hadn't known was possible, a quiet harmony between his human and lupine natures. The curse was reversed. Mostly, Silas still found himself prone to the occasional bout of insomnia, particularly when stressed by mundane bureaucratic tasks at the archive, or when faced with a particularly complex cross-referencing challenge that demanded his utmost focus in the dead of night. But these were no longer agonizing, mind-shattering experiences. They were merely restless nights, perhaps spent pondering the semiotics of forgotten civic ordinances, or the precise trajectory of a dust mote in Moonlight, before he would eventually, and mercifully, drift off. He found that the unsalted cracker craving, a bizarre lingering side effect of the apothecary's tea, had now become a comforting ritual, a bland anchor in his sometimes chaotic existence. He would occasionally find himself reaching for a cracker, even when not particularly hungry, a small, mundane habit formed in the crucible of cosmic crisis, a testament to the fact that even profound celestial interventions could lead to surprising dietary preferences. His allies also found themselves with new, if subtle, quirks. Bartholomew, while still delivering baked goods and complaining about his sourdough, developed an uncanny ability to predict adverse weather by sniffing the air, often arriving at customers' doors with their pastries just moments before an unexpected downpour. Miss Eldridge's root vegetables did indeed glow, a faint, ethereal luminescence that made her stall a popular, if slightly unsettling, attraction at the market, though she still shimmered faintly when discussing the price of organic fertilizer, or the absurdities of market regulations. Lord Alaric, while still a vampire of refined tastes, found that a small, comfortable, perfectly insulated broom closet was now his preferred napping spot during the day, and he developed a strange fondness for bland, unsweetened tea, which he claimed sharpened his historical perception. The dryad, now vibrant and green, began to sprout small, perfectly formed leaves of celestial tea from her branches, which, when steeped, induced mild philosophical debates among those who drank it, often concerning the subtle nuances of photosynthesis and cosmic energy flow. And the gargoyle, though still missing a significant chunk of his wing, found that he could now, on particularly bright moonlit nights, slightly shift his posture on the fountain, allowing him a brief, almost imperceptible moment of stone-bound flexibility, and his remaining stone wing occasionally twitched with a phantom itch that only he could feel. As for Mayor Bumble, he awoke on the steps of City Hall, utterly bewildered. Convinced Head had a particularly vivid dream about a naked man, angry animals, and a very aggressive debate about composting. He remembered nothing of the ledger or the lunar mechanism or his ancestral line of celestial manipulators. He merely felt a profound, inexplicable sense of well-being, a refreshing clarity that he attributed entirely to the effectiveness of his new Urban Serenity Zone's initiative, and a surprisingly effective, if somewhat unconventional, power nap. His approval rating soared, as the city, subtly recalibrated by the moon's true rhythm, indeed felt a quiet, refreshing sense of peace, though no one quite knew why. He even issued a new city ordinance encouraging spontaneous, refreshing naps in public spaces, citing enhanced civic productivity. Silas Blackwood continued his work at the Municipal Archive, now with a new perspective. The ancient documents, once merely sources of mundane information, now whispered of deeper forgotten truths. He still dealt with the dry, often absurd details of historical bureaucracy, but he did so with the quiet knowledge that he, the chronically sleep-deprived archivist, had played a pivotal role in recalibrating the cosmos. And sometimes, late at night, when the moon truly majestically held sway over the city, he would find himself gazing at its magnificent, unfiltered light, feeling the gentle hum of its true rhythm deep within his bones. He still kept a calendar, of course, a practical necessity for any diligent archivist, but now on his bedside table, carefully laid out next to a small, unassuming pile of unsalted crackers, was a leather-bound journal. In it, with meticulous, precise script, Silas Blackwood recorded every subtle lunar phase, every nuance of its energetic pull, every precise astronomical detail, cross-referenced with his own internal sensations. It was a private almanac, a personal record of cosmic truth, a quiet act of defiance against forgetfulness. He noted the subtle shifts in the moon's aura, the faint changes in air pressure, the precise moment he felt the most profound sense of calm, just in case. Because even a werewolf who had reversed a cosmic curse, and finally found the blessing of sleep, knew that in a city run by bureaucratic mayors and populated by subtly manipulated supernaturals, it was always best to keep a detailed record. And then, with a profound, contented sigh, he would curl up in his bed, perhaps with a handful of unsalted crackers, and for the first time in his strange, long life, truly, utterly, and mostly, sleep. Chapter 18. Epilogue. The next full moon, the pre-dawn light, that cold, clinical gray that had once promised only the arrival of a new, bewildering day, now seemed to unfold with a softer, gentler grace, bleeding into the sky with hues of bruised violet and faint, anemic gold. Silas Blackwood lay sprawled on the cold granite steps of City Hall, his human form reasserted with a brutal, wrenching speed that left every bone protesting its forced rearrangement, every muscle sore with the aftershocks of a primal rampage abruptly curtailed. He was naked, save for a few pitiful, shredded strips of tweed clinging precariously to his waist, a sartorial disgrace that, in his profound weariness, felt almost comically apt. His mind, still ringing with the echoes of his allies' bizarre protests and Professor Finch's chilling revelations, reeled with the sheer, preposterous weight of his new cosmic responsibility. He was not just sleep-deprived, he was the unwitting canary in the coal mine of an impending planetary narcolepsy, a scholar tasked with reawakening a world to the forgotten dance of the cosmos, all while battling his own chronic insomnia and the lingering phantom taste of stale cinnamon bun. Mea Bumble, now a gently snoring lump of tweed on the steps below him, was indeed the least of his problems. A profound, overwhelming wave of weariness, deeper and more insistent than any he had ever known, had finally washed over Silas. It was the cosmic fatigue Professor Finch had warned of, the collective yawn of a world disconnected from its celestial anchors. And for the first time in his life, this weariness felt different. It was not the gnawing, restless torment that had plagued him for decades, the constant internal vibration that kept him on edge, but a heavy, almost comforting pull towards genuine oblivion. He felt his eyelids, so often propped open by sheer willpower, finally, mercifully, flutter shut. The world, with its snoring mayors and bewildered police officers, dissolved into a silent, profound darkness. And Silas Blackwood, the perpetually exhausted werewolf, finally, truly slept. He awoke to the gentle rhythmic hum of unseen machinery, not the frantic clatter of a city in chaos, nor the oppressive silence of an archival vault, but a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate in harmony with his very bones. His eyes, for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, opened without the familiar grit of exhaustion. They were still bloodshot, yes, and the dark circles beneath them remained, a permanent testament to a lifetime of wakefulness, but the sharp, insistent ache behind them was gone. His mind, while still tired, was clear, unclouded by the usual fog of semi-consciousness. He was human, undeniably so, though his body still carried the ghost of the wolf's power, a subtle hum beneath his skin, a lingering sense of immense strength held in effortless check. He sat up slowly, feeling surprisingly agile, if stiff. He was no longer on the cold granite steps of City Hall. He was in a small, surprisingly comfortable cot, smelling faintly of lavender and something earthy, in a corner of what appeared to be Professor Finch's study. The stacks of books still teetered precariously, defying the laws of physics. The astrolabe still gleamed with the dim light filtering through the heavy drapes, and the air was thick with the comforting, familiar scent of old paper and pipe tobacco. A heavy hand-knitted blanket, surprisingly soft and smelling vaguely of sheep, was draped over him. He was, to his immense relief, no longer naked. A faded, rather shapeless pair of flannel trousers, and a much too large, equally faded, woolen jumper, smelling faintly of mothballs, now mercifully covered him. "Ah, good. You're awake," Professor Finch's voice, calm and unperturbed, drifted from a nearby armchair. The professor sat, as always, impeccably dressed in tweed, sipping from a fresh mug of tea, a stack of ancient leather-bound books open on his lap, a copy of the mayoral ledger resting, rather incongruously, on top. "Slept rather soundly, didn't you?" 6 hours, by my reckoning. A new record, I dare say, for a gentleman of your particular sensitivities. Silas blinked, trying to process this information. 6 hours, uninterrupted. The very concept was revolutionary, almost disorienting in its unfamiliarity. "The cosmic fatigue," he rasped, his voice still a little rough, as if unused to forming human words after his recent lupine pronouncements. "Indeed," Professor Finch nodded, taking a deliberate sip of tea. "A rather effective reset button, wouldn't you agree? Though rather indiscriminate in its application." Mayor Bumble is still snoring rather impressively on the City Hall steps, as are his aides and the more impressionable of the local constabulary. The local pigeons, however, seem quite refreshed. Peculiar creatures, pigeons, surprisingly resilient to cosmic intervention. He chuckled, a dry, papery sound. Silas rubbed at his eyes, the residual grit a faint reminder of his former life. My allies. Bartholomew? Miss Eldridge? Lord Alaric? All accounted for, the professor confirmed, adjusting his spectacles, a faint glint of amusement in his magnified eyes, though perhaps with a few lingering quirks. Bartholomew woke up in a rather impressive nest of discarded pizza boxes in an alleyway, convinced he was late for a delivery of artisanal cheeses. Is now back at the bakery apparently, with Mr. Henderson, lamenting the existential burden of a particularly challenging batch of sourdough. He now claims he can predict traffic jams by the subtle changes in the city's underlying hum. Miss Eldridge, bless her shimmering heart, reappeared near the fountain, though she now shimmers faintly whenever she is particularly agitated, which given her nature is quite often. Her root vegetables now glow faintly in the dark, a peculiar, ethereal luminescence that has made her stall unexpectedly popular. Lord Alaric, having rather ungracefully evaporated, reformed inside a neglected broom closet at City Hall, and is now insisting on only taking his nocturnal constitutionals wrapped in a dozen layers of blackout velvet, which, he claims, enhances his reflective qualities. He also developed a profound aversion to anything even remotely resembling a financial document, preferring to discuss the philosophical implications of cobweb formation. The Dryad, I believe, is now attempting to communicate with the City Parks Department about the precise pH balance of municipal tap water, and has convinced them to install a series of surprisingly effective moon-gazing platforms in the city's green spaces. And the gargoyle, well, the gargoyle still has a rather persistent itch in his remaining stone wing, and occasionally lets out a surprisingly articulate grumble about the indignity of incomplete transformation. We managed to convince him that his missing chunk was merely a particularly aggressive bout of exfoliation. Silas listened, a faint, weary smile touching his lips. It seemed the universe, in its bizarre wisdom, had balanced the scales, albeit with a heavy dose of irony. The clock tower, Silas said. The memory of the immense mechanism and the incriminating ledger suddenly vivid, sharp and entirely unclouded by sleep deprivation. The lunar mechanism. We need to exactly. Professor Finch interrupted, a fresh gleam in his eye, a sudden shift in his academic demeanor from observer to active participant. It is imperative that we recalibrate it, restore the true cosmic rhythm, as Agnes would say. The mayor's device was a crude dampener, a suppression. But the true, ancient cycles need to be understood, not merely ignored. It's not about turning it off, Mr. Blackwood, but about setting it right. A re-education for the cosmos, if you will, and for humanity. He gestured towards the large stack of books on his lap, which Silas now noticed were filled with intricate arcane diagrams and dense handwritten notes. This is merely the beginning. The next few days, and indeed weeks, were a blur of purposeful, if still profoundly strange, activity. Silas, surprisingly, felt more alert than he had in years, despite the remaining shadows under his eyes. The quality of his exhaustion had changed. It was less a constant, nagging torment, and more a profound tiredness that responded, however grudgingly, to actual sleep. He still found himself prone to the occasional bout of insomnia, particularly when stressed by mundane bureaucratic tasks at the archive, such as the meticulous recataloging of outdated building codes or the endless task of dusting ancient ledgers. But these were no longer agonizing, mind-shattering experiences. They were merely restless nights, perhaps spent pondering the semiotics of forgotten civic ordinances, or the precise trajectory of a dust mote in Moonlight, before he would eventually, and mercifully, drift off. The unsalted cracker craving, a bizarre lingering side effect of the apothecary's tea, had now become a comforting ritual, a bland anchor in his sometimes chaotic existence. He would occasionally find himself reaching for a cracker even when not particularly hungry, a small, mundane habit formed in the crucible of cosmic crisis, a testament to the fact that even profound celestial interventions could lead to surprising dietary preferences. He would often dip them in lukewarm, slightly milky tea, finding the combination strangely soothing. Under Professor Fink's meticulous guidance, and with the reluctant yet surprisingly effective assistance of his newly recalibrated lunar-sensitive citizens, Silas returned to the old town clock tower. Mr. Henderson surprisingly lent them a heavy-duty trolley, ostensibly for moving flour sacks, but tacitly understanding its true purpose, offering a knowing nod and a surprisingly fresh, unstale loaf of sourdough for their efforts. Bartholomew, the delivery werewolf, despite his complaints about the sourdough and the existential burden of his bread roots, displayed a surprising agility in navigating the city's back alleys, having developed an uncanny knack for spotting obscure shortcuts and predicting the precise locations of discarded, perfectly edible, and somewhat stale pastries. Miss Eldridge, her occasional shimmering, distracting but useful, used her peculiar sensitivity to celestial energies to detect subtle resonances within the mechanism, correcting the placement of certain arcane levers with a precise, almost surgical, flicker of her hand. Lord Alaric, his dignity reasserted by a fresh supply of blackout velvet, offered surprisingly insightful observations on the structural integrity of ancient brass, a skill honed by centuries of lurking in crumbling crypts and avoiding direct sunlight. Even the gargoyle, who was still grumbling about his itchy wing and the lingering ignominy of incomplete transformation, managed to hold a crucial gear in place with his surprisingly strong remaining stone limb, occasionally spitting a small, indignant chip of granite in the direction of City Hall. Silas, armed with the silver key and the detailed cryptic instructions from Agnes Periwinkle's restricted texts, which Professor Finch had, with a surprising burst of academic athleticism, retrieved from the library's hidden chamber, much to Agnes Periwinkle's dry, academic approval, began the meticulous process of recalibration. The lunar mechanism, a dizzying array of bronze rings and crystalline spheres, was far more complex than a simple on-off switch. It required precision, an understanding of forgotten celestial mechanics, and a profound respect for the delicate dance of cosmic forces. He inserted the silver key into the hidden keyhole beneath the mayor's saccharine plaque. It turned with a soft, resonant click, unlike any lock he had ever encountered, a sound that seemed to resonate through the very stone of the tower. A series of ancient, almost inaudible chimes resonated through the chamber, vibrating in the very stone, a quiet symphony of cosmic realignment. Guided by the diagrams and Professor Finch's calm, precise instructions, Silas turned a massive bronze lever, then another, feeling the subtle shift in the mechanism's humming energy. He adjusted a series of intricate dials, aligning them with the true unmanipulated lunar phases, as revealed in the ancient texts. He polished the surface of the lunar stone with a soft cloth, feeling its inherent, untamed power pulse beneath his paw. Now a human hand, but still tingling with the afterimage of fur and claw. As the final dial clicked into place, a profound wave of energy washed through the clock tower, a surge of pure, unadulterated moonlight that felt both ancient and refreshingly new. It was no longer attenuated, no longer filtered, but vibrated with its true, potent rhythm. The air in the chamber felt lighter, cleaner, infused with a subtle electric tang that was exhilarating rather than assaulting. The dust motes, previously dancing in the filtered light, now shimmered with an almost ethereal glow, reflecting the pure, unburdened lunar light. The entire mechanism, for the first time in centuries, hummed in perfect resonant harmony with the true moon. Outside, the city seemed to subtly sigh. The artificial lights seemed to dim just a fraction, no longer needing to overcompensate for the dulled moonlight. The constant urban hum seemed to soften, allowing for the faint, natural sounds of the night to reassert themselves, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle rustle of leaves, the quiet murmur of the river. The plants in city parks seemed to perk up, their leaves unfurling with a renewed vigor, their internal clocks subtly nudged back into alignment. And in the homes across the city, a subtle shift occurred. Sleep became deeper, more restorative, though perhaps a little more prone to vivid, lunar-influenced dreams, filled with strange, glowing gardens and surprisingly eloquent gargoyles. The immediate effect on Silas was a deep, calming wave of peace. The perpetual restlessness that had plagued him for so long, the constant internal vibration that kept him on edge, receded almost entirely. His eyes, though still lined with the legacy of 1,000 sleepless nights, no longer held the frantic, desperate look of a man perpetually denied rest. He felt a profound sense of balance, an equilibrium he hadn't known was possible, a quiet harmony between his human and lupine natures. The curse was reversed, mostly. Silas still found himself prone to the occasional bout of insomnia, particularly when stressed by mundane bureaucratic tasks at the archive, or when faced with a particularly complex cross-referencing challenge that demanded his utmost focus in the dead of night. But these were no longer agonizing, mind-shattering experiences. They were merely restless nights, perhaps spent pondering the semiotics of forgotten civic ordinances, or the precise trajectory of a dust mote in moonlight before he would eventually, and mercifully, drift off. He found that the unsalted cracker craving, a bizarre lingering side effect of the apothecary's tea, had now become a comforting ritual, a bland anchor in his sometimes chaotic existence. He would occasionally find himself reaching for a cracker, even when not particularly hungry, a small, mundane habit formed in the crucible of cosmic crisis, a testament to the fact that even profound celestial interventions could lead to surprising dietary preferences. His allies also found themselves with new, if subtle, quirks. Bartholomew, while still delivering baked goods and complaining about his sourdough, developed an uncanny ability to predict adverse weather by sniffing the air, often arriving at customers' doors with their pastries just moments before an unexpected downpour. Miss Eldridge's root vegetables did indeed glow, a faint ethereal luminescence that made her stall a popular, if slightly unsettling, attraction at the market, though she still shimmered faintly when discussing the price of organic fertilizer or the absurdities of market regulations. Lord Alaric, while still a vampire of refined tastes, found that a small, comfortable, perfectly insulated broom closet was now his preferred napping spot during the day, and he developed a strange fondness for bland, unsweetened tea, which he claimed sharpened his historical perception. The dryad, now vibrant and green, began to sprout small, perfectly formed leaves of celestial tea from her branches, which, when steeped, induced mild philosophical debates among those who drank it, often concerning the subtle nuances of photosynthesis and cosmic energy flow. And the gargoyle, though still missing a significant chunk of his wing, found that he could now, on particularly bright moonlit nights, slightly shift his posture on the fountain, allowing him a brief, almost imperceptible moment of stone-bound flexibility, and his remaining stone wing occasionally twitched with a phantom itch that only he could feel. As for Mayor Bumble, he awoke on the steps of City Hall, utterly bewildered. Convinced Head had a particularly vivid dream about a naked man, angry animals, and a very aggressive debate about composting. He remembered nothing of the ledger, or the lunar mechanism, or his ancestral line of celestial manipulators. He merely felt a profound, inexplicable sense of well-being, a refreshing clarity that he attributed entirely to the effectiveness of his new Urban Serenity Zones initiative, and a surprisingly effective, if somewhat unconventional, power nap. His approval rating soared as the city, subtly recalibrated by the moon's true rhythm, indeed felt a quiet, refreshing sense of peace, though no one quite knew why. He even issued a new city ordinance encouraging spontaneous, refreshing naps in public spaces, citing enhanced civic productivity. Silas Blackwood continued his work at the Municipal Archive, now with a new perspective. The ancient documents, once merely sources of mundane information, now whispered of deeper forgotten truths. He still dealt with the dry, often absurd details of historical bureaucracy, but he did so with the quiet knowledge that he, the chronically sleep-deprived archivist, had played a pivotal role in recalibrating the cosmos. And sometimes, late at night, when the moon truly, majestically held sway over the city, he would find himself gazing at its magnificent, unfiltered light, feeling the gentle hum of its true rhythm deep within his bones. He still kept a calendar, of course, a practical necessity for any diligent archivist, but now on his bedside table, carefully laid out next to a small, unassuming pile of unsalted crackers, was a leather-bound journal. In it, with meticulous, precise script, Silas Blackwood recorded every subtle lunar phase, every nuance of its energetic pull, every precise astronomical detail, cross-referenced with his own internal sensations. It was a private almanac, a personal record of cosmic truth, a quiet act of defiance against forgetfulness. He noted the subtle shifts in the moon's aura, the faint changes in air pressure, the precise moment he felt the most profound sense of calm. One particularly serene evening, several months after the great civic slumber, Silas sat at his desk in his apartment, his moon journal opened before him. He had meticulously plotted the trajectory of the coming full moon, cross-referencing Professor Finch's updated charts, Agnes Periwinkle's newly glowing botanical predictions, and even Bartholomew's subtle traffic jam premonitions. He had circled the date in red ink 3 times with emphatic underlines. He had set no less than 5 redundant alarms on his phone, each with a different, increasingly urgent tone. He had informed Mr. Henderson of his expected absence from the apartment, politely requesting no loud kneading noises on the designated night. He even packed a small emergency kit containing a fresh tweed jacket, a size larger just in case, a calming aromatherapy spray, and a truly industrial-sized box of unsalted crackers, just to be entirely, utterly prepared. The moon, according to all his meticulously compiled data, was due to reach its magnificent untamed zenith exactly 2 nights from now, at precisely 11:47 p.m. He would for the first time in his life be utterly perfectly on schedule. The thought filled him with a profound, quiet satisfaction. He felt a faint, almost imperceptible hum in his bones, a subtle echo of the wolf, confirming the moon's approach. He yawned, a wide, contented stretch, feeling the blessing of genuine, profound rest. The next morning Silas awoke feeling refreshed, if a little stiff from sleeping in a particularly peculiar yoga pose. He made his usual cup of lukewarm, slightly milky tea, carefully selected his unsalted cracker for the day, and settled down to review his schedule. He opened his moon journal, his gaze sweeping over the intricate diagrams and careful annotations. His eyes landed on the circled date, the emphatic red underlines. Full moon, 2 nights from now. He nodded, a small, satisfied hum escaping his lips. He was ready, prepared, a true master of his cosmic destiny. He picked up his phone just to double-check the time, a newly ingrained habit of hypervigilance. The lock screen displayed the current date. He squinted, then blinked. He scrolled to his calendar app, which, since the clock tower recalibration, had begun to display the true lunar phases with unnerving accuracy. He stared at it, The current date, highlighted in blue, showed a small perfectly rendered icon of a full moon. And beneath it, in understated digital script, were the words, "Full moon current phase. Began 10 am this morning." Silas Blackwood froze, the lukewarm tea growing cold in his hand. The unsalted cracker, halfway to his mouth, slipped from his fingers and landed silently on the floor. His eyes, for all their regained clarity, suddenly felt bloodshot once more. He looked out his window. The sky, though now bathed in the gentle, innocent light of dawn, still held a faint, almost imperceptible afterglow of lunar luminescence. The street below was quiet. There were no shredded clothes, no scattered debris, no bewildered police officers, no public nuisance charges, no impromptu protests. He hadn't felt a thing. Not the agonizing bone shift, not the overwhelming hunger, not the frantic scramble for dignity. He had slept through it. Entirely. All of it. A profound, exhausted sigh escaped his lips, a sound that was half human weariness, half wolfish exasperation. The sheer, preposterous irony of it. After all the cosmic conspiracies, the hurried dash through back alleys, the dubious teas, the lecturing from historians, the alliance with peculiar supernaturals, and the meticulous recalibration of celestial mechanics. He, Silas Blackwood, the sleep-deprived werewolf, had managed to completely miss his own transformation. Not because he forgot, but because he was jovially prepared and had somehow, despite all his efforts, still managed to misinterpret his own painstakingly detailed calendar. He ran a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair, feeling a subtle, almost imperceptible coarseness that confirmed his wolfish night. He had been a werewolf, fully, gloriously, and completely, and he had simply slept through it. The cosmic joke, it seemed, was far from over. He picked up the fallen cracker, dusted it off, and bit into it. It was still bland. But then again, so was existential dread sometimes. And with a fresh wave of profound, exhausted relief, Silas Blackwood considered the glorious, if entirely undignified, possibility of a night of peaceful human sleep, blissfully unaware of his own magnificent, mundane metamorphosis